Welcome to the Sports Lab Overtime. I'm Justin Baxley alongside Rob Rousseau. You had a chance to see him last week on here, but then we also have Rob on Sports Lab at least once a week, along with some of the other stars from the INC here at the University of Florida. Rob, we're obviously here to break down a little bit of that Miami-Florida game from Saturday and also get you ready for the head ball coach, Steve Spurrier, Shane Matthews, Steve Russell, coming up next on Inside the Huddle.
Yeah, excited to be here on Sports Live Overtime, get this stream started and up and running. Excited to hear what the head ball coach has to say about this Miami game, because another loss for Florida puts them now 1-3 on the year. This was, for me, worst case scenario going into the bye was 2-2. And, you're preparing. Can we get College game day here? Can you get it on campus? How big is this Texas game? And, let alone how not so great Texas looks and Arch Manning looks. But this team is now 1-3, 3 losses in a row. They haven't beaten FBS opponent, including a group of 5 team in there as well, including USF. It was just another performance, a great one from the defense, where the offense just did not come to play at all,
Yeah, Rob, you mentioned the offense didn't come to play. You look down the stat line, it's pretty abysmal. DJ Lagway, 12 of 23 for 61 yards, QBR of 24. I think I saw something the other day, and I might be wrong on this, so you might have to check me. But I think if you just drop back and throw the ball into the ground 30, you have a better QBR than that. It's something along those. And then rushing the ball, 29 carries, 80 yards total, averaging about 2.8 yards. Look, all week we talked about the Miami defensive line was going to be the best that Florida played up until that point, even better than the LSU defensive line and probably the offensive line too, which we saw a little bit of that with Miami being able to run the football when they needed it. Florida did a really good job of holding Carson Beck, only 160 yards passing, no touchdowns, and then the one big interception from Cormani McClain. But really the pass game was just non-existent. And really outside of the one drive, the run game was non-existent.
Yeah, this was kind of a failure on all fronts for the offense. 0% third down conversion rate throughout the course of the game. 5 yards of offense in the entire first half. 30 minutes of football to gain 5 yards. Other than that, all punts. It was just miserable. It was sad to watch this team in the first half. And then all of a sudden, they come back out of the locker room, and the offensive line, which has been, truly disappointing, all of a sudden, they start playing as one. They start playing as a beautiful unit. They're working together. They're creating space. And Jaden Baugh and Jacoby Jackson are taking advantage of it, and they fight all the way down into the red zone. 4th down situation. You give the keeper to DJ Lagway, big confidence boost. He slams the ball forward to pick up the first down. And then Jaden Baugh, an unbelievable run for the touchdown, bouncing off his contact balance, just never ceases to amaze. And he was able to score, and then all that. At that point, you're in a one-possession game again, and you're feeling very confident. You're saying, okay, if they could just do that again, then you're winning in this game. And then you get the ball right back at midfield because Cormani McClain gets a huge interception on Carson Beck, who, again, didn't look spectacular but wasn't really asked to do much anyways. And you start driving again, and then you burn out. And after that, the offense stalls, stagnates, and you leave this game. 7 points is all you got, just all on that one drive. DJ Lagway, 61 yards, was under 60 until the final 2-minute drill when the game was already out of reach, and it just didn't even really matter much anymore. Just another sad day from the kid. I don't know necessarily, and I posed this question on WRUF. You can check it out on Instagram, WRUF 98.1, and all of our social media as well, home of the Gators. Is this a QB issue, or was this a play calling issue? I think for me, it was a mix of both here. I think the play calling right now is being used to mask the deficiencies of the quarterback. DJ Lagway, confident enough to throw down the field, only threw passes for more than 5 yards 9 times and was 2 for 9 on those attempts. He struggles. He is clearly not in the right headspace confidence-wise to throw the ball downfield. And then when you remove J. Michael Sturdivant from the equation with injury, there was definitely really not going to be any over-the-top threats from him. I think he's being overprotected. He's being coddled right now by the play calling so that he doesn't have another 5-interception game. 49 passes against LSU, drops down to 23 against Miami, again with 5 of those coming on the last drive that meant nothing. If this play calling was expanded, was better, I don't know if DJ would be able to succeed, right? I don't know if a different play caller, people are calling for Billy's head, a different offensive coordinator. If DJ is your guy at quarterback and there is going to be no change, Tramel Jones will not see the football field, this is kind of how you have to run your offense. This is the only way that you can do it. You have to be able to rely on your run game, and you have to just kind of hope and pray that your screen passes work and your playmakers can make some plays out of space. But unfortunately, Miami's front seven is probably the best in the country, so not the best game plan against them.
No, unfortunately, Rob, it wasn't. It wasn't. And, for me, I think it's you look back at this game, and it feels a lot like the LSU game where you were probably – Billy's not wrong when he keeps saying that, they're 5 or 6 plays away from being dangerous, because they are. They really are. They probably should be 4-0. At worst 3-1. Maybe Miami's the team that if you're 3-0 coming into that game, maybe they have to play up a little bit more, because I do think that we've talked a lot about through the first couple weeks that it felt like Billy was trying to go vanilla so that he didn't give anything away, put anything on tape for the second 2 games. Obviously that bit them when they lost to USF, but it's almost like the tables have turned, and it feels like teams now are almost like LSU and Miami specifically are not wanting to put anything on tape for other teams later on, and they realize that the threshold for how many points you have to put up against Florida and win is very low. It's a race to 20 points. If you can get to 20, you're winning the football game right now, because the offense is incapable of hitting that threshold, because it's been now 3 straight games against Division I opponents where they not reached that threshold. In fact, the highest point total I think so far is 16 outside of the LIU game. But the highest point total right now is 16 against USF, and that really was off of a Vernell Brown long punt return that gave him a short field. They still have a penalty. And they still have not, Rob, they still haven't driven the entire course of a field outside of the one drive against Miami and maybe the one drive against LSU. But for the most part, they're not driving the field on anyone. And I think that's the frustrating part. I will say, I give kudos to Billy Napier for going for it so much on 4th down. I thought that was actually one of the best parts of the game on Saturday. Listen, when you come in here with a catchphrase of "scared money don't make money," I need to see that more often. And I thought that against LSU at times they played scared, and not necessarily by they for some reason they kept letting it rip after 4 interceptions, but I'm talking about just doing the thing that works. Hand the ball off to Jaden Ball. Hand the ball off to Jacoby Jackson, especially when you're the best tackler on the other side of the field's out of the game. And in this game, you finally get the run game going. Continue to push with that. But they went for it on 4th down multiple times. But like you said, it's because they went 0 for 13 on 3rd down, which you can't do and expect to win. There are stats in the last 2 games that you look at and you go, how on earth is it that in the 4th quarter Florida is still in the game after their quarterback throws 5 interceptions? And then the very next game, how the heck is Florida still in this football game 0 for 13 on 4th down? It doesn't make sense, but it's because of how good this defense is. They are wasting a Heisman caliber defense. But on a much larger scale. I told somebody the other night, this defense, and maybe I'm being a prisoner of the moment, this feels more like a Alabama, Georgia level defense, the type of defense that you can win a national championship on the back of if you have an average off. Alabama did that. They've won championships with I love AJ McCarron. They won it with him. I think they won it with Greg McElroy. They've won championships with what a lot of people would consider less than quarterbacks compared to what DJ Lagway's talent is supposed to be. And so it's just frustrating when you see that. It's almost like, could this Florida team have won a national championship last year with Graham Mertz at quarterback if this was the defense you were getting?
I mean, it's honestly it's a possibility, right? But again, the defense last year turned itself around at a certain point. I think if you give Graham Mertz this team right now, they're undefeated, right?
That's what I'm getting at. If you had an average, competent game manager at quarterback, could you win a national championship with this defense?
Right, and I think you can, right? And I also think that you have a kid on the bench who can be a game manager and as the arm talent. Maybe not the 60-yard cannon. I don't know. Honestly, there is not enough tape on him publicly available to say that he has the arm talent that we saw at a DJ last year. But I know Trammell can operate an offense. I know that he can throw to the left side of the field. I know that he can scan left to right. I know that he can read an offense like a book. And I know that he can go out there and he can make an impact. And this is something that I've been touching on a little bit. Touched on it on Sports Lab a couple of days ago. This is a different situation than Graham Mertz versus DJ, because with Graham Mertz, you knew your ceiling was right here. It was 2 or 3 feet above you, and you weren't getting the explosives out of the offense. If you were, it was going to be because Montrell Johnson caught a block and ran at 70 yards like he did against Miami in week 1 last year. But you weren't going to get an explosive play out of Graham Mertz himself at quarterback. And so that was the allure of DJ Lagway, was that he can come in, and then you see him in that Sanford game in week 2, and you go, oh, my God. You know, and then all of a sudden that comparison is there and lives and festers in the mind of the fan for the entire season of, if DJ was out there, he could have made that play. He could have thrown a ball 50 yards and got us back in this game. Damn, that's really frustrating. But now there's not a lot of tape on Trammell, and also he's in the shadow of a quarterback who the fans have last year's impression in their mind of. They know that he can go out there and turn it on and execute a high-powered, explosive offense. And that's where I think the hesitancy comes in to see Trammell on the field. I also believe that Billy Napier is kind of intrinsically tied to DJ Lagway, and all he wants to do, if it's the last thing he does, is to protect DJ Lagway, protect his stock, not just as a player at Florida, protect his draft stock, because right now he might not be the head coach of Florida if he didn't have DJ Lagway in last year, if he didn't have that faith, that program rock, that booster, that reason that Dallas Wilson is here right now, the reason that so many players wanted to come here, the reason J. Michael Sturdivant's here right now, the reason that even players on the defensive side of the ball said, I want to come back and play another year of college, even though I could have went to the draft. Caleb Banks, hello, now he's out for his entire senior season, because the offense was going to be supposedly so good that they can go and compete, win a national championship, and elevate their stock even further. Defense, they're doing their job. They're elevating their stock. If I'm a receiver on this team, I'd be pretty pissed off right now.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a lot right there. I think, first of all, I think if you're right that it's Billy protecting DJ, if it's the last thing he does as the Florida head coach, he's an admirable guy. Like, at the end of the day, dude feels like a wonderful human being. Like, I don't think that anybody can say anything negative about Billy Napier, the person. He genuinely seems like a guy I'd like to go out with or eat dinner with and like pick his brain, learn from him. He seems like a really good dude, especially if he's out here protecting these kids who, frankly, I mean, the thing is like they're 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's hard for me to put a ton of, like, I can't imagine putting that much weight on myself at 18 or 19. I just can't. And so, especially not at a university of this size and with the expectations that come along with it. But at the end of the day, they're also getting paid a
lot of money.
A lot of money. Lamborghini, Chipotle, Jordan. You get all this stuff, and so I don't think that they are protected completely of criticism. But I also don't think they deserve the level of criticism you get for a Patrick Mahomes or somebody at the next level. So I think there's a balance there. I would also say that I agree that I do think that the Trammell Jones stuff is spot on. I would also maybe say that the biggest thing for me watching this year versus last year, first of all, I didn't think DJ was phenomenal last year. I thought he had great moments. I thought he put together some great highlights. but he still only threw 12 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. He still didn't have a lot of games over 250 yards passing. He didn't do a whole lot to make you think that he could command an offense for multiple. A lot of what we got DJ Lagway last year were a lot of if that. If he hadn't gotten hurt against Georgia, they beat Georgia. If he could have played against Texas, they could have competed against Texas. If he had started the season, they could have won. There's a lot of ifs there. We're seeing now that once he's had an entire, like 4 or 5 games on tape, that defenses have been able to adjust to it. Last year, he provided a spark. And I think that's what – I mean, we saw that in the title game a few years ago with Georgia and Alabama. Alabama puts in Tua. And again, you're taking out a senior in Jalen Hurts or junior in Jalen Hurts, who's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, in my opinion, now. Nick Saban made the call to put him in there because he knew he needed a spark if he's going to beat that team. And I think at this point you've hit a point where DJ was the spark last year. There's no spark right now, and at some point you've got to make the decision. And I think you're probably right. I don't think Billy's going to make that decision of putting themselves in a position to say, DJ, you're a wonderful quarterback. We think you can be a great quarterback in the future, but clearly you still have some injury stuff going on. Clearly you weren't ready for the start of the season. I mean, we're 4 games in, and he still doesn't feel like he's in game shape. I think it was Herb Street that cast the other night that he still looks like he's in camp mode, I think is what he called it. And at some point, you've got to start looking and going, Tramel Jones might give us the best chance to win football. Or I know everybody piled on Graham Hall last week, but Harrison Bailey, if you want to go with somebody that has maybe more experience, you could lean in that direction. But I think, you know, it's one of those things. You're not going from a senior to a freshman. This is sophomore to freshman. Right. You mentioned that. We were talking before we hopped on. But I'll let you kind of hit on that.
Yeah, right. I mean, again, this is a situation where you're going from, and I'll look it up like the next time that you're talking. Or maybe you could pull it up for me too. All right. Like how much older is DJ than Tramel Jones? Because it's not more than a year, right? They're a year apart. They're both true freshman, true sophomore. And so I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't think that this experience thing means much of anything, because you're putting last year you put DJ out there with no experience against SEC opponents, and sure, you had the backup, you had the fall safe of Graham Mertz there. And I think in this situation, you're also more afraid that Tramel Jones is going to walk on and take DJ's job. He's going to go on there and he's going to outplay him, and there is going to be no, and especially if he drops back and rips a 50-yarder and it's caught for a touchdown, and then you say, well, what is DJ providing? You know, what is he doing better that justifies him playing over Tramel Jones? And I don't think that is what Billy wants to do right now. Did you find it?
Yeah, he's got him by like a year and 2 months.
Yeah.
So August to October, so 2005 to 2006.
Right. You know, like, and so.
Which, man, that made me feel really old looking that up as a 1994 baby.
Yeah, but again, like that is not crazy at all, right? That is not crazy at all. This is not a situation when you have a quarterback like Graham Mertz, who was going into his 5th year in college, and he has plenty of starting reps under his belt, and you say, you know what, I can trust him. He can go operate. He probably won't throw a pick because he's not throwing too far enough to throw a pick. And I know that if he's there, DJ can be comfortable, because if he does bad on a drive, Graham Mertz can go calm everything down, can go hand off the ball without any expectations for success. He'll take all the heat, and when he's on the sideline, he's also going to be coaching DJ up. That's, I think, a big thing that people don't really realize about this season, is that Graham Mertz was an incredible leader. And he is beloved. We were talking about some players that are just beloved by the community here in Gainesville and are very much accepted. And, you know, Graham Mertz took a lot of crap, right, for not being the explosive. And I think, you know, a lot of it was more towards Billy and, you know, why aren't you starting the 5-star that's here to change your program versus the 5th-year senior, right? And I think that was, you know, it was a fair question to ask, and he took that all, and he took it proudly, right? He said, you know what? I understand that DJ has physical tools that I don't possess, but I know what I can contribute to this team. And I think he contributed well, and he was a great Florida Gator. Repped the program incredibly well. Wore 15, which got a lot of flack for him too, but I think he wore it very proudly. And I respect the time that he had here. But even after he was down for the season, he was on the sideline in DJ's ear the entirety of the season, every step of the way, coaching him, making him into a better player, helping to control, command, lead the locker room. Nobody lost faith. And like you said, the run game was there to support him. The defense was there to support him. The flashes were there. But the second that failsafe was removed, and just kind of going back a little bit to when Graham Mertz was healthy, the second he wasn't in that Tennessee game, DJ's out there in Neyland Stadium. Hands are shaking as he's about to snap the ball. Rightfully so, right? True freshman in this situation. It's terrifying. But now we're in year 2. And this feels like an extension of his freshman year more than it feels like his sophomore year.
Which, probably fair, right? I
Right,
mean, this is still, you know, this is almost like he's going through the growing pains of a freshman year in his sophomore season. The problem is the expectations. There's an old story that the flight ever with Wi-Fi is that the passengers on the plane had no clue they were getting Wi-Fi. They get on the plane, they announce, hey, guess what? We've got Wi-Fi for you. 5 minutes into the flight, the Wi-Fi goes out. Everybody on that plane's upset. 5 minutes ago, you didn't know you were getting Wi-Fi. Now, all of a sudden, you have the expectation of it. Now you're upset. And it's almost like, as a Florida fan, you went into the season with the expectation that this freshman quarterback, I know he's a sophomore, but he's really a freshman in terms of game experience. This quarterback was going to take you to the promised land. You were going to go 9-3 at worst, and you were going to make the college football playoff for the first time. And then they start out 1-3. Your expectation, if you had told the same thing last year, is that, you know, that DJ Lagway was going to come out, he was going to struggle, he was going to throw 61 yards against Miami, against one of the best defenses in the country. I don't know how many people would have really been upset about that. He's a 5-star quarterback, yes, but he's also still a freshman. He's still learning. You're still – and if you really think about it, he didn't have an offseason, so he didn't really get the training camp that you would normally have for a sophomore quarterback too. So even if he had the game didn't have the game experience last year, at least he should have had the camp experience. And he didn't get that either. And so it's almost like he got like doubly messed up by this whole process. And so I think the expectations of when you come into the season is probably, I don't know the exact betting odds, but if I had to guess, he was probably top 3 in the Heisman odds coming into the season, somewhere in there.
Up there with
Arch
Klubnik. Right, these are all guys that have Nussmeier, Sellers. I mean,
yeah, he was at least top 5. So your expectations were this. Let me ask you this, Rob. If Tramel Jones had started the season, like let's just say DJ's out hurt, we accept that the expectation is he's gone for the year. Tramel Jones starts. If they're sitting 1-3 right now, how are you feeling?
That's a good question. I think I'm happier. I'm more, right? Because he is a true freshman, and maybe this goes back to the expectation thing, right? It's a great point. It depends, right? If he went out there and he threw 5 interceptions versus LSU, I don't think I'd be very happy, right? I would say I probably at that point I would say you have a 6th-year senior on your roster. He should probably be playing quarterback right now. That's probably what I would be saying, because for me, it's not. I understand the expectations that DJ had. Really, it's just the expectation that my starting quarterback is going to go out there and be able to play quarterback. That's the bar that I'm setting right now. I mean, I was not if the Gators went out there and they beat Miami and it was if they were able to get a couple stops and it ended up being 17-14 or something like that, and they were able to, offense still looked like crap, but DJ didn't throw his picks. You know, maybe you mix in a couple better balls, maybe you're able to go out there and win. Still not happy, quote unquote, with that performance, but it's a defensive slugfest, and you find a way to win because good teams find a way to win. In this situation, no matter who's the quarterback, probably be saying if they threw for 61 yards on 23 passes, clearly the offensive scheme is failing. and they're a part of the offensive scheme. We talked about a little bit last week on Sports Lab. DJ Lagway is involved in what plays are called. He gets the script, he gets the call sheet, and he ranks every package. He ranks every set of plays for each type of situation so that Billy knows what he's comfortable with, what he wants to throw, and then on Saturday they revise the game plan, they set it in stone, and then they go into the game, and then they try and execute. Right? So, a lot of this falls on the coordinators and Billy being the play caller, but it also falls on your quarterback and what he is capable of doing. Like this offense, 9 passes over 5 yards, it's coddling him. It is giving him a all-screen diet so that he does not throw an interception, and he feels a little bit more comfortable in his own skin, even if that means losing the game, so that he feels better about himself. And, that's just not the way to run a football team if you want to win games. If you want to protect DJ, that's fine. But if you have to feed him only screens to make sure that he doesn't go out there and throw a bad ball, I just don't think he should be your quarterback. I don't, right? And again, it seems like I'm being very harsh on DJ, and maybe I am, but this defense is not giving up 50 a game where it doesn't even matter, and this team is just not very good. Because Graham Mertz's first year, when the team went 5-7, defense wasn't great. Offense would turn it on every once in a while. They'd have a good performance. Again, the defense would have a good performance here and there, but it wasn't a consistent team. This defense is consistently shutting down elite offenses. These are 2 top 5 teams in the country, or top 4 teams in the country. LSU dropped to 4, Miami up to 2 now with the win over Florida. These are elite teams with veteran Heisman candidate quarterbacks, elite offensive lines, elite receivers, weapons, running backs. Fletcher very good. And the defense is doing their job, right? So again, this all falls back on not just for the Gators losing, but the quarterback position is simply just not executing. Period, right? It's not that he could have played better. He could have showed up and played. He could have thrown for over 100 yards. You have to have some passing attack, something, right? Am I crazy? I don't know. Like,
you got to do something to take the pressure off of Jaden Ball.
100%.
I mean, that to me, that's the bare minimum of what the quarterback needs to do in this particular offense right now. I mean, you go back and look at last season, right? They won games against Ole Miss. DJ Lagway threw for 180 yards. That's not setting the world on fire for what it's worth. That's not no. That's a very average number. They won 24-17. Defense played great. They beat Florida State 31-11. How many yards did DJ Lagway have? 133.
Yeah, he played bad in that game.
And he didn't play well, but it didn't matter because Montrell Johnson had 99 yards rushing, and then in that Ole Miss game he had 107 yards rushing. But again, it's 180, 133, but it's okay because they're winning by multiple scores because there was still the possibility of the deep threat. There was still the possibility he could take the top off. Defenses have adjusted. They're not going to let him do that now. So he's got to make the intermediate throws, which right now he can't do. And that's not me being harsh. That's not me. That's just a fact of life right now, is that he can't hit the 15-yard out. He can't throw it to his left and hit, Vernell Brown going away from him. Those are things that he can't do. I mean, people were critical of Aiden Werner and in terms of like you're having to start this walk-on kid that is not a great core. He put up 132 yards against Texas. Look, I'm not saying it's the same thing as the 133 against Florida State, but I mean they're basically the same amount of yards. But you just had obviously the better rushing attack. DJ would have had to have done more if he had played the Texas game, sure. But you start looking down the list of the wins last year. Graham Mertz, 201 against Mississippi State, 179 against UCF. Lagway, 259 against Kentucky. That's the most that he had in a win outside of the Samford game with the 456. You come down, you lose to Georgia, you lose to Texas, but then you have the win over LSU, 226. Again, you're not setting the world on fire. To me, these days, just the way that the passing game sets up, a good game is 300 yards. Maybe I'm wrong for having that as my threshold, but I feel like 300 yards is a good passing attack game. Maybe 275, 250 is really when you start to kind of get in that range of good to great. DJ DJ doesn't have a lot of those games at the college level. He just doesn't have it. You look this year, I mean, it's pretty much the same stuff, right? Tramel Jones in game one had the most passing yards with 131. Of course, he played a little bit more. Lagway in game two had 222. Lagway against LSU had 287, but it took him 49 attempts and 5 interceptions later to do it. And then I think we've hit an all-time low with a 61. I mean, that's Aiden Werner in half a game against Georgia last year.
Right. Yeah, it's bad. And you know what? And this kind of proves your point. Look at the Kentucky stats from last year. How many pass attempts did he have, or how many? It's gonna make you laugh.
7 for 14.
Yep.
Is that serious?
Yes, that's serious. He had just a handful of bombs in that game.
Yeah, Elijah Badger, 58-yard long. DK, 44.
Yep.
Trey, 40.
Yep.
Speartoe, 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then Earliest Boardingham had a 4-yard kick.
That's
wild.
It's an absurd stat line to have. 248 yards on 14 attempts, where your completion percentage is 50. Right. That was what they were doing last year. And so that's why when we were coming into this year and everyone's like, okay, well the quarterback position is set and the offensive line is set and the receivers are set and we're got to worry about make sure the defense is where it needs to be. And I'm like, whoa. Quarterback position is not set. Like, it is not. The tape that I saw last year and the games that I was in, and as a supporter and fan of this team, as a student of this university, you have to just take off the rose-tinted glasses for a second and see that, okay, and again, at this point, I thought that he was still capable of that deep ball, I think he would have been able to get there in time, and I know that the intermediate throws probably would be coming right now had he been given the grace of a full off season, right? Because he started playing football again 12 days before the LIU game. So the margin of error, that is saved for camp time. He didn't have camp time. This is like you said that they said before. This is his camp time right now. But it can't be, right? It can't be when you're in the SEC and you're trying to win football games, and this is not a roster that you can keep signed forever. A lot of these guys are seniors going to the draft. A lot of these kids are going to leave and go to the portal. This is going to be a different roster next year. So if you want to win with the team that you have in front of you, you have to put yourself in the best position to win. And there's been struggle. Also with the going back to the expectations, right? I expected the offensive line to be better. I expected the offensive line to be a top 5 unit in college football. I was really bought in on that. I believe it. They haven't been, right? That's not DJ's fault, and so he hasn't had time for a lot of these deep threats to develop. But you look at Miami, and once again, on third down, they're 0 for 13 on third down, and I think DJ was a lot more cautious in what he was doing on third down because he didn't want to throw a pick, and so maybe they were more cautious about what they called and then the decision actually made by the quarterback. But if you watch the tape, it was the exact same thing, right? You show 5, drop a guy back, and then you're rushing with, you could even rush with 3. You could just rush with Bain, Mesidor, and Moten and probably still get pressure and drop another guy back and just ensure it. They knew that he was going to be scared to throw on third down, pardon. And so, it's a copycat league. What did LSU do? They showed blitz, didn't even have to blitz because he's going to feel the pressure anyways. D-line's pretty good, O-line's pretty weak. Drop another guy back in coverage, and either he gets picked off 5 times or he doesn't choose to make the throw like in this game and just hands it off, punts, or they go for it on fourth down. Maybe they get it, maybe they don't, but you'd much rather your odds on fourth down than you would on third. So that's the situation that this team was in this game. And you look at this at some of the stats in these games that were just unbelievable. You look at some of the information posted on WRUF by the numbers. DJ Lagway had, going into that last drive, 57 yards, and all 57 on average coming after the catch. 1 air yard on average per completion. He's only throwing the ball 1 yard down the field on average going into that final drive. That's unbelievable.
It didn't get much better, Rob.
That is unbelievable. Those numbers they don't even make sense. They don't even make sense. And I hope, I think the question now is, they're going to reactivate Dallas Wilson. What does that do? Does that help? I think it does. But your quarterback also still has to be able to hit Dallas Wilson in what he does. But you also can't double team J. Michael Sturdivant anymore. And so that makes it a little bit more difficult. I don't know if DK and Badger, for sure, were a great duo last year. And then, of course, you had Trey. You had Mizell mixed in there, too. But Trey got hurt. If Dallas and J-Mike can become an upgraded, maybe even just equivalent unit, and I think that Dallas Wilson is a better pure receiver than Chim DK, if they can become that by the end of the year, then you maybe have a chance to start churning out some wins. But you're also at a point by the time that you have to wait for all of this stuff to happen that you're not a contender anymore. You're a spoiler again. That's what you were last year. You weren't a contender by the time that you actually got the ship right. You were a spoiler. And the only way I think I could see this team getting into the college football playoff is if they win out in SEC play and backdoor their way through the SEC title game. With 3 losses, you could even lose to Florida State in the last game of the season if you want to chalk up another loss in there. But if you can sneak your way into the SEC title game and somehow win that, that's probably your best chance of making it into the playoffs with 3 losses when one of them came against USF. Because I think Memphis is going to be the team from the group of 5.
Yeah, the crazy thing, Rob, is you're not wrong. Like, they could, theoretically, they're not. Theoretically, they could still make the college football playoff. They have to win out. They could still lose to Florida State. You're right, because they only have 1 loss in conference right now.
Yeah,
like, that's the wild part of all this is that technically they do still control their own destiny in the SEC. They win out and they make the SEC championship game. They win that, and then they're in the college football playoff as the 12th seed probably. But it's probably higher at that point. They're probably higher than Memphis because at that point you've beaten an absolute murderer's row of teams. Look, how long does it take Dallas Wilson to ramp up? I mean, there's just so many variables at this point. Can the offensive line stop, basically looking like a revolving door? I genuinely believe there was a play on Saturday where if you'd have put a revolving door out there, it would have slowed down the defender faster.
On the right side.
On the right side when they blocked
right
each other. Yeah, I felt so bad for DJ on that play because I'm like, gosh, you literally could put a revolving door over there and it would have done a better job of blocking that. Maybe he gets stuck in there trying to get around it.
You're right.
But obviously excited to hear what the head ball coach has to say about the Miami game on Saturday. But I might be more interested to hear what he's got to say about these 3 permanent rivals or whatever you want to call them, annual games. The 3 permanent opponents. I think they're going with 3 annual matchups. Florida was given Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina. The annual matchups against LSU and Tennessee are no longer a guarantee, but could still happen with the 9-game schedule set to release tonight at 7:30 over on the SEC network. The new scheduling format is all part of a 3-6 model the SEC is shifting to, which refers to 3 permanent opponents, but based on maintaining traditional rivalries along with keeping rivalries alive. They will also take into account geography, balance, and then the 6 remaining conference games will rotate. I don't know about you, but this feels like more of they were trying to balance more so than try to keep rivalries alive. Because, like, you look at that Kentucky game, Florida's 54-21 all time in that series. South Carolina, they're 31-10-3 all time. Obviously, Georgia is a little different. It's 44-57-2, I believe, for the – well, it depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
But because I guess the 2 teams have always disagreed on that. But I think when you're looking at this, I think you've got to start looking at is this the most fun as a fan to have to pencil in every year? Probably not. You'd probably rather watch them play LSU, Tennessee. However, the last 2 years, I think, have taught a lot of Florida fans. I don't know that it's a good thing to have the toughest schedule in the country. So it's okay that you play Kentucky, South Carolina, which are not pushovers because nobody is in the SEC at this point. But it's also not, because if you had to lock in LSU and Tennessee every year to go along with Georgia, that would be the hardest 3 for sure. I was looking earlier, I think one of the tougher ones is Auburn has to play Georgia and Alabama every year. But outside of that, most teams, it feels a little bit more even. You got the two top-tier teams kind of evenly dispersed, and then a lot of those right underneath them. It feels like there's at least some balance to it. Rob, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the three annual opponents from Florida.
Well, I think you make a great point that you're kind of lucky a little bit that you didn't end up with Georgia, Tennessee, LSU, because at the beginning of every season and in the off season, the second the schedule gets released, it's immediately to moaning and complaining and groaning from Florida fans about how difficult the schedule is and no one has to play a schedule this hard and yada yada yada. And that's true. That's totally fair. I mean, you look at the schedule, it's probably unfair what Florida has to go through to even be a winning football team this year.
And it's gotten harder as the years go. We didn't think Florida State was going to be as good. We didn't think Miami was going to be as good. We didn't think USF was going to be as good.
No. So from that perspective, yeah. But again, you could take what you can get. South Carolina, again, not a pushover team, especially if Beamer sticks around long term. I think that's a good program, and that's one that you have to respect, especially at the level this team is playing at right now, right? Kentucky's a team that beat you a couple years ago, right? Where Ray Davis ran for 5 touchdowns and 250 yards on your head. So something you have to consider. It ain't LSU. It ain't Tennessee.
Kentucky's won 3 of the last 4.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's an Napier thing, right? Yeah. But and stretches back into Mullen, I believe, too. But it's frustrating a little bit because I think more so the Tennessee one. I know LSU is also a big time rival of the Gators. There's no doubt about that. But Florida Tennessee is one. That's a big one, and that's one that hurts to lose because that home and home is always electric, right? The Gators have played them every year for a long time, and Florida hasn't lost to Tennessee in the Swamp since 2003. And that's a streak that the Gators are super proud of. Now, Joey Aguilar might come in and disagree with that later on in the season. We will see. But that is something that I think a lot of Gator fans, hang their hats on. It was during that first season with Graham Mertz, and it was a bad season, right? It wasn't the best. But Joe Milton came into the Swamp, and the defense ate him alive. And the place was unglued. One of the loudest nighttime environments that was in my time here, at least. So that one kind of stinks to lose. But I can very much agree that balance was the number one determining factor in all of these. Although it does stink that, for example, Texas, A&M, Oklahoma, Arkansas. That's their 3 historic rivals. Going back, you get everybody that they faced in the Big 12 or going back into the Big 8 Southwest Conference, all that kind of stuff. Those are their 3 historic rivals. They got it. I don't know. So is it a little bit frustrating as a Gator fan or even as an LSU fan, right? LSU has to play A&M because that was their forced rival when A&M moved to the SEC back in 2012. They kind of just started playing each other, and it wasn't really a rivalry, but they kind of just made it one, I guess, right? So it's not the best, but I think moving forward, we'll see how the schedule looks for next year and whether or not you're thanking the heavens or maybe you're looking for something a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think that you also look at, yes, balance, but clearly, if you look at those teams, LSU specifically, it does feel like geography was a big part of the thought process there as well, because Ole Miss and Texas A&M are obviously stout opponents, and Arkansas is over right now, but they're a well-run program. I almost feel like Sam Pittman is Billy Napier-esque,
right? In
some ways, I think they build the programs the right way. They just haven't had the success on the field. But yeah, I think clearly they factored in geography, and I think that's why you start looking. Florida's got Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina. Georgia has Auburn, Florida, South Carolina, Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, Vandy. But it's really those Texas schools. So LSU, Missouri, Texas for Texas A&M. Texas, you mentioned Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M. Missouri is Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M. So it does feel like that part of the conference. And I feel like that's, to me, is more of a product of expansion and the way that we've expanded towards the west, the southwest, so to speak. And even Missouri's kind of in the middle somewhere. I should probably have taken more geography classes. But that to me it does feel more geographical. And it does help that, like you said, it's those old rivalries from those older conferences. And
Georgia, South Carolina, and Kentucky are all SEC East teams.
Yeah,
that were alongside Florida. So I'm not going to say none of this stuff makes sense. There was obviously a lot of logic and all of this stuff, and I think they definitely made sure that the one game that people need on the schedule, the cocktail party, the Iron Bowl, the Egg Bowl, these are all games that are not going anywhere.
Yeah,
and I think that was the most important thing. The secondary, don't want to say that in quotes, but if you want to balance it out a little bit and want to give the Gators Kentucky because you want to open up LA for someone else, fair enough, right? I don't hate it. I think that it could have been better, but overall, as a Gator fan, moving forward, seeing South Carolina and Kentucky on the schedule, especially if the team's looking pretty sharp going into the year, I'll say, you know what, I'll roll the dice on it.
Well, Rob, the rumor was last year that they had talked about this, that was it Oklahoma was the one that they had rumored might be possible as the third one,
or Auburn too.
Auburn maybe, yes. I mean, I think Georgia, South Carolina, Kentucky feels like the best on paper draw for Florida. I don't think it's, but I am interested to see. Obviously, the head ball coach is coming up here in just a matter of minutes on Inside the Huddle. I'm interested to see what he has to say because I want to know. He's obviously coached in these games.
Yeah.
He knows what these rivalries from the inside. I want to hear what he has to say when it comes to this, and Shane Matthews as well, what they have to say, because obviously they played South Carolina from 1992 all the way up until like 2023 when the divisions went away, or 2022 when the divisions went away. So, I mean, they played South Carolina every year because of the SEC East. And Kentucky.
And coach left for South Carolina.
So there's some bad blood there, and obviously Coach beat Will Muschamp a couple times while he was there. And so, look, I think there's I'm excited to see what he has to say about that. So we'll have Inside the Huddle coming up in a matter of minutes. Then we'll kick you over to the Sports Scene immediately following Inside the Huddle. Then we'll go to the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. He'll take up the first hour. We'll have a couple superstars on for the second hour from the INC. And then lastly, we'll finish it up with a tailgate from 4 to 6. Again, we're bringing you a ton of local content, and also Ryan Theis Show comes on right after that. So tons of local content. We'll obviously be doing more of the Sports Lab overtime as we continue to move through college football, and then hopefully into as we move into basketball season and baseball season. Rob, thanks so much for coming on for another Sports Lab overtime.
Yeah, I had a lot of thoughts to get out on that one, so I appreciate the time. That was a lot of fun.
Former Gators quarterback Shane Matthews and the Dean of Gator Sports Talk, Steve Russell, are joined in studio by Hall of Famer Steve Spurrier, breaking down what has happened and what's on the horizon.
Inside the Huddle, fueled by Southeast Car Agency, is presented by Titan MRI and Imaging, Silverback Concrete, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, and brought to you in part by Campus USA Credit Union, Chick-fil-A, Quality Plumbing, Ruse Ogra State Farm, Fairlife Milk, Miapa Latin Cafe, Meldon Law, and by Alma Mater.
Now, let's go Inside the Huddle with Shane, Steve, and the HBC, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into another edition of Inside the Huddle. We appreciate you being here. Jessica is our producer today. Alongside the head ball coach, Steve Spurrier, the Gator QB, Shane Matthews, I'm Steve Russell. We will talk all things Gator football with the bye week here and look ahead to some really important games coming up in the SEC. Shane, you were there down at Miami, and obviously maybe they had no business being in the game, but it was a tight game in the fourth quarter until Miami pulled away. I don't know if there's ever a good time for a bye, but this might be it.
Yeah, Steve, it was a tough night. I think we were still in the game there, because of the way Mario made his offensive coordinator call plays, I guess. Coach, have you ever been in a football game where two teams never attempted a ball over 20, 25 yards?
Neither team did, huh?
No.
Yeah, it was sort of, I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, I can't remember any. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not with you. That's for sure.
Well, good things happen. I mean, there's only one bad thing happens when you throw it down the field.
Yeah.
An interception, but it could be just as good as a punt.
Yeah.
But in today's world, you're probably going to get pass interference.
All right, let's do our thing here, fellas. By the way, you can call us on the Campus USA phone line, 392-8255. Check us out in the WRUF app, Facebook and YouTube at WRUF, home of the Gators. And we will do our thing here. Play of the week, guys, brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Put some star power to work in your financial life with Campus USA Credit Union. Shane, play of the week.
My play of the week is the trick play, or whatever you want to call it, that Oklahoma ran against Auburn. I don't know why that's illegal, because I mean, I've seen it run for many, many years, but that's on Auburn's coaching staff not seeing a guy line up by the coaches on the sideline, in my opinion.
I tell you what, I didn't have a real strong play of the week, all the different games I was watching. But I think certainly Missouri and Eli Drinkowitz beating South Carolina. He had a lot of good plays in that game.
Yeah, and they're off to a great start. I think, Shane, remember that a lot of teams ran that play, right? And I think they decided to not make it legal, and so that's why I think the flag was called, because you're deceiving the other team. But I'm with you.
I mean, that's
what coaches are for.
I mean, Coach, do you have a problem with that play that Oklahoma ran?
What exactly was it?
So they had their receiver jogging off the field like he's going
to the
sideline, but he stops a yard inside. Nobody covered him, and he runs, and they throw a touchdown. I just don't understand. I mean,
that's legal.
But it's illegal.
It's illegal now.
Oh, it's illegal now.
It's illegal now.
But I don't agree with that at all.
Let's do our questions of the week. We got lots of them. Brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A on both sides of Archer Road. Enjoy juicy chicken, waffle fries, and more. Eat more chicken. You can send your questions to questions@gatorshows.com. Here we go, guys. Elijah in Gainesville, Napier, Cristobal, and Brian Kelly were all hired 4 years ago. Between Kelly and Cristobal, who would you say is ahead right now?
I'll answer that at the end of the year.
I would say Cristobal and Kelly are pretty close, but Cristobal will have a chance to maybe have a bigger year than LSU this year is my guess.
Oh, this is for you.
Go ahead, Shane.
No, I agree. I think Miami's schedule going forward is probably easier than LSU's. I still think LSU's going to lose this week in a couple other games.
This is for you, Shane, from Thomas. Lagway finished just 61 passing yards. If he had last year's receivers, Badger and DK, would the results have been different? You've been saying that.
Well, I think a lot of people, and Coach can speak to this better than I can because he recruited a bunch of players, had a lot of good players. But some guys just know how to run routes and get open and catch balls, by shielding defenders. I thought DK and Badger did a phenomenal job doing that last year. Not saying these guys can't, but they're all young, the ones that we're playing right now, except for Sturdivant's played a long time. But not a whole lot of separation, and I don't know what the reason is for that.
Yeah, I agree with everything Shane said about that. Yeah.
All right. Billy N., no relation, he says, from Gainesville. My only positives were the second half adjustments in the defense. What else, if anything, stood out to you from the Gator performance?
Yeah, Miami only had 13 points with, 4 or 5 minutes left in the game, and then they added a couple there at the very end. So our defense played very well until the very end of the game when it was all over. So that's the way it happened.
Daniel in Gainesville, last time Gator started 1-3 was in '86. That team finished 6-5. Do you see this year's team reaching 6 wins?
I mean, time will tell, but it's going to be tough. To get to a bowl game, we have to win 6 more games. The first game does not count.
Right. Casey in Gainesville, the media told us all summer the offensive line would be a strength, along with wide receiver and the running game. After 4 games, would you agree the O-line has been overrated and below average?
Yes, I would agree that.
The way it's played out, yeah, you'd have to agree with that. Sometimes the O-line gives up a sack that maybe the quarterback could have got rid of it quicker. And I'll talk about that and show one of Shane's passes, which he had so many that we didn't ask our lineman to block over, 2.1 seconds. That was usually, if you can hold him out 2 seconds, he could get rid of it. And all of our other quarterbacks could do it like that also. So sometimes you don't know whose fault it is when there's a sack back there.
Okay, Justin says, are we seeing just how valuable Graham Mertz was to Lagway as a mentor last season?
How bad?
No, well, how valuable Mertz
valuable.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have an experienced guy, look, I mean, that can only go so far. You know, you can sit in a damn meeting rooms or on the sidelines with Joe Montana for hours and hours. You still got to go out and execute.
Chad in Tallahassee, why didn't Florida take a couple of deep shots to stretch the defense?
Everybody in hindsight says we should have. Yeah, what the heck.
Yeah, throw it down there. What the heck? I agree.
Gary in Gainesville, the SEC admitted the Oklahoma hideout touchdown was an officiating mistake. Is this the first time the conference has suspended officials for a blown call? No.
Did they suspend them?
Yeah.
I still don't understand why that's an illegal play.
Yeah. I mean, they have suspended officials before for bad calls. Devin, Florida went 0 for 13 on third downs. Lagway posted a 23.6 quarterback rating. Is that more on DJ, Miami's defense, the offensive line, or the play calling?
Probably a combination of everything.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them contributed, put it that way.
For you, Shane, from Kyrie, on fourth down, why target Abrams instead of your 4- and 5-star receivers?
Well, I think he was highly recruited when he came in. Look, he needed to go 1 yard farther, right, for whatever the route was called. Then he gets an easy first down, and they stopped us short.
Sydney, Tramell Jones, why not give him a chance in the second quarter when the Gators were struggling?
Well, we addressed this on your show yesterday, Steve. Billy's come out and said that's not his philosophy. This dude right here, I feel like would have already played Tramell in multiple games. And it doesn't mean like you're getting benched for the season, but sometimes it's good to go over there and see what's going on, let somebody else play.
Jeff in Gainesville, should Napier have taken the points with a field goal instead of going for it on fourth down?
If he makes the fourth down, it's a good play. If he doesn't, he should have kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
It was 13-7 at that time, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
He was trying to at least tie it up. So I don't know.
Yeah, I put a question mark there at that juncture because you are taking points off the board. You got a pretty reliable kicker, and then a bounce here, a bounce there, a field goal, you tie the game.
Yeah.
Will in Gainesville, I attended Saturday's game at Hard Rock for the first time in 30 years. Was impressed with how the Dolphins remodeled Joe Robbie Stadium. When will plans for renovating the Swamp be announced? Can UF reach that same level of improvement? Hard Rock rocked.
That's the first time I've been there since my playing days with the Dolphins in 06, and then I went back for the national title game in 08. It's totally changed. They got the half roof on it. They got the Formula One racetrack. They got a tennis facility there, but it's still an NFL stadium. It doesn't compare to a college stadium.
No, good place.
Yeah.
But I was hoping somebody would do this for you, Coach Haley in Gainesville. I saw you as captain of the crew at the Bucs-Jets game. Can you share more about your time with Tampa Bay?
Yeah, they called me up, and they had a reunion of all the players that played there. Gosh, there must have been close to 140 players came back. John Gruden, former coach there, won a Super Bowl. And a bunch of guys I played with 50 years ago came back, about 8 or 10 of them. So at halftime, we all went out there. But anyway, the first break of the first quarter, they have a guy that's captain of the crew. So you stand up there by the ship, and they give you a sword.
I saw that,
and
Coach.
You got two lines to remember: raise the flags and fire the cannons. And I had a cheat sheet because I was scared I was going to forget one of those lines.
Sure.
I only had 6 words to say, but I got through it in front of 75,000, and I got the microphone for the whole stadium. And then they fire the cannon 6 times. So we got that, and then at halftime, everybody went out there. They introduced about 140 guys. So it was neat. And I'll tell you what, Tampa Bay almost blew it. They had that field goal block for a touchdown, and then I'd be dang, Baker Mayfield took them down the field, scored last possession. 3 straight games they have done that.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
They were playing the Jets. So that's they find ways to lose.
They sure do.
You look like a mean pirate
We're
right
supposed
there.
to. You're supposed to jam it up there when they fire the cannons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, those uniforms remind you back in the day?
Those are
yeah.
awesome uniforms. I don't know why they don't go back to those permanently.
Yeah, I like them too. Finally, Brett in Gainesville. The Gators have faced Corey Raymond with LSU, Will Harris with Miami, and soon A&M's defensive coordinator Jay Bateman. Does playing against former assistants give Florida opponents a real advantage?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think the play callers on offense, defense, both teams, and then the players pretty much decide who's going to win the thing unless there's some freak turnovers that occur.
One more. Pete in Gainesville. Defensive line consistently pushed Florida's line around. We heard they added 500 pounds of muscle this offseason. How critical is having a strength coach in moments like that?
Well, I say this all the time. I mean, if you're playing college football, you're strong. You know, I could care less how much a guy squats or power cleans. Coach will tell you this. We've had players around here that are really strong, can't play a lick of football. You know, it's what you do in the trenches. It doesn't matter how strong you are in the weight room.
All right, let's go to our – I'm sorry, Coach. Let's go to our Campus USA phone line. William's there. William, hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Question: who do you guys have who do you guys want to see as the new coach? And are the reports true about Desmond Watson being back in the NFL? And what is the evaluation of Lagway's boo?
They never talk anything about injuries, so just have to wait and see the exact issue with him. Didn't know about Watson.
Me neither.
What was the first? Oh, who do you want for the coach?
Yeah.
Well, we got to beat the Texas teams, and everything will be back on schedule. So we need a 2-game win streak here, and get back on schedule.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
William, thank you. Byron, hello.
Hey, Steve, thank you for taking my call. Coach, shout out to you, man. I'm going to just say this on the air, Steve. You were the lucky person down there at Tampa, boy. I thought it was over when they blocked that punt. We were talking about that yesterday with the Jets. And, Steve, I know how Steve feel. But shout out to you, Coach, man, and what they did down there in Tampa. And I want to just mention, Coach, when I've been talking to everybody about quarterbacks last night, you've seen two different types of quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson and Goff. And man, that Goff he's a precision. How he just loops and throws those passes to those St. Brown and those guys. But, man, I tell you what, the NFL is getting fun, man. And it's boy, when you see a good quarterback like last night, that's a good game. Boy, you see some good football. Thank you, Coach, and go Gators.
Yeah, I tell you what, the Detroit Lions, I don't know who their offensive quarterback coach or play caller is right now, but he's good.
Well, I know who their quarterback coach is, Mark Brunell.
Oh, Brunell's now? Okay.
Yeah, he's been there ever since Dan Campbell got hired, and then Ben Johnson left.
Ben Johnson got the job.
And so they hired an offense coordinator named Charlie Morton. He's been in kind of same type of stuff, but
they got good ball plays.
They got really good plays, but that damn Jared Goff
can.
I mean, he can throw it through a window and tight windows.
And on time.
On time. Very true.
Yeah.
How about bad news for Ike Hilliard? Huh?
I saw that.
What happened to Ike?
He got let go by the Falcons.
Gee.
They're blaming him on their passing.
They're blaming him on the passing game.
Oh, gee.
So, not good. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Much more Inside the Huddle to come as you listen on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm James McDonald. Gators football struggled to move the ball in their 26-7 loss to the Miami Hurricanes at Hard Rock Stadium Saturday. Florida failed to convert on all 13 of their third down attempts and only had 141 total yards in the game, while the Canes totaled 344. They have a bye this week and look to get back on track next Saturday in the Swamp against number 10 Texas. The reigning national champions held their first press conference to launch this year's fall camp. With the departure of Walter Clayton Jr. to the NBA, many people speculated who would run the show for the Gators this year. Coach Todd Golden explained his game plan with his two new guards, Boogie Fland and Xavier Lee.
Off dead balls, we'll probably have Boogie bring it to start just from an organizational standpoint, but when he's not in the game, Xavier will bring it, and it's the benefit of having two guys that can play the position.
Florida will open the season against the Arizona Wildcats on November 3rd at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless mimosas and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for core power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Silverback Concrete knows you only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards, and that's why they're the #1 choice. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete.
Welcome back to Inside the Huddle with the head ball coach, Steve Spurrier, the Gator QB, Shane Matthews. If you want to give us a call on the Campus USA phone line, 392-8255. In the meantime, let's do our Team of the Week, brought to you by Quality Plumbing. We need a quality plumber. Rely on the same company Gainesville's trusted for over 40 years. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all.
I have 2 teams of the week.
Yeah, I do.
I have the Oklahoma Sooners, because I just thought it was a huge win for them, and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. They are undefeated. They went to Utah, which is a hard place to play. And, boy, they got a good football team.
Yeah, I had Texas Tech also. They're undefeated, and they got that big money guy behind him. And when I mean big money guy, Cody Campbell, he's not worth $500 million. He's worth $9 to $12 billion, they say. And whatever. And I like their coach there, Joey McGuire. He's, I think, was a very successful high school coach in Texas.
Yes, sir.
And he knows what he's doing. I mean, players love him, so he knows how to manage guys that are getting a lot of money. And then you got to give Indiana credit for clobbering Illinois, and Kurt Signetti. Again, he's got an excellent team. So it'd be interesting to see how those teams play out through the course of the year.
Yeah, that was mine because they just clobbered Illinois, another ranked team. They just hosed them. Email here from Michael. I saw the head ball coach talking with John Gruden at the Bucks game. Can you let us know if he did any coach recruiting?
No, I've known John Gruden a long time. I sort of feel for him that that situation came up and he got sort of run out of the NFL. But yeah, he's a good coach, and I hope he gets another opportunity somewhere soon.
It's time for Spurrier Stories, brought to you by Miapa Latin Cafe, serving the best Cuban food north of Miami. Now with 6 locations in Alachua County and their new drive-through location in the city of Alachua. Visit Miapa Latin Cafe today.
Okay, my Spurrier story is going to go back to 1992. And we're playing the Georgia Bulldogs, and they were actually favored this game. Steve, do you know that?
No.
Okay. Anyway, we're playing the Bulldogs. They had a defensive end. I forget his name, but he came out during the week and he said, I'm going to sack Shane Matthews 5 times in this game. And so that's what he said. And fortunately, we beat him 26-24, and I don't think he had any sacks. So after the game, they asked him, what happened? You said you were going to get 5 sacks. He said, let me tell you something. I went around that offensive tackle about 5 or 7 times. He never touched me, and the quarterback had already thrown the ball. How you going to sack a guy when he's already thrown the ball? So I'm going to draw up exactly the one play I think he was talking about. Remember when we hit Charlie Dean on that little seam route? Okay, that was one of the plays that we didn't touch him. So here's what happened. We're throwing the seam route, and I'll draw it up here. And these guys get a little bit wider, and they just try to keep these guys out of it on both sides. And obviously, we're trying to hit this area here, or this guy's, he's trying to hit in this area. Now, if these guys get way back there, and yeah, man, I don't know if it's going to be open, then you got a guy right here. So Shane, he takes 5 steps and hitches, and he's going to either throw it here or here. So this guy, he took an outside release. Ball's already gone. This guy tried to get to him, couldn't get to him. So he's going 5 hitch, sort of looks down the middle and hits him right there. And Charlie Dean, good player, not real fast, but a dang good player, could block, and he could catch that one. And I thought that was interesting. We never touched that guy right there. So, in other words, sometimes there's a reason, Steve, SEC total offense. We were number 1 8 of 12 years. Okay, I'm not trying to brag. We were, 8 out of the 12 years. 3 years we were, I think, number 2, and the other year we were 4. So 8 out of 12 years we're number 1 is because we did things differently. To be successful in life, you can do it like everybody else and try to outwork them, or you do it differently.
Yep.
So where did my offense come from? Duke University. You think we could stand back here and look around and find? No, we had to get the ball out, right, Shane? And so our guys, I don't know if people coach it I don't know how other people coach nowadays, but that's how we did it. We went back there and got rid of it. We didn't ask those linemen to block all day, but you can't whiff either, especially inside. So take your steps and throw the ball and get rid of it. And Shane and Rex and Danny Warfel and Terry Dean and all them guys, they were pretty good at it.
Yeah, they were very good at it.
Pretty good at it.
And that's Coach's Chalk Talk, brought to you by Meldon Law with 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. We'll take a break. Let's get John's call very quickly. John, hello.
Hey, Steve, thanks for taking my call. I got a question that's been bugging me lately for a while. In the words of Andy Gribble when he talks to Barney Fife, these fans we have, they beat everything. You know that? They beat everything. They talk about how lousy the Gator coaches and everything. Yet, every year, they know what kind of product he's going to put out there in the field. But they buy up all the season tickets, probably that cost over $1,500, fill up the stands, they never walk out. Now, why would Scott Strickland want to get rid of Billy Napier, much less Billy Napier change his coaching style, when the stands are going to be filled up every week, week after week? I mean, that makes sense. That'd be bad business practice, it seems to me. So, I mean, how can they complain?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll take a break, come back. More Inside the Huddle to come. Stay with us on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF, your home of the NFL.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for core power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You're on the guest list for the Hard Rock Bet Party, and it lasts all season long. Looking for an edge on your next bet? Find crazy trends and stats on Hard Rock Bet Stats Hub. Place your first $5 bet on Hard Rock Bet. If it wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. That's extra juice to fuel your football season. Ready to roll? Download Hard Rock Bet today. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT IT.
Hey, it's Jeff Cardozo.
And Pat Dooley.
Join us today at 4 for the Tailgate.
Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM, your home for Gator sports.
At Titan MRI and Imaging, you'll visit the only locally owned and operated MRI imaging center in town. Start feeling better today. It's your choice, TitanMRI.com.
Welcome back to Inside the Huddle. Let's go to our Campus USA phone line. Dakota, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct. How y'all doing today?
All right.
I got 2 questions for you. First of all, if Napier does indeed get canned this year, is Ed Ogeron looking for a job? And if so, do you think he would be a good fit?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay. Second question is, this is just hypothetical. Has a AD, like with Billy Napier's case, if he refuses to change something and they're losing because of it, can an AD step in and say, hey, Billy, you better start doing this, or you need to quit doing this. Stop it next week. If you don't, you can be canned. Can an AD step in and tell a head coach, you need to change this or start doing this or whatever?
Yes. In theory, yes. But I don't know how many do that.
Okay.
Because here's why. Unless the athletic director has coached, right, I'm going to look at the AD and go, what do you know about that? Right? Now, if there's a pedigree there and he's coached, okay. Wrong, right, fellas?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, coach he's the only one here that's going to coach.
That's true.
I guess the AD can hire and fire the coach anytime he wants to, huh?
Right.
I guess. I don't know.
All right. Dakota, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, hello.
Hey, how you doing? I got an old school question for Coach. I was watching the '96 game against Tennessee, and you went forward on 4th and 11 or 4th and 12 to I think it was Riddell Anthony. You remember the name of that play? And I'm gonna take it off the air.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that was a.
Was that a Tech coach, if I remember
Tech,
correctly?
Yeah. Actually, we only sent 2 guys out on 4th and 12. That doesn't make sense. But Ike was running a middle route, and Riddell was running a deep post. And I was hoping we could sneak one. It was too close to punt and too far for a field goal. So it was like 4th and 12 or 13. So I said, well, let's try to throw it 15 yards down the field. So Danny goes back, looks down the middle, and there goes Riddell running scot-free toward the goalpost. So he hit Riddell for a touchdown. It was called
Tech right, blue Z extra?
Tech left. I think it's Tech left because Riddell's on the left and Ike was on the right. Tech left, Ringo block or something. Extra. Extra was the pattern was extra. X in the middle and Z over the top. And Danny looked down the middle, and there went Riddell and hit him for a touchdown. Pretty good play by Danny Werfel and Riddell.
Want to know about Gator Volleyball? You can tune in tonight to the Ryan Theis Show. That's at 6 o'clock here on WRUF for an in-depth look at Gator Volleyball. Top 4 teams brought to you by Fairlife Core Power. Discover Core Power protein shakes by Fairlife. Explore our 26G and 42G high-protein drinks, perfect for workout recovery and nutrition. Top 4, Shane.
Well, I still got Ohio State there, the defending national champ. I got Miami at 2, and then I got Georgia at 3, and then I got a tie for 4th between Oregon and Oklahoma.
Okay, I'm sort of voting for teams that have beaten somebody right now. So I've eliminated Penn State. They could jump in there, and Ohio State beat Texas, which I think Texas is going to lose some more. But anyway, I got Miami, I got Georgia, FSU, and a tie for 4th place between Georgia Tech and Texas Tech. I got the 2 Techs in there.
Okay.
Top 4.
Coach of the Week brought to you by Ruse Ogre State Farm Insurance. State Farm agent Ruse Ogre is your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Start with you, Coach. Coach of the Week.
Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, and Signetti at Indiana. And I got to give Drinkowitz a little vote in there. They're 4-0 at Missouri right now.
Mine was Joey McGuire. They went to a hostile environment, had to play at 10 a.m. on the road. And, Utah prides themselves on the line of scrimmage, and Kyle Whittingham in his post-game presser says, we got our butts kicked by Texas Tech up front.
Yeah.
So I got Joey McGuire.
Signetti's mine, just what I said before, just because they just manhandled another ranked team in Illinois. Brian's on the phone. Brian, hello.
Hey, guys. Hey, do y'all see a similarity between Tua and DJ Lagway? I mean, just how, I'm a Dolphins fan, too, and it's been a bad week.
I think what's hurting DJ Lagway a little bit is all these injuries he's had. Because nowadays, quarterbacks, they got to be able to run a bit. You agree, Shane? Very few successful college quarterbacks can run and so forth. I watch these guys from Ole Miss and Tennessee, and they go sprinting up through there for about 15 or 20 yards every now and then. So I think that's one thing that's hurt DJ is the ability to run. And I don't think Tua was ever a great runner. So I don't see exactly them alike right now.
I was just saying how the defense has kind of figured them out and teamed up against their strengths.
I don't know about figuring them out.
I don't watch the Dolphins, so I don't really know much what's going on there. I know they're struggling, but what I've noticed and what people love so much about when DJ came on the scene after Mertz was hurt was he was completing a lot of deep balls. Well, we ran the ball pretty well last year, so they had to bring an extra guy in the box. You got a lot of man coverage. And then you had DK and Badger, who you go back and you watch how they caught some of those post routes and those crossers by bodying people up. But still, I say it every time when people talk about it. The deep ball is the easiest and safest throw in football. There's really no thinking. You come back, you look one way, and you launch it the other way. It's very safe. And teams right now are taking that away or trying to force him to throw stuff underneath, be accurate, anticipate, and just ain't working out real right now.
It seemed like the other night, DJ was every time he was dropping back, he was sliding, and it seemed like he needed new cleats on, I guess. I don't know.
Part of that was the Miami's front four was in his face. They were good.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's nowadays they most people wear these molded cleats. Back in the day, we had the old screw ends where you could go 1 inch, 1.5 inch, 2 inches, depending on how wet the field was. I don't even think they make those anymore. But when you're being pressured, as Coach mentioned, we're in the shotgun so much. You still got to speed your drop up because the key to a good passing team is, as Coach says, it's ingrained in my head. Take your steps and let it go.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, got to let you go. Thank you for your call. Yep. Let's see, a couple of emails here. Daryl, if you have to hire a new coach, I'm not worried about players transferring because there are plenty of good players out there. It makes no sense to get rid of a coach right now because coaches from other schools are not going to leave their own program. David says, for you guys, any thoughts on Lagway redshirting the rest of the season? Play Jones. Pretty evident Napier's all in with Lagway. Last season, we were told rotating quarterbacks was the direction the offense was going. We rotated when I thought Mertz gave us the best chance to win. I'm no coach. Hoping to get a good opinion from you guys.
Well, we did rotate quarterbacks last year. I think because DJ was a highly paid, national player of the year, had a lot of upside, so they wanted to get him a little bit of experience. When he's struggling, I see no problem playing Tramel Jones just to give him a break, let him watch a little bit. Heck, he may light a spark. You never know. Coach changed quarterbacks quite a bit.
Yeah, we weren't afraid to change, but not for good. If the second guy went in there and struggled, then the first guy came back and forth. In fact, in 2000, Jesse Palmer played in 4 wins, and Rex played in 4 wins, and we won the SEC. And nobody's worried about who plays all the time. Play the one that maybe is playing the best. So anyway, there's all kind of ways to do it. A lot of coaches nowadays say you hurt the quarterback's confidence if you take him out of the game. But I used to take him out. And I said, don't worry, you'll probably be back in. Maybe this game or next week, you don't know. Just hang in there. But when you got 2 that are very similar in ability, like Jesse Palmer and Rex, it wasn't hard to, and both quarterbacks understood it also.
Dominic, for you, Coach, understanding you're not at every practice with the team, based on what you see, what would you change with the team to get the most out of them?
I'm not critiquing Billy Napier and the team, and I am not at hardly any practices. I watched a few preseason scrimmages, but no, that's those questions you need to ask the head ball coach of the Gators, Billy Napier, those questions.
All right, we'll take a break, come back. We got some games that we're going to look at and predict, some good games coming up this week. Stay with us inside the huddle on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Brady Cronin. Billy Napier made Gators history with Saturday's loss to number 4 ranked Miami. The floundering head coach currently holds the worst winning percentage for a non-interim Florida football coach in over 70 years. With a 20-22 record, Napier is the first head coach to have a below 500 winning percentage overall since Raymond Wolf in the late 1940s. Fortunes may not turn around either, as the Gators are slated to play 6 top 15 teams in their remaining 8 games. Gators basketball hosted their first practice today. The reigning champions and forward Thomas Houck are not concerned about the pressure of repeating.
I think obviously that's going to be in the back of our minds, but I think this team's mature enough and confident enough to move on to the next year.
The Gators are looking to become the 9th team ever to go back-to-back. Their first game is November 3rd against Arizona.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Why did the Chick-fil-A cross Archer Road? So you don't have to. Chick-fil-A now has the pleasure to serve you from both sides of Archer Road. Both locations include drive-through and carry-out options, or dine in at the Chick-fil-A on the north side of Archer Road. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, we're open at 6 a.m. with drive-through open until 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Chick-fil-A also caters. We'll bring our original chicken sandwich, delicious dipping sauces, and famous Chick-fil-A lemonade to you. Chick-fil-A, eat more chicken.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It may be autumn, but today will feel more like summertime. We'll have mostly sunny skies turning partly cloudy into the early afternoon. High temperatures today in the low 90s, 92 your forecasted high for Gainesville. Feels like temperatures, though, making it to the upper 90s. Now we'll have a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon and early evening hours, mainly along the I-75 corridor. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Silverback Concrete's a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that build commercial structures with unrivaled quality.
Titan MRI has imaging the same day, and scheduling is available. And they have easy self-pay, now with 2 locations in Gainesville and 1 in Lake City. Start feeling better today. TitanMRI.com. It's your choice.
And don't forget to gear your orange and blue with us by Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. We've got the swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, they got you covered. Located on 34th and University behind PDQ. Welcome back to Inside the Huddle. Time now for Games to Watch, brought to you by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Locally owned, polished, casual dining with a selection of farm-to-table, made-from-scratch food with flavors across Gator Nation. Spurrier's built for Gators and by Gators. Friday night, guys, Florida State at Virginia.
Well, I know nothing about Virginia, but Florida State seems like they're playing pretty well, so I'll go with the semis.
FSU, yeah, I would go with them over Virginia.
Saturday, 2 ranked teams, USC at Illinois.
Yeah, I think USC, they're still undefeated if I'm not mistaken. Lincoln Riley's got a pretty good quarterback there this year. But this is a game that can be dicey because they have to travel across country, and I'm going to go with the Fighting Illini to bounce back.
I'm going to go with Southern Cal. I believe Lincoln Riley has better players than he's had in the past.
I do too. I thought Illinois would win that game.
I do too.
And when they got blasted, they got to prove to me, and I do agree with. I think USC offensively is pretty
Quarterback's
good.
very good.
Yes. UCF at Kansas State.
Well, isn't Kansas State really, really struggling?
Yes.
Gosh, I know nothing about UCF either. I feel like Kansas State, they were rated pretty high going in. I'm going to go, I feel like they win this game because it's at home. I'm going to take the Wildcats.
Yeah, I'll go with UCF. They look good beating the Tar Heels this past week.
As Lee Corso would say, great pick, great pick. I'm also going UCF. Tennessee at Mississippi State.
I'm going to go with the Vols. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game because they both run the same offense, right? So scout team should not be a problem this week.
Yeah, I think I would go with Tennessee also, but Mississippi State is very capable. They're, 4-0 right now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they got a chance. Yep.
Tennessee's hurting on defense. They got a lot of guys hurt on defense.
Did not know that.
So I think Tennessee wins, but closer than and I love that Chapin kid. Tough. I think he's a tough dude, man. He's like Pavia, and it just, Coach, you've made the point a lot. You don't have to be 6'5" and you can be just a tough nut and be a football player, and those guys I love to watch them play. Oregon at Penn State.
Well, this is the big game in the Big Ten. I like Dan Lanning a lot. I think they're going to find a way to win on the road.
Yeah, it seems like Penn State struggles against a highly ranked team, no matter where it is. But I'm gonna go with Penn State. They got to start winning these games sometime, and this could be it.
They got to prove to me they can win one of those games, Coach. And I do like Lanning's offense. They won't be intimidated, I don't think, going into Happy Valley. So I'm going to take the road team here. Alabama at Georgia.
Boy, Georgia at home. I think Alabama's playing much better. Ty Simpson's been hot. But I think it's going to be a close game, and I like the Dogs to win a close one.
Yeah, I tell you what, it will be a heck of a game. I'll go with the Dogs also, mainly because they're at home. If it's at Bama, I think I'd probably go with Bama. But, Georgia, they've had a week off, and they'll be ready to go.
I'm going to be crazy here and pick Alabama. And the reason I'm doing that, I can't get the Tennessee game out of my head because Tennessee went up and down the field on Georgia's defense, and Alabama's offense is a lot better than what it was. Now, they're in Athens. I'm probably going to be wrong here, but I'm going to pick Alabama just because. Kentucky at South Carolina.
I'm going to lean with the Gamecocks being at home. What have they lost? Two games now? Just one?
I believe two.
Yeah, so I'll go with the Gamecocks.
Yeah, I got to go with the Gamecocks, regrouping. Now, did they have minus yards rushing the last game?
I didn't see the box score, Coach.
Yeah, I think I read that against Missouri. So they got some regrouping to do up there in Columbia, but I'll pick them to beat Kentucky.
Auburn at Texas A&M.
I'm going to go with the Aggies. This is a heck of a game as well. I mean, both teams are playing well. Auburn could have easily won the Oklahoma game, but I'll go with the Aggies since it's in College Station.
Yeah, Texas A&M's had a week off. Sometimes that's good and bad. I don't know why we think it's always good. But I'll go with the home team, Texas A&M.
Me too.
Yeah.
LSU at Ole Miss.
I'm going with the Rebels. I think their offense will exploit this so-called great LSU defense.
Yeah, I'll go with Ole Miss also. They can move the ball up and down the field against anybody, I think. Mm-hmm.
You saw them in person. I just don't think LSU's that good.
I don't either.
I mean, I think they're overrated, and I think Ole Miss has a chance to prove that. And I mean, if their quarterback, if their offense does what it's been doing, LSU's really good on defense. I mean, they are. But I like Ole Miss at home.
I do too. It's going to be interesting because Lane's come out and said if Austin Simmons is 100%, he will be our starter. It'll be tough to see who he plays. He may play both, right, Coach?
I don't think he does that. He could, because both of them are very good. So if one of them's going bad, maybe he'll put the other one in.
This game,
I don't know.
This game on paper looked okay. Ohio State at Washington.
Ooh.
One of Coach's Jed Fish.
Jed's up there.
Are they undefeated?
I'm not sure. What is Washington's record?
I'm going to look it up.
You know, this could be dicey for.
They're 3-0.
This could be dicey for Ohio State because that's a great crowd there.
Yeah.
We still don't know a lot about Ohio State. This would be Julian Sagan's first road trip. I'm going to go Huskies in the upset.
Ooh, okay.
It wouldn't surprise me if Washington wins, but Ohio State is they're loaded. They're loaded with ball players. I think it'd be a low-scoring game, and I'll go with Ohio State.
Close, but Ohio State. I just looked this up. Washington's played Colorado State, UC Davis, and Washington State.
Oh, boy. Okay.
So,
can I change my pick?
I mean, they pulled up a pile of points. I mean, they've scored 38, 70, and 59, but this will be.
He's running the score up, Coach. What do you think about that?
Jed is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you do it with your backup players, that's okay.
And the last one, Notre Dame at Arkansas.
Boy, I don't know if Bobby Petrino or Sam Pittman had the decision-making there. Coach, all you got to do is kick a field goal, a chip shot field goal. I've never understood why they keep handing the ball off to people, and he fumbles. Yeah. All he has to do is quarterback take a knee. Gosh, Notre Dame's playing better, but Arkansas can't play defense.
No.
So I'm going to go with Notre Dame, but it would not shock me if the Hogs win the game.
I was listening to Sam Pittman on the SEC network yesterday, I think it was, and they asked him about the effort of his team late in the game against Memphis. And he said, we are either in poor condition or we had guys loafing.
Wow.
And he admitted that. And they did. They had some defensive guys that were just jogging around. I happened to watch the end of that game. And, the guy ran in there and fumbled. I mean, you would think, I don't have to score a touchdown, but I can't fumble.
Right.
And he ran in there and fumbled right at the end of the game.
All right, we got 2 minutes. YouTube question. Greg says, Coach was swinging the sword. Cool pick. Rod, for Coach Spurrier, if Kiffin doesn't come, would you be okay with Fish leading the Gator program?
No, I'm not leaving anybody in the program. Billy Napier and his guys are going to get together, and we're going to beat Texas and turn it around. And we've got a week off to turn it around and get everybody organized. And I don't know who's going to play quarterback. If Trammell has to play or gets to play, that's fine. If Lagway's 100%, he can play. But we are as good or better than Texas, in my opinion. And we beat these guys and get a run going, we can change the whole season next week.
And then Chicago Gator in 1 minute, Coach, says you set the Gator standard. In your own words, what is the true Gator standard, and what's the first step Florida needs to take to get back to that level nationally?
Well, the Gator standard is not always the same like some of these coaches talk about. You look at our history, it ain't a great history. We didn't win our first SEC. DeShane played in 1990, and we've got, 9 of them in 90-something years. So it's not like we're like Ohio State or some of those schools and so forth. But we have been pretty good, when Coach Urban was here and so forth, and we need to get back, hopefully, to that level right there.
All right. That is going to do it for our Inside the Huddle for today. We always appreciate you participating, whether it's through email or phones or just listening. we certainly appreciate you doing that. And I love that answer about the Gator standard, because we're going to talk more about that coming up in sports scene. Don't forget, tonight, when we talk some Gator volleyball, you can do that with Coach Ryan Theis. That'll be at 6 o'clock right here on WRUF. Sports scene is next. Come back and join us for that as you listen on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
There you go.
Don't scare us.
In fact, it's our home.
Your home for Gator football. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
WRUF.
Powered by ESPN.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
Why did the Chick-fil-A cross Archer Road? So you don't have to. Chick-fil-A now has the pleasure to serve you from both sides of Archer Road. Both locations include drive-through and carry-out options, or dine in at the Chick-fil-A on the north side of Archer Road. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, we're open at 6 a.m. with drive-through open until 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Chick-fil-A also caters. We'll bring our original chicken sandwich, delicious dipping sauces, and famous Chick-fil-A lemonade to you. Chick-fil-A. Eat more chicken.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. He's back! The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Wiebe Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into a Tuesday edition of Sports Scene as you listen on WRUF, powered by ESPN. Time to eat some lunch, talk some sports as we come to you from the Gator Trim Light studio. Gator Trim Light, full color, programmable from your smartphone lighting, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. Our program is fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. You can trust the people at Southeast Car Agency. If all goes according to Hoyle today, in just a minute, we're going to be bringing you another former Gator who is now in the big leagues, Mets pitcher Danny Young, who's hurt. By the way, maybe sports seen as good luck. Because remember Hunter Barco was here? Well, apparently the Pirates are going to bring him up to the big leagues to end the year. So how about that for Hunter Barco? Danny will talk to you about how he's coming from recovering from his injury. And then at 1:45, Seth Greenberg from ESPN will talk college basketball, specifically the Bruce Pearl decision. We'll ask a little bit about Florida, too. And then between that today, yesterday I brought this up, and already a lot of people have emailed about this. People talk about, we need to get back to the Gator standard. We need to get back to the Gator standard. Well, what is the Gator standard? I will ask that question of you today. In the meantime, we will go to our Titan MRI and Imaging phone line. Titan MRI and Imaging now with 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City to serve you better. Same-day scheduling, always available. Call them up. Start feeling better today. TitanMRI.com. All of our guests brought to you by Meldon Law, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. Let's bring Danny Young into the program now. Of course, pitch for the Gators now with the New York Mets and rehabbing a little bit. Danny, welcome. Thanks for doing this.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing good.
Danny, first of all, I don't want to bring up a sore subject here, but for those who don't know, discuss your injury, how that's coming along, and when that all occurred.
Yeah, so I had to get Tommy John, like it seems like a lot of guys are these days.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things early in the season. Just body wasn't recovering, wound up having to get the surgery. And ever since then, since May, I've just been, down in Port St. Lucie rehabbing, just trying to get better.
When is with Tommy John, because, it's been perfected a little bit, what's the normal recovery time for that, Danny?
So I think these days a lot of guys are doing the internal brace, and I think it's like 12 to 14 months roughly. I think starting pitchers wind up being a little bit longer just because of the build-up period and having to build up their innings again. I think I'm on track roughly for a year, but obviously there's a lot of time left. So.
For those who don't know, I just had Hunter Barco on the other day. It looks like he's going to get called up to the Pirates, to end the year here. Tell folks about your first big league game, when that happened, and your reaction when you got to pitch in the big leagues.
Oh, man, it was 22. I was with Seattle. I had gotten called up, I think 5 days I was there sitting. I think I'd warmed up once or twice, I don't remember. And we were playing the Phillies, and the game kind of got away from us. And I think it was the 7th inning. And we were at home, and I went in and finished that game. And it was exciting. It makes all the time you put in worth it. I know Barco, first of all, congratulations to him. Like, that guy obviously had some injuries, but he was a big prospect, so it's cool to see him kind of continue the trend of a lot of Gators getting to the big leagues.
How about Brandon Sproat?
Sproat, too. I mean, I was with Sproat this year, Christian Scott, Pete, I think Abner. He went
with Arizona. Yep.
I know he just debuted with Arizona, so that's always cool. I'm probably partial to non-prospect relievers.
Yeah, lefties too, right? Yeah. Let me ask this. I've often wondered, when you're in college and, whoever the pitching coach is or whoever, says, hey, do this, do that, you get drafted by whatever organization that is. How much did the Mets, if anything, or any other teams you were with, tinker with your motion or whatever, or did they just pretty much leave you alone?
My biggest change, I'd probably say, came with Toronto when I went from a more traditional over-the-top slot, and they suggested that I lower it, and that was kind of right away. And then I spent the next many years trying to perfect it, I guess. And then by the time I'd gotten to the Mets, I think my slot and everything had pretty much been established. Like, we knew what my good pitches were, but obviously they helped me a lot on, like, identifying possibly adding a cutter or a changeup or attacking certain zones. So, I mean, I've been with 5 organizations, and they all add their parts and their pieces, and, you know, they're there to help and not over-tinker. You know, some guys need a lot of it, and other guys, you're better off leaving them alone. So it's an individual, you know, process for everyone.
Danny Young joining us here, former Gator pitcher, now pitching with the New York Mets, rehabbing after an injury. I've been a long-time Mets fan, Danny, since I was a kid, and it's got to be a bit frustrating to see, you know, what's happened here. The Mets are, you know, hanging on, trying to make the playoffs here, but the pitching has just been decimated with injuries, including your own. It must be tough to see that with what was a promising pitching staff really being racked by injury.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, right? Like, there's only so many things you can control, and obviously we've been hit with a lot of injuries this year. They kind of seem to just not stop coming, which sucks, especially for, you know, some of those guys that go down. They're really good guys. They've worked their whole career to be in these situations. But, you know, then you see guys like McLean and Sproat and Tong, and they've stepped up. And so it's kind of, at this point, everyone seems to be stepping up and doing what they can to cover the holes. I mean, if you told everyone at the beginning of the year, this is where it would look like rotation-wise, I don't know if anyone would have said that. But I also all those guys are, I mean, you see them, they're all super talented. You're very familiar with Sproat. McLean's incredible. Tong's really good, you know. And obviously Petey's there too. Clay's still there, and those guys are still holding it down. So I feel comfortable with everything that they got.
Pitching in New York or playing in New York, there's a lot of media scrutiny. Is it fun playing in New York?
I love playing in New York. I don't have the responsibility or pressure that the majority of the rest of the guys do. So I can say that from a position of privilege by not being the star of the team. But I think New York media and playing in the pressures of New York, it's, you know what they want, right? Like, they want to win, they want success. And if you can boil it down to just simplifying it to that, it's not easy, but you kind of know what's going to come, because if you play well, everyone will like you. If you play bad, they won't. And that's fine. Like, I understand it's a passionate fan base, and they've supported us, especially the last 2 years that I've been there. Like, the stadium's full every day. I understand, you know. So it's not, as long as you understand the fans and, like, they want you to succeed, it's, you know, I think it's a good relationship.
Last question. Are you a videotape guy? I mean, you know, hitters now, you know, look for things on video. From a pitching standpoint, do you rely on that a lot?
I try to watch as least amount of video as I can without being completely ignorant to it, only because the more I look for trying to find a problem, I think depending on your personality, I think you can put yourself in a situation where you go down a rabbit hole that you don't need to. So if I feel there's no problems, I probably don't want to watch a ton of video trying to find a problem. Now, as far as scouting reports and tendencies and hitters, that's extremely beneficial, and that I watch, and that stuff needs to be a focus. But as far as, like, watching myself, trying to nitpick, it doesn't work great for me.
Last question. You've been with, I think, 5 teams, and, you know, sometimes an average fan will look at a manager and say, okay, you know, sometimes they're successful, they're not. How important is a manager to the success of a big league team?
I mean, I think it's really important. I think, you know, they run the bullpen, they're making the in-game decisions, they're keeping the temperature on their guys every day. And I mean, Mendy, I think, is a great manager. I've loved playing for him, especially in New York. That's just the manager I've spent the most time playing for, right? But I think managers do have an impact even in today's game, and I really think they can make a team go.
Dan, it's been great to catch up. I really appreciate you taking time to do that, and I hope the rehab goes well and you're back out there soon. and we'll get you back on, next season when baseball cranks up again. Let's hope the Mets can hang on here, at least make the wild card and make the playoffs. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
You got it, Danny. Yep. Good guy and good pitcher for the Gators. And as he's said, been with 5 different teams in the big leagues already. You want to email the show? srussell@wruf.com, courtesy of International Diamond Center. Don't settle for a knockoff diamond when you can get the best diamonds at the best prices for quality, selection, and value. International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. I want to thank Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of Sports Scene. When you need a quality plumber, rely on the same company Gainesville's trusted since 1984. Their name says it all. And, of course, also want to thank Crystal Air and Water for sponsoring Sports Scene. Family-owned and operated, Crystal Air and Water services air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. Jessica, our producer today, will send along Facebook Live questions brought to you by Ruse Ogra State Farm Agent Ruse Ogra, your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Any YouTube questions courtesy of Campus USA Credit Union, where Coach Spurrier does his banking. Campus USA, founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for 90 years. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll open the phone lines. And again, tell me what you think the Gator standard is. That's next on Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN. Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45-plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45-plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any Campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
The commitment from IDC to first responders is really extraordinary.
Veteran firefighter Johnny Hinton talks about International Diamond Center's ongoing support for our heroes in uniform.
IDC has helped us raise just massive amounts of money.
Johnny says in addition to corporate gifts to support charity fundraisers, IDC is there every day, helping first responders with an extra 15% discount on any purchase.
Again, thank you guys so much.
International Diamond Center at Celebration Point.
Transform your home with Gator trim lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Weekdays at 4 right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
All right, we got Lots of emails. We'll take your calls too, 392-8255. And you can email the show, srussell@wruf.com. Tim with the Gator Standard. Any athlete that wears the Gator logo part of a team that attempts to win conference championships and national championships. The standard represents a high level of performance others aim to achieve. I first heard Mullins say it when he was here under Urban. He was part of these accomplishments. When he was hired, he wanted to get back to that standard. I think the Gator Standard today applies to all sports. Athletes today paid to perform at an elite level to achieve conference and national titles. All right, that was Tim. Let's see. James, by the way, when you give me yours, try to make it short because I can't read 2-paragraph long stuff, guys. So, James, I'm going to have to paraphrase this. Recruit at a high level, high-character players that want to be at UF, be ranked in or around the top 25 in the AP poll consistently, beat your big in-state rivals at least 50% of the time, never lose to lower-level in-state programs, have an offense that looks like they practiced, play games in November that matter, have the chops to allow the band to play Gator bait. Well, that, yeah. Also, Gundy out of Oklahoma State. Yes, I was going to mention that earlier. Thank you for that. He is out at Oklahoma State. It looks like Jackson Dart's going to be the starting quarterback for the New York Giants, too. How about that? Malik, win championships or at least be competing for them is the Gator Standard. Been a Gator fan for 40 years. The first stands, I remember when Spurrier said he wanted to be competing for the SEC championship every year, which he knew whoever won the SEC would most likely be playing in the national championship. With the current state of college football, the SEC championship doesn't really mean much, so the standard now is to make the playoffs. Interesting. Let's see. Chicago Gator, consistently competing for SEC titles. They should be in the hunt for Atlanta every season. I don't agree with that. National relevance, not just bowl eligible, but a team that belongs in the playoff conversation every 2 to 3 years. Explosive, innovative offense. NFL caliber player development. So the Gator Standard isn't just about wins, it's about how Florida wins. Fast, fearless, and relevant nationally. Okay? Lucas says winning and being in the mix for championships is the Gator Standard, in his opinion. Todd, there isn't a specific defined meaning for a Gator Standard, but I think it's a multi-point answer. An offensive-minded coaching philosophy emphasizing player accountability. Fast, elusive, skilled players that can score from anywhere on the field. A defense with tenacity to create turnovers and protect its home field. When combined, the team composition has the ability to execute plays, score points, create turnovers, and protect its home field. It brings tenacity, makes opposing defense have to think about what we're doing with the football. Okay, Todd, thank you for that. Scott, 9 wins each year, playing for the SEC championship each year. Scott, you're dreaming. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Getting a playoff spot each year. I wouldn't want to coach for you. That's an impossible standard. Being competitive in every game, not playing down the level of inferior teams, okay. Practicing hard and playing smart, okay. Regarding the 3 permanent opponents, I've been a Gator fan since the early 80s. Disappointed Tennessee and Auburn aren't on our list. Playing Auburn and Georgia back-to-back each year was a great tradition, and Tennessee developed into a great rivalry. Yeah, we'll see what the official game list is going to be. That's going to be released tonight. BB, there is no Gator Standard. Try your hardest, but success is year to year, day to day. And with the wild, wild west of NIL, it's a rat race with the big dollar cats swallowing the slow, low dollar ones whole. So he says there is no Gator Standard. Art says the Gator Standard is winning games and having 11 men on the field. Both things Napier is incapable of. Greg is on the Titan MRI imaging phone line. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Steve. Really enjoy your show with Coach and with Shane, and just so great to have you back. With the Gator Standard for me, Steve, is kind of, you touched on a little bit. I mean, doesn't it change in a way? I mean, you can look at 0-10-1. No one's talking about a Gator Standard back in '79 when I was at Howard Bishop Middle School. I think when we had the success with the championships and, of course, in basketball, too, we started talking about a Gator Standard. But Steve, I'll leave this question with you off air. Does NIL change the Gator standard in any way? And I'll listen off air. Love the show. Go Gators.
Okay, Greg, thank you. It should not. It should not. Look, that's just part of the culture of the sport now, right? William wants to know, did Mizell play last week? No, he did not. But the methodology of getting to the Gator standard certainly changes, right, because of NIL. But I don't think it changes what people think it should be. Dustin, Waldrop pitches tonight against the Nationals. I don't think they play the Nationals. I'm almost positive they don't. Gator standard being excellent in all areas, relentless effort and accountability, cultural expectations. I'm not sure what that means. Cultural, I'd like to know what that means. Jonesy, I've heard many opinions about what Florida needs to do. What do you think they need to do? My opinion is execute. Did you see the Lions last night? Execute. Yeah, they were really good last night. They're a fun team to watch. Look, I'm going to get to some of the emails we couldn't get to yesterday, too, if time permits. The venom over Saturday starts to wane by today. The fact of the matter is, unless something drastically changes, Napier's not going anywhere in the short term, at least. Could he last until the next bye week? If things don't improve, there could certainly be some changes there. Bill, once again having 10 players in the field, continuation of poor coaching and player awareness. If Napier and his special teams coach can't get the simple issue fixed after 4 years, why would anybody think Napier would be able to solve more complex issues like the offense and poor player execution? This is a failure of coaches and players, and there's little reason to believe anything Napier says or does. David, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve. How you doing today?
Good, sir.
Good. I talk about the Gator standard. Will our Gator fans accept the standard of hoping for a 9-3 season? With the opponents we face, I think we stand to have a really good opportunity to get in the playoff. But 9-3, think about the last however many years, that's the reason to fire a coach. So I'm a golfer. If we could lower our expectations, maybe things would go a little better. But that would be asking a whole heck of a lot. You have a good day, my friend.
All right. Thank you, David. Yeah, and I don't think you need to lower your expectation. I think you need to keep the expectation high. If you lower the standard, you're accepting, I don't want to say mediocrity, but you're accepting less. I don't think you should do that. Now, I'll meet you halfway here. Florida currently plays 8 teams ranked in the top 15 in the AP poll. That is ridiculous. If anybody thinks a team, let's not use Florida, any team would win 10 games against that schedule, stop it. Okay? But I get the point. Bill, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve. I wanted to talk about 2 things. Gator standard to me is to at least be in the playoff hunt, and also to have teams fear us when we play them. Right now, we're preseason top 25, but we go, and I have a feeling nobody cares if they're not afraid of us anymore. And I think that's reasonable. I'm not going to say 10-3, 9-3. What I just want us to be relevant.
Define relevant, though.
I mean relevant in that people talk about us, that we have a chance to be in the playoffs. We talk about, that we have a chance to maybe be in the field of SEC championship caliber. I just don't think we're there anymore. I mean, I think, it's like we start accepting a losing culture and attitude. Like, is this ever going to stop? Where are we at? And we haven't been there for a while, to tell you the truth. Maybe Mullen, I guess. But obviously that goes away. But, yeah, I agree with you. Bad schedule, tough schedule, and all of that. But, I don't think anybody really talks about us in any chance that we have any chance to get in the playoffs or SEC championship or something like that.
Okay.
I guess that means relevant.
All right. Bill.
May I ask you a second thing?
Quickly.
In my feeling, I think Napier's, handcuffing DJ Lagway isn't allowing him anything downfield, even though I know he was pushed around by Miami. But all he's doing is short passes to the ends and then nothing downfield. So I know everybody's got opinions about that. But anyway.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Yep. Well, I'll counter that. Teams know through Lagway's success last year of throwing the ball down the field, they're trying to take that away by playing too high safety, and they're making Lagway throw the ball in, short and intermediate where he's not particularly skilled at that yet. So, you can throw the ball into coverage, and I would imagine there are ways to combat that. But I think that's part of what teams saw, and they're trying to take that away. They coach too. Sam says Gator standards to be competitive in all sports across the board. When your conference in each sport be in the mix for national championships yearly without sacrificing academic integrity. That's a tough standard, Sam. Again, your word competitive, that part isn't. But win your conference in each sport. Are you saying try to attain that? If you are, I'm with you. The mix for national championships yearly, that's hard. That's hard. But, doable. And then Andrew, is it okay to wish the team falls apart? When is it okay to give up and not care about the present so the future's better? I'm thinking Jones could save Napier's job. I'm not sure I can handle Groundhog's Day every year. We'll come back with more. Don't forget, Seth Greenberg joins us to talk some basketball at 1:45 as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
From the swamp
to the hardwood
to the diamond,
no one does Gator sports like we do.
Your home for Gator sports is WRUF
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
Nope, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with core power.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
When you're ready to stop juggling high-interest credit cards, when you're ready for one simple payment instead of 5, when you're ready to see the finish line on your debt, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Radiant's special low-interest personal loan can help you consolidate debt into one predictable monthly payment. With a fixed rate and term, no surprises, and fast approvals by our local lending team, you'll know exactly when you'll be debt-free. So when you're ready to take control, Radiant is ready to help. Visit radiantcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Opportunity Lender.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Welcome back to Sports Scene, fueled by Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. We broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. Call us up, Titan MRI Imaging phone line, 392-8255. International Diamond Center email is srussell@wruf.com. We're talking about the Gator Standard today, but if you want to bring up something else, you can certainly do that, and we will talk to you. Again, Seth Greenberg is going to talk some hoops in about 10 minutes or so. Tennessee Mike, hello.
Hey, Steve. I got a sportsmanship question for you involving Sankey and maybe a question about Strickland.
All right.
Steve, as I've always said many times, I think you got great character and you exemplify sportsmanship and you've coached the game. I believe it was Doring that asked this question on the SEC football final wrap-up show. The officials are taking the beating for letting the controversial play in the Auburn game work and not catching it till after the fact.
Right.
I believe Doring asked, why was that play in the playbook? Why did Venables and his staff coach what they knew to be an illegal play? So here's my question. Should Brent Venables be suspended for this week's game?
I don't know about suspended for the game, but reprimanded in some way by the league office, a fine, whatever that might be. I don't think that would be out of line.
Yeah, I heard the rule specifically read whatever's in the rule book, and I believe it's something in there about coaches should not knowingly teach illegal plays. And we've seen this in other parts of the game, I guess, too, perhaps, when you talk about players faking the injuries. And we know in baseball, sign stealing's been out there forever. But let's not forget, Steve, a conference commissioner has power when they want to use it. Bruce Pearl's in the news. At the height of the Cam Newton scandal, Steve, and the church money in Mississippi State, Sankey, or I guess it'd be Slive, whichever one it was at the time, I guess it was Sankey, came out and suspended Bruce Pearl for half a conference season. Half a conference season. He's got the power to suspend Venables for a game, Steve, and send a message.
He has the power, but does the punishment fit the crime? One play. If I'm sure he knew that was not a legal play. I'm not saying don't punish him in some way, but I don't know that the punishment necessarily fits the crime.
Well, we saw the Michigan coaches get suspended up there, and I think Sankey should suspend Venables this week or he's condoning cheating. But I guess we just disagree on that.
Okay.
Hey, one other question for you, Steve. Shane is throwing around Kiffin's name a lot. I know everybody's talking about Kiffin down your way, and Dooley even brought up Gruden's name on his show yesterday. But let me ask you this, Steve. Why didn't Strickland give Kiffin a sniff when he was hiring Napier?
I do not know the answer to that. And we don't know that he didn't.
Yeah, I think most everybody knows Kiffin never got a sniff last go-round.
No, well, we don't know that, right? Well, and here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. Sometimes a coach who's successful at place A is not necessarily a fit at place B. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if Scott Strickland, being at Mississippi State, had any issue with Lane Kiffin being at Ole Miss. I don't know that. That's just pure speculation.
Okay, last question on this, Steve. You know how the inner workings work with athletic directors, and you knew Foley and all these guys. I think it's fair to say, do you agree with me on this, that there's a certain percentage of athletic directors in America that want no part of Lane Kiffin, and I personally believe Scott Strickland is one of those ADs. But the AD at Ole Miss doesn't mind hiring Lane Kiffin, and look how that's worked out. But I believe Strickland, the only way he would hire Lane Kiffin is if he gets told to hire Lane Kiffin. But if it was up to his own devices, he would never hire Lane Kiffin. Hang in there, Steve.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I don't think it's just the athletic director either. Look, let's just get down to this, okay? There are places where coaches are fits and places where coaches are not fits. The head ball coach came here, a relative unknown, right? And we all know what happened. But Steve played at Florida and all that, right? Kiffin is much like Steve in some ways. He's not afraid to speak his mind. Well, traditionally around here, in the hierarchy, that's not been well received at times. And if you're Ole Miss, what do you have to lose by hiring Lane Kiffin? Because you haven't been any good, right? I mean, let's be honest about that. Lane Kiffin has Ole Miss relevant. He's done a terrific job there. But that hire was a relatively easy hire because of where the program was. Now, one can argue Lane Kiffin would be an easy hire now because of where the program is here. But sometimes personalities don't fit. Dustin, you're right. I was thinking the Mets for some reason. I was not thinking Waldrop. I was thinking Sproat. So you were right about the Nationals. JR says, appears Napier's willing to die in the sword of Lagway. Strickland's willing to die in the sword of Napier. Don't understand why these commitments are so strong. Makes no sense to me that Lagway started the season with Napier knowing that due to his off in preseason, he wasn't ready to play. It's a disservice to the team and fans to play him under these circumstances. If he's indeed the best quarterback in the room, that's sad commentary on the rest of the quarterbacks. And again, it's amazing how the worm has turned when it comes to DJ Lagway. Right? A lot of this fan base can win the Heisman Trophy, blah, 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 now replace him. That's what happens. Bob in Jacksonville, when the earlier email I mentioned the Gator bait cheer, dumbest thing I've ever heard. Why do 90,000 fans take such joy in regaling their opponents as agents for their own team's destruction? Had to get that off my chest. Well, that's not going to come back. So that's kind of a moot point. Andrew, hello.
Hey, good afternoon, Steve. I listen to you guys regularly. No offense to the callers. I do it myself. But we've kind of got into this just echo chamber feedback loop of fire Billy, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? What questions about the football program do you see that we should be asking?
Well, first of all, the most obvious one, is he the right guy to lead this program, given his overall record? Look, I get chastised somewhat by people because I don't want to pull the plug quickly on a coach. I know how hard they work. I know, what goes into that, and it's their job. And I would hope that people would not, in their own job, I wonder how many people would like to have what some fans do to their job, right? But that aside, I do think that's the main question right now. And then if you want to get into the X's and O's, is he the right guy to call plays? I just don't see a ton of creativity in the play calling. And is that the quarterback? Is that the offensive line? There's a lot of reasons for that. Coach Spurrier just said it. When he was here, his quarterbacks got rid of the ball in like 2.5 seconds. So and their offense obviously was very good. Now, why not replicate that? Well, that's not easy. Coaches like Coach Spurrier don't come down the pike a lot. The other thing I would say, it looks like he's got the locker room. They didn't quit. They played very hard Saturday. That is certainly a good sign. But my two main questions would be, if I'm the athletic director, is he the right guy to get Florida football back to where it's relevant, and whatever that word means? And then from an X's and O standpoint, should he be the play caller? And then, should there be somebody maybe helping his quarterbacks do a little bit more?
I agree 100%. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Quickly here, Sam says he meant for every UF sport to be competitive enough to be in the mix to win a conference championship. Same with the NC. He says, do you think his Guardians, he's a Guardians fan, the Mets have collapsed. The Tigers have really collapsed. I mean, they were leading that division by 15 games, and the Guardians have caught them. Amazing. It's amazing what's happened there. We're going to end talking about Bruce Pearl with ESPN Seth Greenberg. He's next as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Sofia Alamo. Paloma Pena is the SEC Defensive Soccer Player of the Week. She became the first Gator goalkeeper to turn in a clean sheet in her first complete collegiate game since 2017 in a match against number 15 North Carolina on Sunday. The redshirt sophomore shared her feelings about the performance.
I was just really proud of my back line, and it honestly made my job way easier. All I had to do was make the save, which is what I'm here to do, but it was really them. They gave me that confidence. They did their job so that I could do mine.
Pena is the second soccer Gator to earn a league mention this season after reaching a collegiate high of 6 saves. Gators basketball officially opened the 2025-2026 fall practice on Monday. The reigning champs returned to the court on November 3rd against Arizona in Las Vegas. DJ Lagway was reported to be in a walking boot Monday after the loss to number 4 Miami on Saturday. He's not ruled out against Texas on October 4th.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com.
That's radware.com, and let your brand shine.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It may be autumn, but today will feel more like summertime. We'll have mostly sunny skies turning partly cloudy into the early afternoon. High temperatures today in the low 90s, 92 your forecasted high for Gainesville. Feels like temperatures, though, making it to the upper 90s. Now, we'll have a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon and early evening hours, mainly along the I-75 corridor. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
Welcome back to Sports Scene. Going to bring in, to end the show today, one of my favorite guests. You see him all the time on ESPN talking college basketball. Seth Greenberg joins us here. Seth, thank you for taking the time. Let me get right to things here. I was surprised about this announcement about Bruce Pearl. Were you?
Not overly. Obviously there's been a lot of speculation. Is he running for Senate? Is he still have that same passion and enthusiasm that makes Bruce Pearl? I talked to him a lot this summer. I mean, he was out recruiting. He was investing time, obviously, in trying to identify, which is probably as good as any in the country in terms of evaluation, and trying to bring guys into the program. And here's the deal. He always wanted his son to get an opportunity to be the head coach at Auburn. And I think timing is everything. I think the opportunity to step away when he, as he said in his own words, that he just couldn't give the same commitment in September, hand it over to Steven. They've got a young team, but a talented team. I think he just felt the time was right. So I was not overly shocked. I know he's talked about kind of being worn down by the profession a little bit. He's also obviously very active in different social activities in terms of in politics and in things that are going around the world. I think that took a little bit of time away from him in terms of just having to answer questions and being so active on social media with it. So, hey, it's an exciting day for Bruce Pearl and his family. He's stepping away. He'll still be an Auburn man. His son gets a chance to take the reins. He wasn't given the job, Stephen Pearl. He earned it. He just happened to be a guy that played for a Hall of Fame coach and worked for a Hall of Fame coach and just happened to be his son. So I think it's an exciting time for his family and a great opportunity for Stephen.
Seth, I want to put your coaching hat on here for a second. Todd Golden had a media scrum yesterday, and some of the players were there. And look, fans being fans, this is another good team. Hey, we can win back-to-back. Florida's done it before. If you were coaching now, do you address that with your team at all and discuss that?
No, because every year is new. It's a new season. It's a new team. It's a new backcourt. You've got new players. That championship and the last time they won back-to-backs is part of the history and the tradition of Florida basketball. And you don't have to tell the players they have an opportunity to go back-to-back. It was like last year I thought Danny Hurley made a mistake talking about three teams.
Okay.
Deal with what's right in front of you. What's in front of you is this new team. What's in front of you is developing roles, continuing to build on the identity, figuring out which players will fill it. Look, that backcourt last year was ridiculous. Yeah. Not only was it ridiculous, but the pieces fit. Who's Elijah Martin? Who's Walter Clayton? or maybe we're going to have a greater emphasis in our front court with Condon and Howe. And, how much better is Chinny improve? Will Hanlogan have a say in the matter? Lee's a different player than those guys. Boogie Fland is playing more off the bounce, maybe. He's not Walter Clayton third. He's just not. I mean, just the way it is, Junior. I mean, he's just not. He's a really good player, but they're all different. So I think Todd understands that. I think Todd's really, really good at staying focused on what's right in front of him. And, all right, what do we have to do with this group to be the best version of ourselves, to give us the best chance to win? And if we're good enough, and we do a good enough job, then it'll put us in the situation to compete for championships. You want to compete for championships every single year when you're at Florida. So that's their goal, and that would be a repeat. But he can't be focused with repeating. He's got to be focused with the process.
Seth Greenberg joining us here from ESPN, talking college basketball. We all know how loaded the SEC was last year, Seth. What do you look at the SEC this time around?
Investment equals expectation. The SEC is not going anywhere. Will it be as good as last year? Yeah, I don't know if it'll be that good. I mean, that was historically good.
Yeah.
But, if you go around the league, Auburn's going to be good. Florida's going to be good. Alabama's going to be good. Kentucky's going to be good. Arkansas is going to be good. It's easy. Georgia might be better. And they lost, Demery, who's a terrific player, but they also replaced him with good players. So if you go up and down the league, and you're coaching in that league, and Steve, you've been around this thing a long time, there aren't a lot of get healthy games.
Yeah.
Like LSU invested more money in the program. They did a nice job in the portal. Not a great job, but they did a nice job in the portal. But there are no rocket share games. The job that Chris Beard's doing at Ole Miss. Josh Hubbard coming back from Mississippi State. You go up and down the league. Vanderbilt did a masterful job, not a good job, a masterful job in the portal. Missouri, I absolutely love Roberson in the backcourt. I just think, Robinson in the backcourt. I just think he's really good. Sebastian Mackey from UCLA, he'll have a little bit more freedom. He'll be aggressive. He'll be able to score. If the Porter kid, obviously, the transfer from LMU is as good as people think. Mitchell's a tough matchup. You start going down. I'm looking at my notes. Porter Mosier, he lost Fears, but let me tell you something. He did a terrific job in the portal. The Brown kid from St. Joe's can flat score. Nigel Pratt can stretch the defense. Reed from Alabama had a huge upside. So you go down the league and say, if you lose two in a row, you kind of look and say, where's my next week coming from?
Yeah.
And that was the amazing thing about what happened with Arkansas last year. 0-5 to the Sweet 16. The hardest thing to do in coaching, and you and I have talked about this a bunch of times, is when your team goes south.
Yes.
How do you get your team back?
Yes.
How do you get them to focus on what's in front of them in the next play, in the next game? And how do you get them not to start pointing fingers? How do you get the circle of influence around them, the static around the individual players, the agents, the workout guys, the grassroots coaches, the parents, and everyone else that's around these kids? How do you get them to not interject their voice and make sure that they hear the one voice that's most important? That's the voice of the coaches.
I want to go out and shoot some baskets now because of Seth Greenberg. Seth, it's always good to have you here. Thanks for taking the time. Hope everything goes well for you, my friend. And
Good to hear your voice, my friend.
Yeah.
Stay well.
You too, Seth. Thank you. I always enjoy him. Seth Greenberg talking hoops here from ESPN. Don't forget, tonight you can talk volleyball with Coach Ryan Theis, 6 o'clock here on WRUF. Again, I want to thank all of our sponsors today. Gator Trimlight Studios, where we broadcast the show from. The Facebook Live questions brought to you by Ruzogler State Farm. Our YouTube questions from UCampus USA Credit Union. Our phone line sponsor, Titan MRI and Imaging. Our clip of the day on WRUF Facebook and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. The email is courtesy of International Diamond Center. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law. Quality Plumbing and Crystal Air and Water, also sponsoring Sports Scene today and every day. Thank you for tuning in today. We'll do this again tomorrow. Kelly Ray Finley, Florida women's basketball coach, will join us, and a Gator grad, Chris Kirchner, will talk Major League Baseball, especially the Yankees. Thanks to Jessica for producing the show, and Kevin Winter and the Sports Lab gang next. Keep it right here. I'm Steve Russell. See you later.
No one brings you the NFL like we do. WRUF.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
Thankfully, we haven't had any strong rains or winds this storm season, but it's not over yet. Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. If you have broken, dead, or compromising limbs, shallow roots, or deceased trunks, call Daughtry Tree for a free risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Local, trusted, and fully insured. Be safe and make your appointment today. Visit DaughtryTree.com. Daughtry Tree, your tree service people.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. You've heard his voice for more than 2 decades.
Out of the shotgun, pistol formation, pulls it back. Here comes the ball, near side, wide open, and it's caught. Is he in bounds? Yes, he was. Second TD pass of the game.
Now, winter has come to Gainesville and joined Gator Nation.
Telvin Smith of the Jaguars joins us here on Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Flushed out of the pocket, throws back in the end zone, and is knocked away!
Now, here's Kevin Winter.
It's being reported that DJ Lagway is in a boot. So back in a boot, but again, you're 2 weeks away from Texas, and so much then can come out from that. But listen, he's banged up. I mean, he's gotten destroyed. So they're saying that should be still fine for Texas. But then, there could be another rumor out there. Well, it's 4 games. Yeah, maybe time to shut him down.
That was the news that came down from Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley yesterday. They read Graham Hall's tweet from at Swamp247, Gators 247. Graham Hall had it. The news that DJ Lagway is back in a walking boot. The news from me is I survived 6 hours of a human resource training yesterday. I can't tell you what I learned other than don't swear at the students. I think don't hit on them is good advice. Don't get hit on is good advice. Those are what I learned. No, only kidding. Things you have to do here at the University of Florida. Look, we joke because we're on the radio. It's a game. It's an adventure. And, yeah, I got half the students already turning red-faced and saying, look, this is what it does. We're in sports radio, everyone. How are you? Hope you had a great weekend. I said it yesterday when I popped in with Hannah Mack and A.J. Sheridan. For the first time, I felt like I've been welcomed to Gainesville, where I was part of you guys and part of Gator Nation, where the frustration just really sets in and takes over. It is the Sports Lab here on a Tuesday, Kevin. Sports Lab on a Tuesday, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We are your home of Gator Sports. Go live and local each and every Monday through Friday, noon to 6. I hope you all are enjoying it. We are going to continue to do this for a long time, and we want to continue to be a training ground for future broadcast students for at least an hour a day. But we got the Cardozo and Dooley show, the Tailgate. Those guys come on at 4. And it was yesterday that they gave the breaking news about 5 o'clock, just about, 22 hours, about 21 hours ago, that DJ Lagway is back in a walking boot. And my first reaction when I heard that news was, well, this explains so much. But then you realize, you read Graham's tweet where it says, a source stressed to @Swamp247, there's confidence that Lagway plays October 4th against Texas. The second-year quarterback remains focused on aiding Florida's attempt to turn around the 2025 season. But I'm thinking, okay, wait a minute here. You can hope to play all you want. What has gone right with you at quarterback? Now, it's not just your fault for DJ. Billy Napier's been in there as well. Obviously, he's under the crosshairs and the crossfire. The other side of the equation is, does he have the time at the line of scrimmage? Is his team helping him? Is the offensive line helping him? I remember one of the big talking points about one of the strengths of this team this year would be, could the offensive line, I mean, look, there's 2 preseason All-Americans on this offensive line, and they themselves have had issues. Now, is it because the play is broken down and DJ has improvised? I don't know. I know a lot of the holding calls have come out of the pocket. I know that this offense entering this past weekend, in fact, let me rephrase this. This offense right now has as many offensive touchdowns scored against FBS opponents as they do that have been negated because of penalties this season. That's a problem. And I'm not sure it can get any better. So where's the source of the problem? Is the source the play calling? All of you out there, I've become to be aware of who you are and what your philosophy is. You're tired of 4 years of the coach. I get it. Not here to fight you on it. Some of you can get talked off the ledge. Others cannot. I totally understand it. So you've got the 4 years with Billy. You've got where Billy is. You've got the play calling, which you've been complaining about. But now we're watching a quarterback who threw for 60-something yards the other day? I mean, as a team, this offense put up 141 yards. The Gators right now have their worst start to a season in 39 years. So I hear DJ's in the walking boot, and I'm thinking, all right, well, a couple of things can happen now. There's been a rumor going around, and I know all you on the internet, for those of you watching on our YouTube channel at WRUF, home of the Gators, all the social media chats. Look, you hear all these kinds of rumors. First off, this now is the perfect opportunity for DJ not to play against Texas, and he can still take his red shirt. Okay, there's one rumor. Another rumor going around is that DJ cannot be benched because of his NIL deal. Now, who's trying to tell me what? Does that mean it actually written in the NIL contract he can't be benched? Or are we not benching him as a school because he has an NIL deal and we're paying him money, or the collective is paying him money? Those are rumors going around. Here's what I know. If the quarterback is hurt and he's back in a walking boot and your season is on life support, I said it was on life support last week. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt that the season's on life support now. Because here's your silver lining. How many SEC losses does this team have? This team's got one SEC loss. Play the silver lining, royal blue and orange colored glasses that I will see the world through. And everyone out there just went, Kevin, you're smoking crack. They all just told me, Kevin, you're smoking crack if you think that this team with one loss can make it to Atlanta. Okay? But think about it. How many SEC losses does this team have? But I think it would take a change at quarterback for right now if DJ's hurt. One thing that was supposed to be beneficial for this bye week is for what? DJ to get reps. What have we been hearing for the last couple of weeks? We've been hearing that DJ Lagway needed reps. Billy Napier said it last week during Gator Talk. We know the situation we're in. DJ did not have any reps between spring and limited reps during fall training camp because of the foot. That's a problem. So this week was supposed to help him. But now he's back in the walking boot. 352-392-8255. 392-8255. That's the phone number to call. Lagway's back in the boot. That's where I want to start with. What happens now? Where do we go? I'm very curious. Now, look, in a bye week, Billy Napier doesn't have any media availability this week. He will get on the SEC conference call that every SEC coach has to do tomorrow. Billy's going to be on that. So he's going to do his normal spiel for about 10 minutes with the media, and he's going to be asked. He was going to be asked about DJ Lagway tomorrow. But I'm real curious how many reps Tramel Jones gets coming into next week. Are we back to square one when we figure out where we are? Is this Groundhog Day? I think I heard Steve say it earlier. Are we back to Groundhog Day where the starting quarterback peters out or reached wherever he is or gets hurt in this case, and you got to go to the true freshman? Do all eyes fall on the true freshman, and then we're back to the Andy Dufresne game of hope? That, to me, is one of the biggest question marks that we have. And I think I often wonder, is it going to define what happens to Billy the rest of the way? Because if you go to Tramel Jones and the spark happens, well, you sit back and go, well, here we go again. We're going to finish strong. Hell, what if you finished exceptionally strong and you make yourself a jaunt to Atlanta? Or something close. Look, that's a stretch. I understand. I am absolutely stretching the equation. Look, anything's possible, as Kevin Garnett said. You want to know what's possible? I could win Powerball tomorrow night. I get it. But the door is not closed. This is just like a baseball pennant chase. Until the magic number is 0, you haven't clinched squat. You hear about magic numbers this week. By the way, did you guys see the breaking news? MLB is going to automated balls and strikes next year. No umpires. Hang on, rephrase this. No umpires calling pitches at the plate. Automated balls and strikes. There's the breaking news sounder that I just put in there, too. It's a perfect time to actually play it. Automated balls and strikes for next year for Major League Baseball. That's a big deal. We'll talk about that coming up if you want. Everything's on the table. I want to talk more about DJ. Want to talk more about Mike Gundy, and now the fact the legacy coach has been fired. I think people out there just went, finally, like Gundy was still the head coach at Oklahoma State. Yeah, he was there for, I think, 18 years. 18 straight winning seasons for Gundy at one point, which was the 9th longest streak in NCAA history for a coach at one school. We'll talk about that. I want to go back to the Miami game as well because I didn't get a chance to speak with all of you. Jump aboard. 392-8255, 392-8255. Express your frustration, vent, bitch, moan. I'm here for you. You can do it all. I got you. Let's talk about a lot of things here. I'll answer your comments and questions on YouTube at WRUF, Home of the Gators, at WRUF, Home of the Gators. We'll talk about all that coming up. It is a Tuesday. It's the Sports Lab. We're off and running. Kevin Winter with you. WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm James McDonald. Gators quarterback DJ Lagway is in a walking boot after getting stepped on in Florida's 26-7 loss to number 4 Miami on Saturday. This is the second time this year Lagway has been in a boot after being one in late July after injuring his calf. DJ isn't the only Gator who was injured in the loss, as Dijon Johnson will undergo surgery on his right knee, likely sidelining him for the rest of the season. Florida basketball held their first press conference of fall camp on Monday. Coach Todd Golden explained how the team is staying humble and focused on winning games late in the year this year.
On a macro level, obviously our goal is to do it again, but with this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep in the March. In
baseball news, Gators infielder Brendan Lawson was ranked as the number 1 prospect in the 2027 MLB draft. Pitcher Aiden King was ranked number 10, with Jackson Barberry and Joshua Rittenauer rounding out the top 50.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I've been coming here since they've opened. They are the kindest, most giving people that you'll ever want to meet. I mean, they give before they ever get anything. I feel confident in smiling. I feel confident in speaking with people. The older you get, the less your regular teeth look white and happy and smiling. I have that now. I just know if anybody is thinking or needs dental help, medical help, any way, shape, or form, if they come here, they will receive not only the help they need, but they will come out feeling like a better person for knowing people that are here. Because everybody here treats everybody like family. You're not a patient here.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
One of the things that sets IDC apart from other jewelry stores is the selection, the sheer volume of diamonds available in any shape and any size.
You truly cannot compete with our inventory.
Meet IDC's Ryan McMahon, who explains that because International Diamond Center is a direct importer, they don't have to borrow diamonds from wholesalers or third-party suppliers like other stores.
When somebody is shopping around, say they're looking for a 2-3 carat diamond, a lot of stores don't own that level inventory. What they'll do is they'll say, I understand that's what you're looking for. Let me have a few options sent in for you tomorrow. They're just middlemaning a deal.
And that, Ryan says, always leads to a higher cost for you, but not at IDC.
When you come into one of our stores, you want to see a 2 carat, a 3 carat, 4 carat, 5. You can do that because we own the goods. We buy it right. We don't have to call around or source anything.
International Diamond Center. Bigger selection, better value every day.
I can sell a higher quality product at the most competitive pricing you'll find.
At Celebration Point.
Your drive home just got more interesting.
It's being reported that DJ Lagway is in a boot.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley.
They're saying that should be still fine for Texas. There could be another rumor out there. Well, it's 4 games. Maybe time to shut him down.
But if you shut him down, I mean, what's he going to do? They're not going to win a lot of these last games if Tramel Jones or
Harrison Bailey or anybody.
Weekdays at 4, right here on WRUF.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. You've entered the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, right here on WRUF.
Pick me something that's gone right tonight. Can you?
Nothing.
That's Shane Matthews. I'm Sean Kelly.
Well, I try to stay positive, but nothing has happened. I guess the only positive is that we're lucky we're only down 10-0.
That was in the first half Saturday evening. As I'm sitting here in studio, part of the Gator Sports Network from Learfield, I stay home. I stay back. Cardozo, Tate, Casey, Sean, and Shane obviously make the trek to Miami. I'm listening to the game, and I'm thinking, good God, this is a disaster. Like, this is a disaster of epic proportions almost. And I hear Sean and Shane say that. And I immediately looked at the clock and I wrote down, okay, that was set at 9:07. In fact, I knew it was 9:07 because I wrote it down on my piece of paper so I could go back and cut it. That's how bad it got the other night, guys. And I know you all know this, but it's my first opportunity to vent my frustration for how bad it got the other evening. Because you don't hear our guys speak like that. And there's only so much. And when someone is established and is well known as Shane, brings up, when he's asked the question by Sean, hey, can you pick me something that's gone right? And in the first half, he says nothing. He ain't lying. I know people don't want to hear it on this campus. I know that. But he's not lying. It's not good. There are problems. So, who's in charge of fixing them? Who needs to look in the mirror and see where we're at? Now, I want to go back to this. 392-8255. 392-8255. If you were to pull the plug, the transfer portal opens immediately. This roster, which has a lot of talent, the cupboard will be emptied rapidly. A lot of these guys love Billy. So know that for those of you who want to yank the cord and pull the parachute on the season. You better have a name or a person in place to replace the coach once the announcement's made. And I'm talking, you need to have someone like, because you can't get a coach who's under contract right now to coach your team. You can't do it. You got to wait till the end of the season. But if you fired your coach now, the plug's pulled in the season, half the team enters the transfer portal, and you're starting from scratch. Great question popped up on YouTube at WRUF, home of the Gators. Where is it? Can it get worse? Hang on, here's this question. This question came from Neil. You guys ready? Gator fans, you ready for this? Can it get worse, or are we at rock bottom? Now, the fun meme is I didn't know rock bottom had a cellar. Saw that girl when she got arrested on TikTok. Can it get worse, or are we at rock bottom? In my opinion, it gets worse if you win 2 games this entire year and only one is off of an FBS team. It gets worse if the entire team leaves because you fired the coach without a plan in place. That's where I want to go. Saw this from a guy by the name of Buddy Martin. He put this tweet out the other day. Hearing a lot about the uneasiness and unhappiness of DJ Lagway's dad during the game in Miami. Quote, an informed source said, I'm not sure why. He's also hearing about some wild numbers being thrown around, quote, for the right coach for when and if the shoe drops on Napier. Let me tell you guys something. I'm going to tell you, I also have heard wild numbers. I'm talking wild numbers. Numbers that you don't see in college football. I've heard those as well. Which is why if you're going to do it, and I'm not advocating, but if you were, you need to have that next coach in place. And by the way, I understand everyone's infatuated with the name John Gruden. But that's the kind of guy you'd have to have in place to keep the kids together. And then he's in charge of rebranding the quarterback. 392-8255, 392-8255. So are we at rock bottom or can it get worse? I think it gets worse if you go the rest of the season without the future plan in place. And at the end of the year, the kids leave. And then you got to re-recruit anyway. I know you have to re-recruit your own players every year, which is why I don't think someone like Nick Saban. Let me tell you, everyone, when I heard the numbers that came out, I immediately thought Nick Saban. Like that would be the kind of guy. But is Nick Saban up for recruiting and coaching? Re-recruiting his own players each and every year. That's part of the reason he left Alabama. But if you're going to throw out wild numbers, you're not throwing out wild numbers to just some Joe Schmo. 392-8255, 392-8255. Chris, you're up first on a Tuesday afternoon here in the Sports Lab on WRUF. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're all right. You're going to have to speak up a little bit, Bo. To answer your question, we've all been doing better. I know that.
All right. So I'm just going to go the route. I heard Spurrier's comment earlier that, you know, our team, we've been playing bad offensively, but, man, we've been in these ball games, even though we've had bad offensive put out. I think we're a drop pass, a couple passes away. We could easily be 4-0 right now. So I don't think we need to panic as a fan base just yet. Let's see what happens with this Texas game. If they can get this win and turn it around, I think we'll be all right, man.
Look, first off, I'm going to let you go. It's just where your cell's at, 392-8255. I appreciate it. There's a point to be made there. I understand the silver lining of where we are. And, yeah, the could have and would have and should haves. Look, if my aunt had him, she'd be my uncle. And you know what I'm saying. The could have, would have, should. I get that part. And I'm with you. If we don't hold or have an offensive pass interference or don't spit in the offensive lineman's face, we win the USF game. Though the Gators win the USF game. If DJ doesn't throw the poorly timed interceptions against LSU, I think we have a great chance to win that game. And I understand it's a play here or a play there. But eventually, either you're dealing with a cursed season or you got to figure the crap out because it's frustrating. So it can be a cursed season. Look, think about this, everyone. I've brought it up many times. Against USF, your All-American center, who's arguably the best center, your All-American long snapper, who's arguably the best long snapper in the country, almost played the role of Bull Durham and hit the mascot. Like, that's just what kind of day and season it feels like it's gone. You guys know, you ever see the movie The Replacements? Keanu Reeves, Gene Hackman. He was asked about what's a big fear of yours, and it's quicksand. Keanu Reeves says quicksand. The definition of quicksand is the harder you try to get out of quicksand, the further deep you sink. I feel like the Gators right now are in quicksand. want to continue to take your phone calls, 392-8255, 392-8255. Talk about all that coming up. I want to get some thoughts on Mike Gundy. Where we go, where is, if the Gators pulled the plug, obviously, around here we all believe that's the best coaching job available. But you got Vatech, you got UCLA. All right, hang on. Let's forget UCLA for a moment. That's funny. That's a joke, Kevin. Vatech, Oklahoma State, in Florida. By the way, I'm not sure if it happens at all this year, if the plug gets pulled until the end of the season. I don't think so. And I think part of it has to be like a plan in place. Let's talk about all that with you guys. 392-8255, 392-8255. Want to remind everyone, the Ryan Theis Show, the Ryan Theis Volleyball Show, an in-depth look at Gator Volleyball, happens tonight beginning at 6 right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF. Your front row seat to all Gator sports.
98.1 FM, 850 AM.
103.7 HD2.
And anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
This is Gator Country.
Dave Mays Automotive. We get the bugs out of your car.
Hey, Steve Russell here. I've seen a lot of great sports teams in my day, but it's really hard to find a team that can sustain excellence over a long period of time. That's why what Dave Mays Automotive has done is so impressive. This year, they're celebrating their 50th year in business, and I can tell you, they've done a great job for me, just like they'll do for you. Brakes, AC, tires, oil changes, and so much more, including their famous bug check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no unexpected problems down the road. Dave Mays Automotive is located at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive, in the industrial complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road, and online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com. Dave Mays Automotive. They get the bugs out.
Dave Mays Automotive. We get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
I love the ocean.
Me? I love a slow winding river.
I love the lake, slick as glass.
But nothing compares to what you love inside the boat.
My family.
My child.
My best friend from first grade.
If you're behind the wheel of a boat, pay attention. That way your favorite water will always be safe water. Learn more about boating safety at myfwc.com. Brought to you by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Florida Gator Volleyball is in full attack mode, and that means the Ryan Theis Show is on the air.
Arguably the best conference in the country.
Hi, this is Tom Collett, voice of Florida Volleyball. Tuesday nights, I sit down with volleyball head coach Ryan Theis for a look at the team.
Their age shows up a little bit from time to time, whether it's practice from day to day or, that North Carolina match. But these guys are here to compete, and they're here to have fun.
The Ryan Theis Show, Tuesday nights at 6 on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
You've entered the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Got a little Major League Baseball for you tomorrow night. We're going to have the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. We'll start our coverage at 6:30. First pitch just after 7. Major League Baseball's regular season ends on Sunday. During the month of October, I'm going to try to carry as many postseason baseball games as possible. Obviously, look, football is my number one priority down here that we're going to try to get for all of you. I know how much you love football, but I'm going to squeeze in some baseball each and every night. Probably next Tuesday and Wednesday we'll have some wild card games. If you are a sports fan and you didn't see the news, Major League Baseball is going to the automated balls and strike challenge system during the entire 2026 season. So the ABS system, the challenge system, will be in place for all of the next season. Kind of, I think it's pretty much like the one you had during the All-Star game. All right, there's my baseball minute. Greg is up next here on the Sports Lab. Greg, you're up with Kevin Winter here on WRUF.
Hey, Kevin, man, really starting to dig your show, dude. Hey, I just want to do a quick rebuttal to the play here and the play there, and we're really close. Urban Meyer said this when he came here, and he said it about games like, for instance, this LSU game. He says in big-time games, it's going to come down to a handful of plays. So taking what Urban said, and he was right, it's been a handful of plays that Billy's teams aren't making, and it isn't like it's just this year. But with all due respect to that caller, it's been 4 years of that, and I know you're new here, Kevin, but it's almost as if, I mean, I like Billy as a person. He seems like a really humble, good Christian man, but the guy is snake bit when it comes to University of Florida football. Love the show, man, and keep rocking, Kevin. Love the show.
I appreciate it, Greg. Thank you very much. 392-8255, 392-8255. I brought up the point of quicksand a moment ago from the movie The Replacements. My new favorite fan apparently on WRUF, home of the Gators on YouTube, Chicago Gator, says, Kevin, this is how bad it's gotten. The guys from The Replacements look like a better football team than the Gators right now. At least those players showed heart, grit, and a will to win. Okay, hang on. He actually asked me another question a minute ago. I want to get to that point. See, I disagree with you right now, Chicago Gator, on the players showing heart, grit, and a will to win. I do. I think because 98% of those players are showing heart, grit, and a will to win. There's execution errors. There are mental errors. Now that goes back to a coach. I'm going to give you an example of something that happens here at the College of Journalism when I'm an instructor. So if I ask you to do something and I give you if I show you how, and by the way, it's not just here. Think about this in any walk of life. Whatever you're doing doing construction, you're doing plumbing, whatever it may be. I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to ask you to do it. You're going to show me you know how to do it. And then I don't want to see mistakes. It happens the same way in football or sports. I'm going to show you how to hold and how to block and not hold as an offensive lineman. Now, I get holdings happen. You want to know what doesn't happen? Spitting in the dude's face. Can I throw another one out there for us? You want to know what shouldn't be happening? What shouldn't be happening is only 10 men on the field for a blocked field goal, for a blocked field goal attempt, your field goal defense. 10 men. Come on, man. Like, those are the ones where I sit back and go, I can't defend you. I can't defend you when you're running 10 players out on the field to try to block a field goal. You're not helping me, man. And it sucks because he is a nice guy. He's very welcoming to me. I can't defend you for that. That's the problem. So for all of you out there that you see this frustration, I get it. He's a really good dude. 392-8255, 392-8255. One of the questions I did get asked. Hey, Kevin. Where is it? Hang on. 3, 2, 1. We'll get there. Kevin, you're from your perspective up in New England. How do people outside of the SEC bubble view Florida football? Is Florida still seen as a national brand or just another team struggling to stay relevant? See, I actually like that question, Gator. I really like that question because it's one of the reasons I came down to take this job. The answer is Florida football, especially for my generation, is still a national brand. My generation is I was in junior high when you played for the SEC championship in 1992. So what? That's probably my sophomore year of high school. Freshman's 91. Yeah, I'm a sophomore in high school when you're playing for the 92 SEC championship. So my generation sees that. My generation grew up on SEC football becoming the dominant force of all the major conferences because you became the iconic conference because you had that championship game. You had that standalone game. To me, standalone games are how you get set apart and how you perform in them. Now, everyone's got them, but you actually try to get the standalone games at the beginning of the year. Florida's still a brand. When I got wind that this job was open and when Sean Kelly calls me and says, hey, let's talk about, after I go on my month bender, when I got fired at ESPN, look, I'm going to have to do it on a podcast. But I'll tell you the month-long bender I went on when I got fired at ESPN. I was ticked. I went on a bender. I'm telling you, I was not a pleasant person to be around. Good Lord, I was on a bender. But so Sean calls me and he asks me, he says, what about coming down to Florida? Explains the job. You could join the pregame show. You could join me and Jeff and Tate and Shane. Absolutely, I'm on it. You want to know why? Because Florida is a national brand. And that's where I understand your passion coming from, Gator fans, because it's not just your team. I had always wondered about going to a college community. The only real college community I'd ever been to outside of like popping into Boston College and stopping in at Notre Dame Stadium when I was calling games at Hofstra back when I was a student broadcaster in the 90s. The only other college environment I went to, I called a game at College Station, Auburn and Texas A&M in 2017. Now, A&M, they didn't have Jimbo Fisher. Who was the coach after Jimbo? The coach after Jimbo, we'll pull it up and find it. Kevin Sumlin, right? Kevin Sumlin. Sumlin was the coach. This is the year, I think Jimbo's still actually at Florida State because Florida State played Auburn for the national championship with Jameis. Because Auburn went there 2017, they go play for the title. Anyway, long story short, I go visit Texas A&M and College Station for a night. That was my first chance to actually understand a college environment, a college town that doesn't have a pro town around it. Like College Station's similar to Gainesville. Houston's a 2-hour ride away, so you've got your pro towns. Tampa's what, 2-hour drive south? Jacksonville, hour and a half north, 2-hour ride, depending on traffic somewhere in that area. You got Orlando, so you got some pro teams around. Your team in our listening audience on WRUF is the Gators. So I understand that passion now. That you don't have another outlet. You wait for football season. Look, I love hoops. I love all sports. I can't wait for basketball season. This schedule is hell, by the way. That's awesome. See, the difference is like between the two sports. Kevin Winter with you here on the Sports Lab, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, 392-8255, 392-8255. It goes back to you've got a team in basketball that you jump in and become a fan of, but it's a team that's ready for this schedule. This season for football, we hoped this team was ready for the schedule. We knew there was talent, but we did it on hope. We know the basketball team's ready to accept that challenge for the schedule. Yes, you play more games. You play what? What are we going? 35 basketball games, I think it is this year. It's insane. You've got more games, more opportunities to make it to the NCAA tournament. College football, you got 12 games, maybe 13 if you're lucky. You go to a championship game, and that's all you've got with an opportunity to get to the college football playoff. And let's face it, 5 spots are filled already. 4 conference champions, then that group of 5, 6, whatever we call them. If Notre Dame gets its act together, bank on them getting in. You can easily bank on them getting in. So all that's on the table. So I hope I answered your question. Like, Florida is still a brand, and it's one reason that I took this job. It's one reason I took this job. Because that's what Florida's the brand to be part of it. So, yeah, I understand where you guys are coming from. JD, you're up next here on a Tuesday afternoon in the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter.
Hey, Kevin, thank you for that that explanation that you just gave. That was fantastic because, we're in a little cocoon, a little bubble down here. We don't know outside of the Southeast where we really are, how we're considered, but not that really matters.
So hang on. I love that part. Some actually care. Some ask because they care. Others ask because it was polite. So however this person asked, I'm okay with it. It's okay.
Yeah, right. And we're glad to have you. We're glad you're here.
Thanks.
You're a breath of fresh air, young fella. So I want to throw this out, Kevin, and this may not be the right time or place to say it, but I for one, are having the quarterback is injured again, fatigue. I'm having a little bit of fan fatigue too, but I don't know. And again, I don't want to blame the young man, but I think if you look at the quarterback stats in the SEC, if we're not last, I would be shocked. I'd hate to see who is last on those quarterback ratings. And I don't put that on him. I really put that on the coaching staff.
Well, if he's hurt, JD, if he's hurt, it is on him, right? If he's hurt, it's on a combination. If he's hurt, it brings up an entirely different conversation, which is, should he have been playing in the LIU game? Which begs the question, well, yes, because I can give you both sides of that argument. He needed the reps, but he wasn't 100% healed yet. So that's where that goes to. If he's hurt, it's on him, and it's on this new day and age of college sports, particularly college football, particularly if you're shelling out $2 million as a collective to pay DJ or whatever his NIL deal is. It ain't cheap. You want your money worth, right?
Exactly. But I will say this, Kevin, you have to. I'm an old military guy. You got to consider the team, the group, and what's best for the group. And I think I read somewhere where one of the offensive linemen was talking about, they went all through fall camp with the number 2 quarterback as their
Tramel Jones, absolutely, yeah.
And that's who they were used to. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying, hey, if the guy's not 100, and I'm tired of hearing, it's not 100%, he shouldn't be out there, and let's move on. We can't do any worse. I mean, I don't know what the stats are as quarterbacks are concerned in the SEC.
JD, you brought up a minute ago. Let me ask you a question. You brought up a minute ago. You're a military guy. I wasn't. My father served in Vietnam, so I'm just going to go off of things you hear. If you're going on an operation, if you're doing lone survivor stuff, right? It's a mission. You're going on a mission, but you're all at a base overseas, and a guy's banged up or the head's not right. Are you taking him, or are you replacing him on your team?
You're replacing him. Absolutely, you're replacing him.
Right.
And the other thing that I was going to work my way around to, because I know you're short on time, but
it's okay.
And that is leadership. You got to know when you go out there, and whatever endeavor you're trying to do, you got to know that when you go out there, everybody is pulling. Everybody's got a hold of the rope, and they're pulling. Everybody, you don't have to look around and wondering, is this guy doing this? Is this guy doing that? You know that they are. So, the leadership issue is a separate, but kind of in that thing, because I'm not seeing a whole lot of leadership either from that position. So, and maybe, we're not out there every day. We don't know what's going on. We don't. But as an outside observer, it doesn't look like, and that tends to eventually wear off on the other guys. Like, if your supreme leader saying, okay, you guys are going out there and this guy's going to be your leader, and he's forcing it on you, that doesn't work.
Agreed.
So,
leadership is earned, which is why captains are not necessarily captains are named differently than leaders, and even sometimes you can be a leader as opposed to a captain. JD, you got to run. Appreciate it. 392-8255, 392-8255, 392-8255. I want to round out a couple of topics. Take your phone calls coming up next. Figure out what they are, and I want to just give you my opinions on the SEC annual opponents, because tonight there's going to be an SEC schedule release for the 9-game conference slate coming up next week. All right, phone calls coming up next here on the Sports Lab, and then we're going to give way to Vivanco. And who else is in today? Hannah Mack. I got Mack and Vivanco, who are going to be filling in, riding shotgun for the second hour as well. Well, it's the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Haley Smith. Florida men's basketball clings on a strong reputation, but faces adversity heading into this season. The Gators lost star players Walter Clayton Jr., Will Richard, and Elijah Martin to the NBA draft following last season. Junior forward Thomas Hawk says he has trust in the team's ability to play a great season.
I think obviously that's going to be in the back of our minds, but I think this team's
mature enough and confident enough to move on to the next year.
New faces will be stepping into the O-Dome this year as the Gators welcome transfer guards Boogie Fland from Arkansas and Xavier Lee from Princeton. Gator women's cross country is coming out of the box flaming, ranked number 12 in the Week 1 coaches poll after first place performance at the Florida Intercollegiate. Quarterback DJ Lagway couldn't seem to get away without a scratch against the Hurricanes on Saturday. Lagway is currently sporting a walking boot due to a minor toe injury. This injury is considered precautionary, and Lagway is expected to make an appearance in the next game against Texas.
International Diamond Center's values are so compelling, it's not unusual to see people here that are not local.
Every day, we have people that drive an hour and a half, even 2 hours.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire.
People are willing to drive because they've heard it's not a typical jewelry store.
For example, did you know IDC has one of the largest selections of luxury pre-owned Rolexes in America? Thousands of hard-to-find Rolex watches, Submariners, Daytonas, Pepsis, Batmans, all in perfect condition.
We scour the world to find only the most pristine, super clean watches. We only carry the creme de la creme.
And like everything else at IDC, these watches are at a price that's guaranteed to give you maximum value.
We price them to win the customer, not lose a customer.
International Diamond Center for pre-owned Rolexes, exquisite rare diamonds, premium designer jewelry, and exceptional white glove service.
You're going to want to come to IDC. It's worth the drive.
International Diamond Center in Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It may be autumn, but today will feel more like summertime. We'll have mostly sunny skies turning partly cloudy into the early afternoon. High temperatures today in the low 90s, 92 your forecasted high for Gainesville. Feels like temperatures, though, making it to the upper 90s. Now we'll have a chance for a few showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon and early evening hours, mainly along the I-75 corridor. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
You're inside the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, right here on WRUF.
98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. We are your home for Gator sports, live and local, noon to 6 each and every day. Sports team with Steve Russell. It's good to have the God. Let's call him God now. You guys call him the HBC. I call him God. Steve Spurrier was in here this morning for Inside the Huddle. Spurrier, Shane Matthews, each and every Tuesday for an hour from noon to 1. Sports Lab with me, and then Cardozo and Dooley each and every weekday afternoon beginning at 4. Hey, this Florida Gator recruiting update is brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. I told you last week, if you remember on Friday, I gave out the list of all the big top flight wide receiver prospects for the class of 2027 who were going to be in attendance last weekend in Miami. I believe all 11 of the top 20. So it was 11 of the top 20, including like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just something stupid. Like Miami hosted. If you can run like a sub 4 or like a 4-1, Miami brought you in last weekend. I'm dead serious. But anyway, how does this affect the Gators, you ask? Well, one of the reasons and one of the ways, another story I found was this was a big weekend for Florida Gator recruits who have already committed to the Gators because, look, if there was another poor showing, a lot of these recruits are constantly getting asked, hey, I'm from School X. We were in on you the first time. You missed with us. Are you watching Florida? They suck right now. Are you sure you want to go there? One of those prospects, Jarraylen McCoy, the 4-star defensive lineman out of Tupelo, Mississippi. Jarraylen McCoy, Tupelo, Mississippi, 4-star defensive lineman recruit. Back on June 14th, he committed to the University of Florida, so he's going to be here next year. Why am I bringing up Jarraylen McCoy this week? After the game on Saturday night, all Jarraylen McCoy put out on his social media account on Twitter were 2 Gators. That basically told everyone, shut up, don't ask, I'm still going to Florida. And good on that dude. And good on him. He still remains committed to the University of Florida. This Florida Gator recruiting update brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Apply to be on our team, and you may be eligible to receive up to $6,000 in bonuses. Your phone calls, 392-8255, 392-8255. At WRUF, home of the Gators, on our YouTube channel. There's like 5 or 6 of you. In fact, there's a bunch of you who've been on there. And I love you guys because it's like Conversation Central from wherever you may be. Cojones. Zach T, when I mentioned if my aunt had him, she'd be my uncle, I was talking about cojones. The teams, the Gators made 3 opponents, the annual opponents for the next couple of years. They were basically leaked yesterday by On3 by Chris Lowe, terrific college football writer. The Florida Gators get Georgia, South Carolina, and Kentucky as their annual opponents. Now, I want to put a caveat on that because it's going to be every 4 years they're going to relook at this. I mean, just think about this. Alabama gets Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State. So they got 2 of the 3. We all had 3 that we wanted probably for every school. But I told you in the summer when this thing was going to happen, like your 3 natural opponents, it was kind of like when Major League Baseball first instituted interleague play. They didn't do it constantly that you played every team. You had a natural rival. So the Yankees had the Mets, the Cubs had the White Sox, the A's had the Giants, the Astros and Rangers, when they broke up into separate leagues, they played. When they weren't in separate leagues, they played. So you had that as your natural rival. The Red Sox, my team, got stuck with the friggin' Braves. It's like, where's the natural rival? Just because the Braves used to play in Boston back in the time when Paul Revere was around, I think. So I kind of get some of those. I'm glad, obviously, the Georgia game is obvious. Kentucky is Kentucky good. It is what it is. South Carolina, it's an interesting one. I see a lot of what I see, actually. I see like a lot of the old SEC East. Like it's almost like they went back to some of those divisions a little bit. Not as much, but because Kentucky, were they in the East or the West? They were the East, right? So they basically gave Florida all their old SEC East rivals. It's pretty much what they did and how they kind of broke it down. I get it, but the good news is you're going to reevaluate this in 4 years. Let's also remember where these teams are and who the hell. Look, if I'm someone right now, other than the fact that I have no problem chasing Florida and playing Florida, if I'm an opponent, I'm not sure I want them as a natural rival. I would like a fun game, a good game. Someone brought up earlier on our YouTube stream, mentioning about coaching. Think about this. The other night, Mario Cristobal, when he went up 10-0, Mario Cristobal figured the game was over. They actually took their foot off the gas. I'll talk more about that tomorrow as well. The Hurricanes took their foot off the gas. Credit the Gator defense. I'm not taking anything away. Also, one of the reasons we were in that game on Saturday night is because Carson Beck was keeping us in the game. He was missing guys left and right. I don't know what the Gators do to Beck, but, he doesn't like seeing him. He does not like seeing. I know sometimes he still threw over 300 yards last year, still got picked off 3 times. He did not like seeing the Gators. But Cristobal also had 0 respect for our offense. 0 respect for the Gators' offense. He knew if he got up 10 points, Mario Cristobal's thought process was catch us if you can. It was. That's no respect for the way the offense is called. I want to discuss more, and we only got a couple minutes left, and I'll do a lot tomorrow. The one drive we had, 11 plays, 80 yards for the touchdown coming out of the half. A, who lit whose ass on fire in the locker room? B, did you guys notice 10 of the 11 plays were runs? Runs? We had a 19-play stretch between coming out of our first possession of the second half to when we turned it over on downs. 19-play stretch. 14 of the 19 plays were runs. Tells me an awful lot of what's happening. Awful lot of what's happening. About whether it's belief in the offense, belief in DJ, belief in the passing game as a whole. I asked this question yesterday. We're going to have to go on a 24-hour excursion here. I'm going to have to get my students on this one. Where was Aiden Mizell the other night? Where was Aiden Mizell? Now, I understand there was another rumor floating around out there about people missing curfew and all that. But I thought we would have seen the fastest guy on the team. I interviewed him last week, and Aiden Mizell, I asked him, you're in the 23-mile-an-hour club. You're in the 23-mile-an-hour club. Who's the fastest guy on the team? And he says you're talking to him. And you don't unleash him? You don't even get him in space? Don't even get him on the field? I thought that was a little interesting. A little curious about that. Mike Gundy is out as the Oklahoma State head coach. That leaves right now Virginia Tech, UCLA, and Oklahoma State, quite frankly, after Mike Gundy got dog-walked by Dan Lanning, when Dan Lanning basically told him, shut up about my NIL and keep my NIL and my NIL collective out of your damn mouth. I thought Gundy was toast then. But, dude, you lost to Tulsa. You lost bad. Gundy's done. I'm done as well, but Vivanco and Mac are going to take you home here in the Sports Lab, and coming up an hour from now, it'll be Cardozo and Dooley on the Tailgate. We'll get together, reconvene tomorrow, beginning at 2. Sports Lab, Kevin Winter, WRUF. By the way, you want football this weekend? I have Auburn and A&M and Alabama and Georgia. We got them on Saturday night. Mac and Vivanco take you home, and then Cardozo and Dooley on the Tailgate beginning at 4. I'm Kevin Winter. Have a great day here in WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We are your home for Gator Sports.
Your home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief.
Florida is kayaking country. Kayaks are a great vessel for exploring the state's beautiful waterways, but it's important to be prepared for the journey regardless of your experience level. Get your boater education and learn about you and your craft's abilities. It'll help you have a safer, more enjoyable time on the water. Before you go, know your limits and always wear your life jacket. Safe boating is no accident. To learn more, visit the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission at myfwc.com.
Get ready for game day, Gator Nation. Join your fellow UF Alumni Association members and friends to cheer on the orange and blue before each Gator home game at the Gator Nation Tailgates. Located at Emerson Alumni Hall, directly across the street from the swamp, you'll have a prime view of Gator Walk, live music, games, and all kinds of family-friendly fun, featuring barbecue and drinks for purchase from Mojo's Hogtown Barbecue and exclusive Gator gear from the UF Bookstore. Learn more and become a member today at ufalumni.ufl.edu. Go Gators! From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. It's the Sports Lab, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Hannah Mack, Alexis Vivanco here with you.
on this Tuesday edition of the Sports Lab. Ivanko, I don't think I've hosted with you this semester.
No, but if you know anything about Hannah Mack, she's a jack of all trades, kind of a master of all. Not even a master of none, I think.
Here we go.
Hannah Mack is just one of those elite talents. But yes, we are coming to you live on a Tuesday. Is that right? Is that
Tuesday.
right?
Yeah,
Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday afternoon. I mean, Monday, I don't know if Gator Nation has calmed down after the loss that Florida suffered over the weekend. I don't think that they're going to calm down for the rest of the season. So, hey, if you've got something to say, give us a call. Let us know your thoughts and feelings about that Miami game. Phone lines are open, 352-392-8255, right here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. But, Alexis, I got to rant yesterday. I got to give my thoughts, my feelings, everything. Oh, he's not wearing his lab coat, by the way, everybody. If you're not on the YouTube stream, hop on there, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Alexis Vivanco. We have given Kevin Winter such a hard time about not wearing the lab coat, and here we are. And you forgot to put I gave one to you too.
I forgot it. Okay, I was in the spur of the moment. It was it's been a long weekend for all of us here, so I'm just trying to do the best I can. Kevin Winter, thank you for doing that for me. Thank you for putting that lab coat on. Can I get a camera on that? Heck yeah, look at that.
There we go, the Sports Lab. Anyway, okay. Alexis, I got to give my thoughts and feelings on the Miami game yesterday. Initial thoughts and feelings from you.
Well, okay. There's a lot of feelings that there's two specific stories that are standing out in my mind right now that I'd like to share with the class if I could.
Sure.
First, coming from the actual game itself, I traveled down to Miami along with Lance Williams and Ethan Ibe, a former Sports Lab alumni, to go call the game in Miami. We were set up in a booth right next to the voice of the Gators, Sean Kelly, along with Jeff Cardozo, a lot of really good people there, and Shane Matthews actually, who I believe was on the hour with Steve Russell and the old ball coach Steve Spurrier.
The old ball coach.
So getting there, I mean, Miami is just a one-of-a-kind place to play. I'm from Miami. I was raised there. That's home for me. So getting there, I knew what exactly to already be expecting. I played football in South Florida. Anyone who's ever played football in South Florida knows it is not a fun place to play. It's hot. It's humid. The quality of athletes that you're getting are track stars all across the map. It's ridiculous. So I knew going into the game that it wasn't going to be an easy one. Number 4, coming into that game, Miami's just absolutely clicking on all cylinders. And the scary part about Miami isn't just that they are, they're a well-coached team. Mario Cristobal has done an excellent job. He actually went to school down there as well, Christopher Columbus High School, my alma mater. So I'm just going to keep tooting my own horn about that one. But for the most part, we knew that going into that game, it wasn't going to be an easy fight. It just can't be.
Sure.
The culture and the history, a lot like Miami is a one-of-a-kind program. But with that being said, it devolved, I think. I mean, like, to play at the Hard Rock, for the last few years, I think anyone who's played kind of at the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami kind of knows that it's not an easy place to play. But in seasons prior, UM had a hard time selling out any game in the stadium. Now, in these last 3-4 years under Cristobal's tenure, the Hard Rock sold out. It's a scary place. This is not even just like a college stadium. This is a real professional stadium that people are playing. Like Taylor Swift played her Eras tour there, and not to talk about Taylor Swift, but she played multiple nights there, sold out. Do you understand that? It's like hearing like the cries of a small village. Like it is a very, 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 very crazy. It's a hard place.
I hear what you're saying.
But to land the plane, we get there, it's a hot day. We already knew going into it. When we got there, it was 95 degrees. That's before the humidity kicked in. So feeling it was probably 110. Everybody's barbecuing outside. It's weird. It's just gross.
Yeah, it was really weird weather too.
But you get into the game and it's already raining. We had officially set up everything and just started it was a crazy sight. Just goes to show how unpredictable Florida weather is. And I think for Billy Napier and the entire offense, I think the defense had a better job at responding. Obviously, that first drive, you let up a Mark Fletcher touchdown, or a Shamar Brown touchdown in the first quarter. But after that, the defense kind of leveled out. They're kind of even keel, being able to bounce back, like Carter Davis, just 2 field goals. It was a lot more impressive. I think the offense was just expecting for this to be kind of a showdown, gunslinging type of thing where Carson Beck is just, everybody's throwing for 400 yards. TJ Lagway's going through the air. But a rain game changes the entire perspective of any game. So I wanted to offer that perspective heading into it, just because I think people underestimate how hard it is to play in the rain.
Yeah.
Like, playing with gloves on in the rain already is like, you're sitting there, you're like, what is happening here? Like, if anything, it's hurting you. So just off of that small little piece of perspective, I knew heading into that game, it wasn't going to be an easy fight.
No, and after that game, there's a handful of coaches across college football that are on the hot seat, right? Billy Napier is, if he's not at the top of the list, him and Dabo, I think are 1 and 2 right there. With another coach that had been on the hot seat for the past couple of years now is Mike Gundy, who we found out about an hour-ish, couple hours ago, that Oklahoma State has decided to part ways with Mike Gundy. And this is shocking for a handful of reasons. In a way, but you can also, there is logic behind the decision. He has not had a good past couple of seasons. Started 1 and 2, lost to Tulsa for the first time since 1998. But he was there for 21 years. I mean, he is the best coach that Oklahoma State has ever seen.
He's also been the same coach for over 20 plus years.
Exactly. It led them to 18 bowl games. But last year went 3-9, 1 and 2 to start this year. They decided to part ways with him. Now, you look at the past couple of years now, what's the difference? Well, NIL. Gundy was a very old school guy. Mm-hmm. He did not adapt well to dealing with that. And in a program like Oklahoma State, it's not as easy as other Power 4 programs, especially in the SEC. But were you shocked to see that they were going to let him go a few games into the year? After somebody's there for over 20 years, you think that they have earned the right to retire on their own terms, correct?
I think it's more so a long time coming. I think for any Oklahoma State fan, it's just, it's a heartbreaker because it's a heartbreaker for the same reasons that it was at Alabama with Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Coaches that come from a different era, they come from an older era. We see it now with Bill Belichick at UNC.
Sure.
They're having trouble adapting to this new system. And it's not to say that they're just not good anymore, they can't compete. Mike Gundy had probably one of the most famous speeches in the history of college football that cements his legacy. I'm a man. I'm 40 years old.
Yeah.
He is a leader of men, and it's not to say that he hasn't been able to produce, just with the rate at which college football is advancing, with the way NIL has absolutely made this game pay to play. It was unfair on Gundy's end to, try to have him adapt to this new world, because even at the SEC and the ACC level, you see Dabo Swinney is also, he's done a good job trying to adapt to it, but it's hard. It's hard, building a program up from base zero. Bill Belichick, once again, that I mentioned, the greatest coach of all time, bar none, maybe next to Don Shula, Bill Belichick, is 1 and 2 right now in the season, or 2 and 1?
Yeah, he's struggling.
He's struggling.
North Carolina right now.
He's struggling in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And it's not to say it's because the scheme isn't working.
No.
Bill Belichick probably has a million schemes.
It's not an X's and O's situation.
It's just when the presentation is like let's say we're creating like a spread at the dinner table. It could look as beautiful as you want it to look, but if it doesn't have the good ingredients, it's going to taste like poo pee caca.
If you don't have the guys, you don't have the guys. Now, speaking of the guys, Florida went into the season thinking that they had the guy. Mm-hmm. That guy being DJ Lagway. All right, let's take one of our callers. Paul, you want to talk about DJ Lagway and Trammell? What do you have for us, Paul?
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I just want to first off say that you guys are great students. I love the show. I watch it weekly. You guys do a great job on the show. I also know I also know you, Alexis. I know you, Hannah. I also know Michael and Nate, who's behind the board today. But the reason how I know those names is because my middle name is Paul, but my first name is Manuel. And you guys can pretty much guess how this one is going to go. Well, Alexis, you were at the game on Saturday, and Hannah, you watched the game too. So
I was there too. Yeah.
My question to you guys is, how do you feel about those Hurricanes, baby?
All right, thank you, Paul. We appreciate the call. Phone lines are open 392-8255. Hannah Mack, Alexis Vivanco here with you on the Tuesday edition of the Sports Lab. Well. Yeah. I don't think that Gator Nation or anyone in Gainesville was probably thrilled with the outcome of that game.
No.
And that centers mainly around one guy who is really struggling to find his footing, right? And that's DJ Lagway. So what does he need to do over the next couple of weeks? You've got a bye week. You've got time to reset. And there was news that broke yesterday about the fact that he is in another boot, That is not what you want to hear. It's a minor toe injury, so it shouldn't be anything too serious. But with Lagway and the way that he has performed this year, there is no rhythm. There's no momentum that he has had. And any little setback is not what you want to see. That's the last thing that he needs to be dealing with. You want him to get as many healthy reps as possible. And that's not what's happening. So is this a big concern moving forward for DJ Lagway?
I really hope it's not. I really hope as any Gators fan would probably agree with me. It just wouldn't be reasonable to, wish that upon anybody. DJ Lagway's been, a really highly touted prospect for, maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because, just last night, to actually give you guys another quick story, and I'll end the plane soon, I promise you. But
here we go.
Last night I was walking through the streets of Midtown, and I was with some friends, and we see a girl up ahead, and she's here talking about some always having a good time, if you know what I mean. She's already feeling the spirit of a Monday night in Gainesville, so she feels good. And when we see a Gators player across the street, and they're here sitting and they're talking, and he's just on a scooter doing his own thing. I'm not gonna mention names just because whatever. And all of a sudden,
necessary.
Not necessary. He didn't do anything bad. It just all of a sudden this girl just starts ripping these horrible insults. When are the Gators going to get any better? You the offense sucks. Blah, 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 and you're sitting here, and I'm as somebody, I feel deeply. I feel deeply for these people. Sure. I feel like I think us as sports broadcasters, we want to empathize with this team. And the whole time he's just sitting there, he's like, "We're going to do better. We're going to do better." This guy took it on the chin. It was so well, organized on his end because I'm sitting here mortified for him. And I think it just kind of shows you where we're at right now, not only as a team, but as a fan base as well. Yeah. I think as an entire organization. So to your point about DJ in a boot, hopefully it's a precaution. Playing 60 minutes of hard-hitting football is never easy on anyone's body. You're kind of hoping that's okay. It's a precautionary measure. With PT and recovery, the bye week is a great opportunity to start trying out some of the more exotic training, recovery methods. That includes compression. That includes maybe it's a special type of boot that allows you to, ice down from the inside out. You're kind of hoping going into it, but I think it speaks to a larger issue of how depleted this Gators team is by injury. You lose George Gums prior to the game. Banks is already out for the season with that leg injury. Then heading into it, you're down 3 guys. You lose Aaron Gates, you lose Dejon Johnson, Michael Sturtevant. We're still waiting to hear just a little bit more about
George Gums. Still trying to figure out what's going on with him.
Yeah, just for the most part, it's a hard metric, Hannah Mac, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's a little mental things can be controlled. Little mental errors, 100%. It's things that the coaching has needs to be better at, be more disciplined at. But the injuries, it's depleting.
They build up, and that was something that we've seen last year. That happened. That was across a handful of stars and players on the Florida football team, and they were able to work through it towards the end of the season. But that's an issue here today. And you mentioned it. The fan base, the confidence in this team, I would say, is at an all-time low for this season. And not just across the fan base, but for DJ Lagway as well. How can this football team restore confidence for everyone that is a part of Gator Nation and for their quarterback one? We'll tell you right after this. You're listening to the Sports Lab, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
Good afternoon. My name is Coral Uskinen. Former Gator and left-handed pitcher Hunter Barco will have his Major League Baseball debut with the Pittsburgh Pirates going into their 3-game series against the Cincinnati Reds on Tuesday at 6:40 p.m. Florida men's basketball, the reigning national champions, are full steam ahead opening fall practice on Monday. Last year, Gators were ranked number 21 and expected to finish 6th in the league. Instead, they went all the way. Golden spoke on if the team expects to do it again.
With this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep in the March.
DJ Lagway is back in a walking boot following the 26-7 Week 4 loss to Miami on Saturday, according to 247 Sports. The injury he is dealing with is currently undisclosed. Gators are on a bye this week, and Lagway is expected to be all clear before hosting number 10 Texas on October 4th.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
25 years into this, they're still going to furthering education courses. And so that's one of the biggest reasons I keep coming back, is I just know they know what they're doing. They know the latest techniques and procedures. They have all of the latest equipment. And and then you're treated super well. So it's just a win-win-win-win-win. Because you won't find, I think, a better, more caring office. And so, I mean, between the atmosphere and how they treat you, and then just that knowledge, I mean, that's what I tell other people. It's worth a try. I don't think you'll go anywhere else once you go there once.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF.
Back here on the Sports Lab for Hour 2, Alexis Vivanco alongside Hannah macking it here on a Tuesday right now.
Macking it.
Macking it.
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. Mac and B, we'll call it. We'll call it Mac and B from here on out.
There we go. I like it.
But we're here talking about the UM-Miami game, or the Miami-Florida game, giving our thoughts, giving our, it's definitely a bit of a pulse check. I don't even know if we can come in with a hard intro anymore, just because it's been a long weekend. We got a long week ahead of us, and then hopefully, God willing, we got another long week ahead after that. So it is what it is. But
it's slow and steady. We're tortoises right now. Okay, we're moving through the times.
Listen, the time will pass anyways, Hannah Mac.
But
something else to kind of pass up onto our plate just now. We're still talking Gators football. If you want to join the conversation, you're more than welcome to 352-392-8255. Come join us here on a Tuesday. A steady Tuesday. It's not a feel-good Tuesday. It's a feel-steady Tuesday.
Feel steady.
For the most part, earlier today, we actually read a pretty interesting note. And to answer a quick comment really quickly to Zach T, we don't quite have the information on what happened to Gums. He was doubtful heading in to the Miami game, was ruled out 20 minutes before kickoff. And now, we're still waiting to hear a little bit more about his condition. He was on the injury report. We just don't know. We just don't have the specifics on his condition. But back to that point. Mm-hmm. We read a pretty interesting article earlier today. It was by Sports Illustrated. Mm-hmm. And it compared to us normal folk, it's apples to oranges, maybe a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, but we have no idea this type of money,
But an awesome article by Joe Cox, DJ Lagway, listen to this, dropped $308,000 in NIL estimation to a current value of around $1.9 million. Now, you might be thinking, well, $1.9 million, isn't that more than anybody needs? Well, listen to this. That figure is just barely more than the preseason value estimate that he had at $3.7 million. Now, Hannah Mac, I'm not very much of a math genius, but when you lose over $1 million
that's a lot of money.
And some change in NIL estimation after you did an ad with Gatorade and Chipotle and all these things, that's got to hurt.
Yeah,
that's got to hurt just quite a bit.
And I mean, we've talked about the issue of Lagway and his lack of confidence on the field and even off the field as well. I mean, I think that he's trying to develop into a leadership role. But this reminds me so much, the pressure that was on him heading into this season was similar to the pressure that was surrounding Arch Manning, right? A guy that whenever you have a last name like that, it's just you have to expect it. But Texas expected so much of him, and you talked about empathizing with these football players, and it's hard to whenever they go out there and throw for 61 yards and they throw 5 interceptions the week before. Obviously, you're looking at that as a fan, as someone that's a part of Gator Nation, saying, what is going on? Why is this happening? But at the same time, I think that the pressure that some of these athletes are under across college football, especially because this is such a large sport in the United States and just nationally, I think that it's easy to point fingers and to be critical of these athletes, but They're 19 years old. I'm
kids.
older than them.
These are kids.
They're our age, and they're literally kids. They're just young adults. So you have to give them a little bit of grace whenever they're dealing with all of this. And it's not easy to read the taglines and the headlines whenever everybody's coming for you. Yeah.
I mean, to your point, Hannah Mack, you're exactly right, especially given the fact that it's a weird situation because we call these guys kids, but they're also making, exactly. like the highest.
You're not a kid whenever you're making $10 million.
The highest paid athlete in NIL, estimated at around $6.8 million, is your boy Arch Manning you just brought up.
Yep.
$6.8 million. And thank you for that effect. We needed that because it puts it in perspective that it's a hard job. I mean, I'm not even sure surgeons get paid the amount that these kids do to play. Because can a surgeon win us an SEC championship? I mean, that's to
we might be looking.
That's to be determined. But you know what? For the most part, it's true. It's a lot that comes into it. But I want to ask you now. Like there's some. We've been reading the comments online. We've been understanding just where we are as a fan base. And one thing that I've seen get thrown around a lot is the notion that DJ Lagway technically can declare for a red shirt this week. He's a young player. He's been dealing with injuries. He's technically still in the boot. There is time to schedule a red shirt for DJ Lagway. My question to you, Hannah Mack, are we just all smoking a big pot of grass, or what exactly is going on here with that statement?
Sure.
Where are you at with that statement?
Most people at this point are, not even most, but there's been a handful, and these are callers that we've gotten over the past, couple of weeks after the LSU game, especially after the Miami game, calling for Trammell, right? Put him in. DJ, he doesn't have it this season. He's clearly still dealing with lingering injuries. Redshirt him. I don't know if that is the way to go, regardless of who. Knowing historically what Billy Napier has done with quarterbacks, there's really no doubt in my mind that he's going to continue to stick with DJ Lagway for the rest of the season unless there's a serious injury that occurs. So from that standpoint, it's like, well, why even have the conversation? But it's a fun one to have, so we're going to have it. But with Trammell, I don't know if it's wise for Florida to throw him in the fire and play him the rest of the year, because you look at Lagway. I keep saying confidence. I keep mentioning confidence, but that's the biggest issue with DJ is if you redshirt him for the rest of the year, his mind and his ability as a quarterback it's just going to decline. It's just going to go down. He needs the reps. In Florida's season at this point, they're not making the playoff. They're probably not even going to make a bowl game at this point. So what is the decision? It's a coin flip, right? Do you go with the guy that you thought was going to lead you to the promised land this year, or do you go with a freshman who everybody's calling for at this point, who maybe can bring a little bit of a spark to the team, who's had more reps with the wide receiver core? But I just, historically speaking, from what we've seen from Napier, I don't think he's going to go to Trammell. And Hannah Mack, you forget that there's also that lose-lose situation that comes from, comes from being in that spot to begin with. I mean, Lagway definitely, in a perfect world would not want to, use a red shirt. It is like I keep drawing parallels to what Texas has been through these last few years with Quinn Ewers and now with Arch Manning. But it's interesting to see from that perspective, just because realistically, you think about it, the perfect time for Lagway, the perfect, I guess, schedule, I should say, like we need to hit by this mark at this date, is, to be honest with you, if you were Lagway, you were kind of hoping the season goes well, boosts up your stock. Next year, you have one more good season, and then eventually, we're already looking towards the NFL draft. However, Trammell Jones, we have no idea what his timeline looks like. An Arch Manning situation in today's day and age with NIL and the ability to make money now with the transfer portal allowing you to play now. There's no there's not a lot of incentive for players to be sticking around longer than they're due for. Arch Manning comes from one of the most prestigious football names in all of not just college football, but professional football in general. Yeah, just football, period.
In history, yeah. He's royalty. So for him to have wanted to stick around at Texas, but the difference is with Texas, there were plays that were being drawn up on behalf of Arch Manning. He would come in on design quarterback plays. Design quarterback runs, design quarterback passes. realistically, Trammell is not getting that same treatment. We've already seen what that experiment looks like from a Billy Napier perspective. We already saw last season, you wind the clock back and you'll see Graham Mertz and DJ Lagway. They weren't, like, Billy Napier was not drawing up plays for DJ Lagway. He was not designing a cool quarterback run, pick up a nice 10 yards and, head out of the game like Graham finished a drive. No, they were both getting their opportunity to play at quarterback. That was the big difference between what Texas was building and what Florida has been going through. So it's difficult to say from that regard because, I guess from the outside looking in, Hannah Mack, do you think either of those players want to be in that position?
I think that I just don't. I've never been a fan of a 2-quarterback system. No. I've never been a fan of it. I don't like it. I think that it takes away from momentum and giving a quarterback confidence. And I've never really been a fan of it in any way, shape, or form. But the difference is with Quinn and Arch. Well, Quinn led his team to a playoff. Texas was one of the best teams in the country. They were a national championship favorite, right? You're looking at a Florida team where if you throw Trammell in there, I guess it can't really get much worse, but at the same time, is he even ready to deal with all of this? Is the worst possible time to put a true freshman quarterback who the only game that he's gotten reps in is against Long Island in your season opener at home. This is the worst possible time to throw someone like that into the fire. However, I understand the perspective of most fans saying, well, you have nothing to lose. You might as well throw him in there and see what happens, but it's not going to happen. Is my point that I really just don't see him being incorporated into the Florida offense this season unless there's a serious injury that occurs to DJ.
No, yeah, and I think we also have to take into account the investment that Lagway has had for this community. I mean, we've heard the stories of him helping recruit Dallas Wilson and all these awesome offensive players. We're
still yet to see.
We still has not taken the field. Yeah, we're waiting
TBD.
On you, Billy. Give it to us in 2 weeks. But I mean, it's interesting that you even mentioned that just because it is true. Like there's a lot of investment that Lagway's made to this community. Florida has been rallied around him. He's had photo shoots with Tim Tebow for the cover of NCAA 26. Like it's ridiculous. Like this guy has been touted as the second coming of Tebow, the heir to the Florida throne, and it's been disappointing. But I think too it'd be more of a nerve shot. To I guess even to consider that path, it's not necessarily like it shouldn't be done. However, like Lagway doesn't look like himself. He doesn't look. Yeah. He like we've seen flashes of greatness. I still have people in my ear telling me that we would have won the Georgia game if Lagway had stayed healthy, and we didn't have it's ridiculous what exactly has gone wrong within the last 4 weeks of college football because. We'd seen the warning signs, Hannah Mack. We had heard that, injuries had kind of derailed training camp. He wasn't throwing for a long time. He's always kind of in a non-contact jersey. And now you're kind of seeing some of the fruits of that, that labor. You know what I mean? I remember a point in time, come in August, we were still talking about who the backup was going to be.
Right. Well, they didn't know, and Billy didn't know, and whenever I look at DJ last year and I look at DJ this year, there's a clear difference, right, between last year and this year. Well, this is why. Last year, Graham Mertz was the quarterback that Billy Napier had planned on revolving the offense around for the entire season. He did not have a set game plan for an entire year that used DJ Lagway as quarterback one, right? Lagway last year, he was so comfortable making throws down the field that we have not seen him do at all this year. My question to Billy Napier, which offensive play calling has been the biggest issue for Napier in the past couple of weeks, not even his tenure at Florida, that's been an issue. But why would you not, you see your quarterback, you see DJ Lagway struggling with confidence the first few weeks of this season. Why are you not giving him the opportunity to throw the ball to a receiver that you know he has chemistry with? And who I'm talking about is Aiden Mizell. There's a handful of wide receivers in that room. Trey Wilson was injured last year. Lagway didn't get a lot of reps with him. J. Michael Sturdivant transferred in, didn't get a lot of reps with him. Tony Livingston, who he's loved to target in the tight end position, him and Hansen. He got some reps with Hansen last year, but he didn't get a lot with Tony Livingston. Livingston didn't play that much last year. So why are you not utilizing a receiver that you know can help your quarterback feel more comfortable on the field? Why is Aiden Mizell not playing more reps?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one because we've seen the production that Aiden Mizell has had, especially last year. I mean, these last 2 years that he's been at Florida, it's ridiculous to me that we're still at a spot where, it's great that Vernell Brown has taken a lot of the reps already. But we'll put a pin in this conversation and we'll circle right back to it. We're going to head to a quick break. But in the meantime, we're still talking Gator sports. Stick around for us. You're listening to ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
Buccaneers football, WRUF.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning, and it made a rather daunting task very, very easy.
They really take the time to find out what you want or what you desire in a ring.
You have to come here. There's no other option. The customer service, the time spent to do what I wanted and what her vision was, there's no other place to go.
You know you can go there and you know that you can trust.
The value was extraordinary.
They genuinely care about their customers. It's not just about the sale. It's about the people.
International Diamond Center, the people's choice for selection, quality, value, and service.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
This football season, Hurricane BTW is your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
It's always a good time at the tailgate. Weekdays beginning at 4, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Hannah Mack, Alexis Ivanko here with you on this Tuesday edition of the Sports Lab. We just had a whole debacle, right, about DJ Lagway and in the wide receiver room and how I don't think that Napier has completely used that to the best of his ability. I think that there have been a lot of questionable choices that have been made in the wide receiver room that could probably have helped Lagway a little bit more, and that surrounds Aiden Mizell. I think that he should definitely be playing more. I mean, some of the best games that he had last year, the one that comes to my mind is Georgia. Against Georgia, and Lagway and him, they were in sync. They were on the same page, and I think that it's upsetting that Florida's head coach has not been able to give Lagway that comfortability on the field with a receiver that he knows and loves.
You know what? It's kind of like love in a way.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry, I had nothing. I had nothing planned past that statement, but that was about it for me on that end. But yeah, I think
that's okay.
when you break down the film as a whole, and I think I want to expand. I want to grab what you just said. Let's
throw it open.
Let's make it wider. Let's do it live.
Sure.
I think in regards to a lot of things that went wrong on Saturday, I think it all starts with this. Florida has this weird obsession with playing from behind. Like they want to be an underdog, and it makes no sense to me. Like I was reading this one piece by the Gainesville Sun. Florida went 0 for 13 on third down.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous statistic.
3 for 6 on fourth down.
And there was
explain that.
There was one particular moment when I was calling the game with Lance Williams, Ethan Ibe for OBSN. It was a great opportunity, and I lost my voice from it, by the way. So like I'm still dealing with the fallout from losing, from like crying my heart out over the Gators.
Come on, Alexis. You're a play-by-play and talk show host. You can't lose your voice. You need it. This is your superpower. No, I gotta invest in this. I was like the whole weekend. I stayed at my parents' place. We had tea. We had I was drinking water for the first time. That was disgusting. I don't know how people do that. Gross. But yeah, for the most part, like it was so weird to me because I was sitting there and there was one moment. Not even one moment, but I think it was after the Jacoby Jackson 27-yard rush. Awesome play because that really opened the door to some good offense for Florida. I think like on the one possession that we actually saw good offense.
And then we capped it off with a with a Jaden Ball touchdown. It was the one moment that you could be like, wow, there was life. Cormani McLean gets an interception right after. Wow. Like we were sitting here like it was so weird to me because I was sitting there and like. The first time Florida had to go for it on fourth down, I was like, this is going to make or break the entire narrative of Billy for the rest of the season. Because I feel like if he didn't go for it at all on fourth down, we wouldn't even have this conversation right now. He'd be fired. He'd be out the door right now. But like I was sitting there and he converts on fourth down, then they convert again, and you're sitting there like it was Lagway on the rollout, and then it was so refreshing.
And those are words that you don't hear a lot. Lagway on the rollout.
It was crazy because
he's taken off.
Like there was two specific run plays that kind of drove me crazy. It was one up the middle. I forgot who had taken him down. And I just remember like the way he had moved, and I was like, it's ridiculous. It feels like I'm watching a shell of a really great guy. Like this. Like he was supposed to be the prototype for a great quarterback play. Like an AR 2.0 type of thing, which is better decision making. So I was sitting there. I was just really, really just saddened by just how things were going here. Because think about it: when your offense was averaging 7.1 yards versus Miami, one of the best offenses and defenses in the nation, and then you expect to kind of go into Texas with the entire script flipped. That's crazy. Like let's break down the stats right now. They attempted 7 passes. They attempted what was it? 7 of 15 passes, something like that, for like 51 yards. What is this?
61, yeah.
61 yards.
61 yards from DJ Lagway. And I mean, can I ask you a question, Alexis Valanco? Hannah Mack, Alexis Valanco here with you on the Sports Lab, ESPN, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Give us a call. Phone lines are open. Leave us a comment. YouTube stream is up and live, 392-8255. Let us know your thoughts on this situation because the running game. There was a lot of runs that happened against Miami. I don't understand. Jaden Ball is one of the best running backs that Florida has seen in a little while, I think. I think he is just a powerhouse. I love watching him play football. But similarly to the way that Aiden Mizell isn't getting the reps that I think he deserves, I don't think that Jaden Ball is being utilized in the best way for Florida's offense to succeed.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it's so weird to me because I like to your point. I agree. I highly agreed because
good.
What I appreciate that, but
I was going to argue with you if you didn't.
You see the dichotomy, like what is it? The juxtaposition, the dichotomy of it all. Of
big words
of Miami's running back tandem and Florida's running back tandem. Mark Fletcher and Shamar Brown, 3 touchdowns, almost 300 yards combined. I'm sitting here and I'm boggled because we like Jacoby Jackson probably had one of his most successful games on Saturday. Congrats to him with Florida, just because it's you watch the tape and it was a lot of inside zone, a lot of runs up the middle, and Florida, like Jaden Ball doesn't score a touchdown unless he breaks a tackle and just kind of prances his way into the end zone, stiff arms the guy into the front pylon. What is kind of like throwing me for a loop here is that, like, does Billy Napier not want to experiment with your best offensive player?
Right.
With a generational athlete that is, one of the most highly complimented guys in the weight room this offseason. We talked all at training camp, and one of the biggest compliments we had gotten was that this team had put on 700 pounds of muscle, lost 200 pounds of fat, and leading the charge was Jaden Ball. Jaden Ball was supposed to be that guy. And we're confident that he is that guy.
Yeah.
All of us here in this room are nodding our heads in agreement because we know what the ceiling is for Jaden Ball. It's practically near the sky at this point.
Yeah. I mean, last night I watched Gibbs and Montgomery for the Detroit Lions have one of the best games from a running back duo that I've seen in the NFL in a while. I mean, they're insane. You put either one of them out there against a really good Ravens defense. Did have a few players that were injured last night. However, able to get the win on the road against Baltimore. Lions are back. They're feeling good. Dan Campbell's happy, going forward on fourth down. You look at Jacoby Jackson and Jaden Ball. If Billy Napier wants to utilize both of those running backs, which I think that it's pretty clear that second quarter rolls around, and I say this on every show that I do, every show, Jacoby Jackson walks out at the start of the second quarter, every single game that this has happened. If he wants to use both of those players, he has to use them well. He has to be smart about the runs that he's calling for both of them. And I think that there is a gap, Alexis, between Jaden Ball and Jacoby Jackson. I think that there is a talent gap. Not that Jackson shouldn't get reps. I'm not saying that at all. I just think that Ball should be getting more reps and should be continuously used. You want him to have a good game every game.
Yeah.
And if he has a good game every game, especially whenever your quarterback is struggling to pass the ball, then Florida probably looks a little bit better and puts up a few more points on the board against LSU and Miami. And the defense held up, so that could possibly make the difference between being 1-3 in 2-2, or even maybe 3-1 if Florida can figure out the game against South Florida.
Just to put things in perspective, Jaden Ball, 12 carries on Saturday, went for 46 yards. Jacoby Jackson on 7 carries went for 39. One of them coming from a 27-yard rush.
Sure.
Overall, 80 yards of rushing offense during a rain game. A rain game where it's pouring, you're not going to throw the ball deep. There was not one pass over 35 yards on either side of the ball. And the one time it was an attempt, Carson Beck attempted to throw over the middle, interception to Cormani McLean. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
You are I'm not sure what it is. Do we need a neon sign that says "kick me" or "run the ball"? One or the other. We can't do it. Run the ball. You're in a rain game. You're in the middle of a hot, humid Florida sun. Miami, no less. Like the Will Smith song, "Welcome to Miami." It should have added the tagline, "Run the ball."
Ball.
Run the ball. Wait. We'll figure out the tagline afterwards. But you get the idea. You get the idea.
Yes, I do get the idea.
We'll be here. We'll be here all night. Thank you. We're not working for tips though, unfortunately. But yes, unfortunately, what we're seeing is it's just stupid that you're trying to square a running back into making him something he's not.
Yes.
Jaden Ball has the ability to run a 4.3, 4.4. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm giving him a little too much praise. But he's fast. He's confident.
And he's strong.
He's a power runner. Why are we utilizing it like that? I feel like I'm preaching to the choir right now.
Yeah, and that's what's bad whenever we can sit here, and I understand, no, I'm not a football head coach. I don't coach a Power 4 team. But if you sit there, we've watched this guy last year have one of the best freshman seasons that a running back has ever seen here at the University of Florida alongside his quarterback, DJ Lagway. And this was his year. This entire offense. I mean, after what we've seen over the first few weeks, I thought the offense should center around Jaden Ball, not DJ Lagway. Jaden Ball is the best offensive player that you have on that side of the ball, and it's a damn shame that Billy Napier has not been able to give him the runs and give him the opportunities that he deserves, because that man, and you have to give credit to Miami's defensive line. We talked about this before the show. One of the best defensive lines in the country. Yes. But if anyone is going to break through that defensive line, it's Jaden Ball.
Listen, to touch really quickly on that defensive line, because I don't think it was like, I understand that was a huge point of concern for Billy Napier and the team heading into that game. But I don't think we understand just how good that defensive line is.
Yeah.
That defensive line, and not even to glaze. So part of my glaze here, fair warning. But when you have Mohamed Tor, you had David Blade Jr., Ruben Bain, who really quickly, I'm going to tell a quick story because it's something that I still think about to this day.
Land the plane, Alexis.
I'm landing the plane because we do have to go to commercial pretty quickly. But in high school, I went to Christopher Columbus High School. I played football there. 1 week we had to play Miami Central. Miami Central, historically, is one of the greatest football programs in all of South Florida, maybe even in the country. They regularly compete against Mater Dei and John Bosco. These are this is the best of the best of the best.
Yeah.
And we were playing them in the GMAC tournament my senior year, so 2023. And I'll never forget, there was one play where we had to. It was a counter or a split flow zone. Run, he was coming off the edge, and your one goal when you're blocking a play like that, get to the inside shoulder of whoever the end is, and just kick him out. Just literally get inside and just do your best to kind of just keep that going. Point being, I ran with all my might. I was like, okay, I'm playing a tight end. I'm here, fullback. I'm running right to left, going. Okay, I'm gonna knock this guy out. Lower the shoulder. I go flying back 5 yards. That's my story.
Yep.
Listen, when we come back, we got more Gators football. But I think me and Hannah Mack know that football hasn't been doing the best it can be, but basketball seems to be higher up on the horizon. We'll tell you more when we get back. You're listening to the Sports Lab, ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. Your home for the Gators.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Coral Uzkin, and Florida men's basketball are hitting the ground running with the opening of fall practice on Monday. Guards Boogie Fland and Xavier Lee are expected to be significant contributions to Florida's backcourt. Head coach Todd Golden spoke on how the two will work in the team's dynamic.
Off dead balls, we'll probably have Boogie bring it to start just from an organizational standpoint, but when he's not in the game, Xavier will bring it, and it's the benefit of having two guys that can play the position.
DJ Lagway is back in a walking boot following the 26-7 loss against Miami on Saturday. Although the injury he is dealing with is officially undisclosed, according to CBS Sports, the boot is to help with foot soreness. The Gators are off this week, but Lagway is expected to be all clear for their next big test to host number 10 Texas on October 4th. Former Gator pitcher Hunter Barco will have his Major League Baseball debut with the Pittsburgh Pirates. His debut comes starting the Pirates series against the Cincinnati Reds today at 6:40 p.m.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
You're on the guest list for the Hard Rock Bet Party, and it lasts all season long. Looking for an edge on your next bet? Find crazy trends and stats on Hard Rock Bet Stats Hub. Place your first $5 bet on Hard Rock Bet. If it wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. That's extra juice to fuel your football season. Ready to roll? Download Hard Rock Bet today. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collett. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net. Hi, this is Tom Collett, the voice of Florida Volleyball. I invite you to join me and volleyball head coach Ryan Theis Tuesday nights this fall. It's the Ryan Theis Show, everything Florida Volleyball. We will review past matches and take a look at upcoming opponents, as well as journey across the volleyball landscape in the SEC and the nation. We might even have a Gator player or two. The Ryan Theis Show, Tuesday nights this fall, 6 p.m. on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, powered by ESPN.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Have ourselves a pretty nice evening. A shower or two can be found, but I think for the most part, those will wind down, if any are developing at all. Should be done by about 9 o'clock tonight. Really not a bad night. Look for patchy fog, though, as we make our way towards tomorrow morning. Low of 73. 95 coming up for tomorrow. Heat index pushing near 105. It'll be a very uncomfortable day with a late day afternoon storm. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
The Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. Weekdays at 2, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Well, we are not Kevin Winter. We are Alexis Vivanco and Hannah Mack, but we're the next best thing. Welcome back to the Sports Lab for our last segment of the day. We're just about wrapping up a beautiful Tuesday here with my big dog, Hannah Mack. Coming up, we have the Tailgate? Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley ready to take us home.
And the Ryan Theis Show to talk all things Florida volleyball.
Live and local, 12 to 6, every single day, Monday through Friday. You got to love it. But we talked a lot about Florida football. We talked a lot about the successes or lack thereof of that program. But now, let's turn the page over to something a little bit more refreshing, something more exciting.
Something hopeful.
Something hopeful. The Florida men's basketball program, coming off a national championship, had their media availability yesterday, and has fans absolutely freaking stoked. Not just stoked, freaking stoked. And you can hear the tone of our voice. You can say right now that this team has the potential to double up, go back-to-back on a natty. Hannah Mack, do you feel me right now?
I do feel you right now. And Todd Golden, the word repeat, right? That comes to mind is, okay, well, it's happened before in this program. It has. It hasn't happened a lot in the history of college basketball. But it has happened at Florida one time. But Todd Golden, he doesn't exactly think that that's the mentality that his team should have.
On a macro level, obviously our goal is to do it again. But with this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things. But we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep into March.
Deep into March, Todd Golden says. He wants to play deep into March, and I think this team has the ability to do so. But the biggest question surrounding Florida basketball was, okay, you brought in 2 transfers. Boogie Fland, Xavier Lee. Who's going to be your point guard?
Off misses, we don't really care. They both have the freedom if they get the rebound to bring it. Off dead balls, we'll probably have Boogie bring it to start just from an organizational standpoint. But when he's not in the game, Xavier will bring it. And it's the benefit of having 2 guys that can play the position, And like I said, I think Boogie will trigger a lot of our dead ball or half-court stuff. But Xavier's more than capable, and honestly, having him off the ball to start and running different things for him out of the corner like we would do for Elijah last year, getting him downhill going right, I think will really be good for our team.
Well, listen, there's plenty of season to go. I mean, we're not gonna start pulling hairs up to who should be starting, who should not. Boogie Fland, if you don't know him, get to know him. This guy is absolutely sensational. He was a 4-star prospect rated by 247. I think ESPN and Rivals rated him a 5 stars. 19 years old, coming from New York. You gotta freaking love it. But he transferred in from Arkansas.
Yep.
Now playing for the Gators here in his sophomore season. Absolutely has the potential and the capability of being a first round draft pick. I mean, it's a wise decision there on Todd Golden's end to just kind of following up. Walter Clayton Jr. is a hard act for anyone to follow.
It's almost impossible to follow.
It's impossible. It's nearly impossible, but Boogie is a good option. Xavier Lee, too, has, it's weird when you rank basketball metrics.
Yeah.
It's like in certain sports, you're here wondering what exactly, we've talked about football the entire show.
Yeah.
A prospect from an Ivy League isn't really what you're looking for, in the grand scheme of things, like relative to the SEC, of course.
Yeah.
But looking forward, I think Hanamac, there's a lot to look forward to. Xavier Lee is going to be either a great addition off the bench, or it depends. Maybe he plays a Denzel Aberdeen role, where sometimes he'll get a start, sometimes he'll rotate in as needed.
I think he'll be in the starting lineup. He's just going to be at the 2. I believe. I think it'll be Boogie at the 1 and Lee at the 2. And I think that it's good that Golden is off of dead balls. Sure, you've got your main guy that you want to bring the ball up the floor. But I think with Lee, he's kind of a jack of all trades whenever it comes to he can play the 1, he can play the 2, he can shoot the ball really well, and I think that that's going to be more of a role that Golden is going to lean into with him. But I'm just excited to see the 2 of those combine. And with Boogie, you have to look at the fact that, okay, well, he has experience playing in the SEC, right? He played for Arkansas, as you mentioned, last year, then transferred in. But he has point guard experience in the SEC, which is really, really valuable, because not to hate on the Ivy League or anything like that, but whenever it's a different conference. It's a different level of basketball. And so I think it's a good decision to have him there. And I don't think that either one of them is going to be upset about that. They both know that they're going to play a lot of time for the Gators this year. And like you said, filling Walt's shoes, filling Elijah's shoes, filling Will's shoes, it's going to be really difficult. But I think that those 2 guys might be up to the task.
Yeah, I mean, like as it stands right now, it'll probably end up being, as you mentioned, Boogie Flan at the 1. We'll have Xavier Lee at the 2. Thomas Houck, I think, will move over. Small 4 seems like it's like a good fit for him. Ruben maybe would play the 4, and then Condon will presumably start the 5 and have Micah roll in at center. So, I mean, right now it seems like it's going to be a lot of moving parts, but I think you have to really appreciate the camaraderie this team already has. I remember when Xavier was being recruited to come play for Florida. They showed him out on a night in the town. Apparently he had already been sold, but that was just the cherry on top. So you can already tell that camaraderie is not going to be an issue. It's refreshing to see what exactly what the limit is here, especially how having the success that he's had, like being such a glue guy, I should say, for Florida. Plus, alongside having all this NBA talent come back to the team, as you know, Condon withdrew his name from the draft to come play back for the Gators. It's a lot to look forward to, Hanamac.
It's plenty to look forward to. Alexis Ivanko, Hanamac with you here on the Sports Lab Tuesday edition. We had a lot of fun, and I have to say, to round out our basketball conversation, Thomas Houck, you better watch out, because Houck is going to have a really, really great year. Florida basketball keeping Florida fans hopeful here in Gator Nation. All right, up next is the Tailgate with Jeff and Pat. See you guys next week.
What's stronger?
A Gator Chomp?
Or our coverage of Gator Nation?
Stay on top of the Florida Gators all season.
WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Keeping you connected to Gator Nation. ESPN Gainesville is WRUF.
The wait is over. Miapa Latin Cafe is now open in the heart of Alachua. For over 13 years, Miapa has been serving up authentic Cuban flavor to the greater Alachua area. And now we're moving into a bigger, better space right across the street from our previous Alachua location. That means a bigger parking lot, more seating, and yes, a drive-thru for your cafecito fix on the go. We couldn't have done it without you. Miapa is deeply grateful to the community for years of support, love, and loyalty. This move is a celebration of you, our customers, neighbors, and friends. Miapa has been a part of Alachua County since 2003, and with 6 locations strong in Gainesville, Jonesville, and Alachua, we're proud to bring you the ultimate Cuban culinary experience. Miapa Latin Cafe. Authentic Cuban food, real community flavor.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Hurricane BTW, where every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings, tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape in your home for sports, too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane BTW. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
You know, if I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
Yes, here we are on the tailgate. We always love coming to you and talking to you about. I will tell you, Jeff, this will make you happy. Today, I went to my new tax lawyers, and I don't want to get into details, but I ran into my friend Jody Davis. You know Jody very well.
Yeah.
I ran him at the gym the other day, and I said, "Hey, you know, I kind of need to move to a different tax group, not financially, but I just needed to go to somebody else." And it turns out his daughters are doing it. So I went over there today, and as I was in there, every human being that walked in there goes, "Hey, Pat Dooley from the tailgate." I go, "Yeah, yeah." He goes, "Oh, we listen to it all the time." Everybody that walked in said, "Oh, the tailgate. Yeah, nice. I love you."
So were you wearing that shirt?
No, I was not. I had my Seinfeld Costanza shirt on.
Okay, that's a good one too, though.
But
why
yeah,
would you then switch?
I took a shower.
Oh.
You don't take showers during the day?
No.
You never take a shower during the day. So when you get up in the morning, you take a shower, though.
Yeah.
Afternoon is my morning.
Oh, okay. You're trying to smell good for me coming into the studio?
No, I just don't want to be stinky, and I don't want to have my hair all
We're far
ratty.
enough away from each other. It's okay.
Okay.
But now
I don't think about you that much.
Now that we have YouTube Live, I know Pat wants to look good for all his.
That's why I've got my cloud vomit.
All his lady fans. Yeah. So tune in on our YouTube channel. It's WRUF, home of the Gators, and of course you can always call in on our Titan MRI and imaging hotline. AJ is here today. He will take those calls, and we will talk about a lot of different things. 5 o'clock, we will talk to the team doc, Dr. Kevin Farmer of UF Health, and he will
Dr. Kev
not be specific on injuries because that is not allowed, but I think give us some insight as to some of the things that are happening and what's going on right now. And
well, let me ask you this. I've got an Achilles problem right now. I'm really struggling with it.
Okay.
And so can I ask him about that, or does he have to charge me for that?
No, that's fine. You can. But are you going to go out and do something sports-wise?
No.
Because there's no need for you to have surgery.
I'm limping around
this
though,
level.
Is what I'm saying. I'm just, is there a treatment? Is there something you can do? I've been icing it down the last 2 days. It's killing me. Okay? Just so you know, I'm in pain. Right. I'm coming in here in pain.
Well, then I'm sure he will give you some free consultations.
Okay. That's all I ask for. All I ask for is things free.
All of our talk is free for you to listen, of course, and call. And we'll continue to talk about this Gator football program. No other news on the Lagway front from yesterday or anything that's going to happen. But there was...
Maybe I should be in a boot.
Yeah. That's probably what he'll say. Hey, just get in a boot.
Yeah. Well, the concession for that must be incredible.
But there was big news today, the third firing of a college football coach this year after week 3. And it's one that I think everybody certainly knows, and it's one that Pat doesn't like. It's one that
I like it, actually.
Well, you like the firing,
Yeah.
you don't like the guy.
No.
But it's also one that anybody with a mullet will be disappointed because I don't know how many are left on the sidelines in Mike Gundy.
There's some players with mullets, but I don't know if there are any coaches. But, you know, Mike Gundy kind of said, I'm going to keep doing it my way, and went 3-9 last year and then 1-2 to start this year. And I wasn't surprised, but I was. Let me put it this way: I was surprised. I just wasn't shocked, I guess is the way to put it, because they're definitely going down the. I watched their game Saturday. They're definitely going down the tube, and I know there are going to be a lot of people calling in, going, "Hey, if they could fire their coach after 3 games, why can't we?" And it's different. Everything's different. I think he lost some Boone Pickens funding after he passed away, and maybe that was part of it. I don't know. I don't know all the deets on that, but it certainly is surprising but not shocking. And I say surprising only because the guy had so much success there. But, yeah, I'm not a big fan of him. I'll never forgive him for yelling at my friend Jenny Carlson, "I'm a man, I'm 40." Because it wouldn't, if you take the whole, "I'm a man, I'm 40" is great. The rest of it, though, when you listen to him, he's like basically saying you shouldn't be able to write about anything. And that goes back to freedom of speech and all that, which
And you always get butthurt when they criticize media.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Wouldn't you be butthurt if people criticize Florida right-handed pitchers all the time?
No. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm just trying to think of something you could relate to because I don't know that you can.
No, I get it.
What if they said, the SEC baseball broadcasters are the worst in the year?
Yeah,
then you would be butthurt.
Yes, then I would take
that's the way I
offense to that, and I would yell at them. I would get on them.
But that's not the case because you're the best.
And it's interesting. And then I'm sure we'll get calls today and saying, well, okay, then is that similar to what the Gators should do with Napier? If he wasn't the answer, it's time. But I mean, it was 21 years there. It
was going right.
Yeah, and how many? Down. They won 2 or 3 games all of last year.
3. Yeah.
He said what he said, and then obviously, I just don't know if he's necessarily adapted to NIL and some of the things that are going on. And for a program that has a ton of money because they got T. Boone's Pickens money.
Well, they did, but I think he passed away.
He did, but I mean, you would think that. I mean, maybe they don't give it.
The stadium's still named. I don't know. I don't think they don't have money. I don't think that's
stadium's
a problem.
nice.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good facilities. We were just there, so I think it just shows you that I guess anything can happen. But also, it does show you can't necessarily say some of the things anymore, and I think that's the difference. Like he felt comfortable enough saying what he's saying.
Losing games,
that of course too. I mean, there's no it's a pretty proud.
They were
program.
4-11 over the last 2 years.
And remember, how long ago was it? Was it when Mullen was hired? Did a lot of people wanted him?
They were, and Florida talked to him, and they got the same thing that they get every time anybody talked to Mike Gundy, which was, well, here's how much I need, and it would always be a ridiculous amount, and then we'd go back to Oklahoma State and get what
money.
he wanted. And that was a Jimmy Sexton thing. And Jimmy Sexton is great at getting guys paid. There's nobody better in the world. He's better than the agent for Tom Hanks at getting guys paid. But in this case, and again, I don't know what Mike Gundy's going to do from here. Who's going to hire him? Like Oklahoma State not Oklahoma State, Arkansas State. I was thinking about Butch Jones. Maybe have a job too. So maybe somebody like that. But I mean, no Division
but at this
I
point,
team.
after you've been 20 years at a place, why would you go down to something like that?
Well, maybe.
And
but
Butch
Jones
I'm sure
did.
you got enough money, but Butch Jones
Butch Jones
as good
is weird,
and he wasn't ever as successful as Mike Gundy was.
No. But the bottom line is we have 3 openings now at Power 5 schools, and again, Jeff, I just want to say this out loud to all of our listeners. I was wrong about nobody's going to get fired this year. Remember when I said that in the offseason? I go, nobody's going to get fired because you got to pay $20 million out to all these players, and you're going to save your money, and you're going to, like Florida's cut budgets, and all these people have cut budgets, and they're trying to save money. And already we're 4 weeks into the season, and 3 guys have been fired. How wrong was I? Was I wronger about that or wronger about Clemson winning the national title?
Clemson.
Okay. But it's close. You got to admit.
There's a lot of teams in football. And one team is what you can hear each and every week on the station here, WRUF, is the Tampa Bay Bucks. They said this morning that they are bringing Big Dez back to their team. Oh,
my.
So signing him to the practice squad. And then, of course, immediately people are saying, oh, well, they play the Eagles this week. They're bringing him in to stop the tush push. But that's not the case.
No, it's not. But if there is anybody who could
go
possibly stop it, it might be him.
It would be Big Dez.
Yes.
So here's a quote from Todd Bowles. Says, he had a good workout. We'll never bring in a guy just to stop a tush push. If we've got to bring in a guy to stop one play and the tush push never comes up, you're wasting your time. We're bringing him in because we think he can play. It's very unlikely he'd be ready to play this week anyway, but he's done a good job and had a great workout.
Maybe he got his weight down.
Yeah,
because
so good.
they had a 360 was his minimum he had to be at. I think it was. Charlie Strong told me. I saw Charlie on the sideline for that game the other day, and he's a defensive tackle coach.
Yeah.
So that's good for him, though. I'm glad because I've said this a million times, Jeff. I worry about a guy like Desmond Watson at 390 pounds not being able to. If he has no structure in his life, what is he going to do? And I worry about people like that. So, but now he's back in. Hopefully he can stick around for a while.
Yeah, get on the practice squad. Could be able to work out, throw the pads on again, and have some fun. All right, we're ready to have some fun. We'll take a break. We'll open up the phone lines for you. Again, AJ is here producing today. 392-8255, our Titan MRI and Imaging Hotline. We'll take time out and come back and get after it here on the Tailgate.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Mackenzie Davis. Expectations are high in Gainesville as the reigning champs start their fall practice. Todd Golden says that the goal is to compete deep into March unless of repeating a championship run.
On a macro level, obviously our goal is to do it again, but with this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep in March.
Former Florida left-handed pitcher Hunter Barco is set to be cut up by the Pittsburgh Pirates as they get ready to play the Cincinnati Reds next Tuesday. Barco worked towards a 3.4 earned run average and started 47 out of 54 games in the minor leagues. He will be the 89th player in Gator history to make his major league debut. Quarterback DJ Lagway is seen walking around in a boot yet again as Florida football heads into its first bye week. You can read more about this on the WRUF website. The Gators are set to host the Texas Longhorns next Saturday at 3:30 p.m.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want, from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
You're listening to The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF.
Do you remember? Do you remember when Florida was good in football?
2008.
That was I can't take 09 away from them. They went
09 was
12
great.
and 0.
Yeah.
But
that was a great team.
My good friend Matt Baker called me today. He wanted to talk to me about what I thought about why Florida can't get it right, and I gave him some pristine quotes. I'll just say
that's good. But I say 2008 because it's the last time Florida won an SEC title, which is just
with 09 they played for it.
Yes,
they were undefeated.
I understand.
So, yeah.
I was there. I interviewed Urban when he faked his heart attack. So
when he
I
faked
remember
it or after, before he faked it.
I think he faked it while he was talking to me.
He didn't fake it. He went down hard, like Billy the Kid, and he went down hard.
But that's what's hard to fathom, because when I was in school here, which was the mid-'90s, like that was the heyday, and you never lost a game, and then you finally lost to Alabama at home, and it was because of my partner here at WRUF, Jeff Chandler, which I always feel bad because then the next day I've got to go work with him the next day. And speaking of that, too.
Missed extra point. Those of you who don't know. Those of you who are youngsters.
That heard.
Yes.
And Sean Alexander ran over the Gators that day.
Oh, God.
But also, another partner of mine here at RUF was Aaron Andrews at that time. And they've got some new game show that she's hosting with Ken Jeong.
99 to
It looks
beat.
so dumb.
I can't figure out what it is. I actually sent her a text. I said, Aaron, if you want to come on our, your local WRUF show that you started
grew up
on, and promote your game show, we'd be happy to have you. And I've gotten texts back from her before, but this was not a.
That's not. All right, lots of calls to get to. Sorry for Corey's like, dang, shut up, guys. It's my turn.
Yeah.
Now it's your turn.
Shut up, man.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, man.
Good. All right. This is not a defend Napier. It's just kind of taking 10 steps back and look at everything logically. We can all agree that Napier wants to keep his job, and he knows he's coaching for his job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We can all agree that he sees Trammell and DJ in practice good on good, correct?
Correct.
We can all agree, based on the play calling Saturday night, that he has no confidence in DJ throwing the ball downfield, correct?
Against certain defenses, I think he does. I think he doesn't believe that he can beat two deep zones, and even one deep zone.
Yeah, I think he's at a point where he doesn't have enough confidence in him understanding coverages right now to make the proper decision.
And in his offensive line, too.
Yes.
I think, yes.
So taking all those things into effect, it doesn't matter if you're the best coach in the world or you're not. Billy is not – I mean, he may not be a great football coach, but he's no dummy. He's not dumb. And if he thought Trammell or any other quarterback on that team would help him keep his job, NIL be danged, he's going to put him in. Does anybody ever stop and think that maybe it doesn't matter if he's a great play caller or not, he's just stuck with what he's got?
I think he's playing his best quarterback.
Yes, I do too. And Corey, I've said that, and I'm glad you say that. And I think, it's very simplistically like that is what it should be. The coach knows best. He's watching practice. He's seeing it. Obviously, there's some things politically, not technically politically, but that are involved with NIL and different things that are going on, and I think make that different. But if like I got asked, I'll never forget. There's, and I won't say the player, but there was a guy that gave up a homer because Kevin O'Sullivan made a pitching change and brings this guy in. He's like, why are we bringing in this guy again? He's been bad, like blah, blah, blah. Well, I said, do you think that the coach purposely put this guy in the game thinking that he was going to give up a home run?
No.
He put him in because that's the guy that he felt watching practice and having trust in that was going to be the guy that could throw the proper pitch to get the out. And I'm sure it's the same way with DJ Lagway because, yes, there probably has to be a pretty significant discrepancy, just like there was, I think, with DJ and Mertz last year. And there was a difference, but obviously Mertz got hurt, so then you're forced to play DJ.
I just think when you take a step back and when you think like Billy, he's like, I can listen to the politics or NIL or whatever, or I can lose my job. He's going to pick the way to keep his job, regardless of the NIL or whatever. And he's still sticking with DJ. So, I mean, that he's stuck.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't think Billy's thinking about what's going to take to keep his job. I think he's thinking, how am I going to win the next game? And that is, but if he doesn't win the next game or the next game, he's not going to have a job. But I don't think he's looking at it that way. I think he's going with what I think is his best, and you said it as well. His best quarterback option is this guy, and it's just not working out so far. And for a lot of reasons, now the guy's in a boot. We'll see what happens. But
yes, he doesn't have a ton of options, and that you're kind of stuck behind the eight ball.
And that's on him. That's on him for not making sure he had. I mean, but we'll really know next game because DJ's missing more practice. He cannot miss more practice. And if he still starts DJ missing practice again, then either he's the most idiotic person in the world or Trammell just ain't got it and good in practice.
Well, I think the bottom line is it's going to depend on next week. It's not going to be about this week. Yeah. This week is a week to rest up and try to get everybody healthy. Next week is a week if he's out there being the starting quarterback, he'll be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, good call, Corey. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Right.
By the way, you see this? Yeah,
some breaking news coming through. John Mateer, who might be the front runner for the Heisman.
I think he is a front runner myself.
Is going to go undergo surgery on his hand. So he will not be there for several games. It says he is supposed to come back at some point this season, but that'll be interesting. They've got who they have? They got Kent State, some crappy team next week.
It doesn't matter. It matters who they have the following week.
Yeah,
I don't know who
Kent
it is.
Kent State is like the worst team in Division I.
They lost to FSU 70-something to something.
Yeah,
and they lost the week before. I knew that they were going to lose. They were going to lose badly to FSU because the week before, I think they had like a 28-3 lead and blew it against some crap team. So that's when I knew they were in real trouble.
Yes, no, very good. All right, Gator Jim, you're next. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Listen, so I've kind of laid low the past 3 weeks because I kind of saw some of this coming. I think we can all agree that Coach Napier, and I'm in his back corner. I've always been in favor of Coach Napier, but I think he's a good coach. And I think we can all agree that he has a very good grasp of NIL. Just look at my place of work. It's sold out on 3 consecutive Saturday nights in June every year. And everyone on Russell's show and your show, talking about play calling and coordinators and all that, fellas, we got a guy in our backyard that has had experience with Coach Spurrier, had experience with play calling for Terrell Buckley, and he would be the perfect person to take over this offense, whether it be as a coordinator or just a play caller. And I'm talking about Shane. I mean, I've not heard anybody mention that yet.
Yeah, I think Shane would tell you he wants no part of that.
Why?
Because it's not like you can just walk into a new system and just start calling plays.
Yeah, it's different. It's like when Coach Spurrier says he doesn't think he could call plays right now. I think Shane has some great concepts, and he's extremely smart. And we talk all the time about different things that could be happening and running. But I mean, even the other day though, like I'm sitting there doing the pregame show. We're up in the booth, and Shane comes onto the field with Sean as they came with the team, and I saw Shane standing there with Billy Napier for a good 5 minutes. So I said when he got to the booth, hey, you telling him some plays? Like, no, I can't do that. So it's just. Listen, there's a lot of smart guys that know a lot of different things, and he's certainly one of them. But you're just not going to pull someone like that off of.
No.
This is something that is going to happen or not happen. It's not like you can solve it with. There's no salve that you can put on it.
No, I'm not talking about right now. I'm saying let's get through this season, toughest Gators in the country, and so forth. And the quarterback and all this, but, we don't want to replace the coach, not because of the buyout, because of all the transfer issues that come along with that. But what if Coach Napier had the audacity to contact Shane, say, hey, get involved with his watches? I mean, he's already doing the color commentary for Florida football. He knows a lot about the Gators. He knows about the history of the Gators. He's invested. I just think that that might be something to think about.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of things to think about, and certainly Shane knows offense and has been around it for a long time and knows how to get guys open. But he did, he grow up in a different era.
But that is, again, I mean, we talk about Billy Gonzalez being on the staff.
Yeah.
Jabbar Jalouk being on the staff. All these guys know plays. It's going to be up to Billy Napier to say, hey, I need to give up the duties. And I think that's the most interesting part about all this, Gator Jim, because I think you're right. What he does in this NIL world, and Mike Gundy's probably fired because of what he didn't do, and that's why Saban got out. That's why Belichick even early on is struggling.
That's why Tony Bennett got out. That's why
know
Bruce
how to
Pearl
coach, but it would be awesome if Napier would just sort of act like the CEO and keep everybody together and obviously the team together, but yes, allow some other people to do something different.
I will say this. I think Billy's only chance of survival is to become a CEO. That's his only chance.
Yeah.
But he's a football coach, so he's not going to want to do that. That's the difference.
Then
enjoy
his $7 million.
Hey, think of this before I go. So, 1992 in Birmingham, Coach Spurrier, Eric Rett, and Shane shuffle pass. Almost won the game for us. That play got us first downs all day long. Urban Meyer against Oklahoma, the shuffle to the tight end, and Napier doesn't seem to have that instinct. I mean, you're supposed to do what the defense was not expecting.
Yep.
Right. That's my 2 cents.
That's
all right.
Good
stuff, Gator Jim.
Good point, Gator Jim. But that's the thing. I have not seen one play where I go, oh, man.
That was creative.
In 4 years, I have not seen one play where I went, oh, I can't up. Even Muschamp, remember that play they ran where they handed it to one guy and then handed it to another guy coming around the end? I think it was Amarius Hines scored a couple of times on that. Yeah. Even they had.
Or it's like. And again, I'm a baseball guy. I know football, but not to the extent of being able to call plays or analyze, to these great details. But you would think that a coach that's maybe having some difficulty drawing up some of those types of plays or getting creative. I mean, just watch the Lions game last night.
Yes.
And they line up, 14 in the backfield, who's their best receiver, and they hand it to him, and then all of a sudden you pitch it, and it's a touchdown because everybody went to him.
Play.
And all of a sudden, so it's just it's little things like that to be creative, and there's opportunities.
Think about this:
for it.
what if you ran Trey Wilson on motion and hand the ball to him, and as he's coming out, he pitches it to Jaden Baugh? You don't think that would work?
Sure. Because everyone's going to be attacking
or
to
maybe,
go get
well,
in.
go the other way now because everybody's going to know that play from last night. That was a great game, by the way.
That was a good game. All right, we got a good show still to come. Whole lot of time to do it and a lot of calls to get to, so we'll get more of those when we come back here on the Tailgate.
Your home for Thursday night football all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Hey, Jameel, I was going through my cards the other day, found an 89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr., which is like the coolest card ever. I think I need to get it graded to see if I'm like a millionaire someday.
Jeff, come on, you knucklehead. Like, if you've been listening to the Mealy Pod Hobby podcast, you'd realize the corners on your card are bent. There's a giant crease down the middle, so I don't know if I really want to grade that one.
I did not protect the right way, but those are all the things you learn with Jameel and I on the Mealy Pod Hobby podcast. And Jameel, it's awesome too because you brought in so many knowledgeable people from the sports card industry.
Yeah, we have card shop owners. We have people who've created dynamic systems for evaluative methods. We have people like Gary Vee, Josh Luber, enterprising folks.
We have bring on a lot of athletes as well. We've had DJ Lagway, Brady Singer, Laura Rutledge, the former Gator, Lochte and Dressel, and just all these Olympians. So it's a fun time to be had. All you got to do is listen each and every week.
You can find us on Spotify, Amazon, Apple Podcasts, or if you like video, check us out on YouTube or Facebook, the Mealy Pod Hobby Podcast.
There's a ton of things I love doing. That's why I have so many fun jobs and why I try so hard to make it to the kids' concerts, recitals, and games. But with everything that's going on, it doesn't leave me much time to take care of the chores at home. And since I hate chores, especially cleaning, I let the experts handle that one for me. Each week, a fully trained team from Molly Maid dusts, vacuum, wipes, cleans, whatever I need them to do in the house, leaving me more time to do the things I enjoy. Molly Maid is fully insured and is ready to do your dirty work for you as well. Call them up at 378-7755 or check them out online at mollymaid.com. They're made for this.
Sonic Radio. I'm your host, the CIO, and I just found the sound effects machine. Just in time because the new junior chicken sandwiches at Sonic are only $1.99 each. It's perfectly seasoned, crispy chicken that comes in original or honey chipotle. No. Already did that one. Save that one for later. That's a soft no.
Find junior chicken sandwiches on the Sonic Fun 99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic. Tax not included. See menu for details.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You see the more than 70 bright green trucks all over town making sure our neighborhoods go from cluttered to clean. But what you may not know is there are more than 130 employees at GFL whose hard work and dedication deliver quality services to each and every one of you throughout the year. Rain or shine, regardless of the elements, GFL employees pride themselves on knowing what they do is crucial in our community, and they are looking to add fine folks to their ever-growing team. So if you want to be a part of the fourth largest provider of environmental solutions in North America, look into joining the Green Team here in Gainesville by checking out the career section at gflenv.com. Country fried sirloin, herb-crusted chicken, chicken critters, pulled pork, pork chops, sirloin steak. Do I have you salivating yet? Well, those are just a few of the things you can scarf down on the early dine menu at Texas Roadhouse. And best of all of that, only $12.99. It happens every Monday through Thursday from 3 to 5, so grab some grub and then head home and listen to the Tailgate all the way until 6. And even though that's early dine, the staff of the Texas Roadhouse will wine and dine you 7 days a week with a menu made for many. Texas-sized combos, succulent steaks, and burgers that are as big as Gator Sports are just the start. And speaking of starting, their fresh baked bread with honey cinnamon butter is waiting. So what are you waiting for? Get over to the Texas Roadhouse and wash it all down with some beer, wine, or the coolest cocktails around. AJ and the crew are ready for you. It's just west of the interstate off of the Archer Road exit, so hit the road for the Roadhouse. Your taste buds will thank you.
You're listening to The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
I used to like to try to pretend to play them.
Done no shot. All right, back at it. Doles and Dozo with you here on a Tuesday edition.
That was good.
Of the
Tailgate.
Tailgate.
Right there.
Can't move your fingers fast enough.
No, but I can move, but I can't. I'd have no idea what I'm doing because it's.
Get some
it's on a farm.
stem cell treatment from PRP Regeneration Specialists. They'd hook you up.
I've tried the stem cell. It didn't work.
No, they're good.
I went the other way.
Wendy Wiggs and company doing some magical stuff.
Well, tell her to call me.
Right. Make it happen. D, what's up? Welcome.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Pat, you asked yesterday, what would you do right now? And I said, no, like I said 2 weeks ago, if he would have lost these 2 games, I would have gotten rid of him. I would have promoted Ron Roberts to interim coach, and I would have let Russ Callaway call the plays, and I would have let Jones play in this next game against Texas. Because look, guys, I can't watch another Florida Gator game where guys are running 3-yard routes. The tight ends are the main focus of the passing game. I mean, this offense is anemic. It's inept, and I'm telling you guys, if they roll that offense out there against Texas in front of 90,000 people, and they go 3 and out a couple of times, and the offense isn't moving, they're gonna get booed off the field, man. And and I think, like I said 2 weeks ago, this Gator crowd, I think next week is gonna be. They're gonna come there to cheer the team on, and they better get off to a good start, because if they don't, I think that crowd is going to be there to make a statement to Scott Strickland and the higher-ups that it's time to move on.
I don't disagree with you on that part. Again, this offense isn't that bad. They're only 108th in offense, total offense, out of 134 teams. They're not the worst in college football. But, yeah, I mean, look, I agree with you in some ways. I mean, if you're the head coach, you've still got to try to win the game. That's your only goal, is how do we win this game? And I'm not sure that any of those are the answer. However, I will say that I think it could get ugly next Saturday if they don't do anything, if they don't move the ball, if they don't score some points, if they're sitting there like they were last year, down 42-0 at that.
Yeah, and D, I think we all hope that because it is the bye, you have the extra time. He obviously knows the noise is way bigger than he imagined that there would be at this point, that something does change and something has to click. And like our first caller said, if he's fighting for his job, he's got to realize that the only way to save it is to do something different. And I agree with the 12 personnel is getting a little old. Yes. I mean, you can do that if you're the stud NFL team and you have the right people,
or
and
if you
have a
Louisiana.
quarterback that understands it. Yeah. But yeah, you've got playmakers everywhere, and especially if Dallas Wilson's ready to come back. I mean, you get another guy on the field, weapons you would think that are really, really good, and you have to go out and do something different. And I think that's all we can hope for and root for and all that other stuff. But I do agree with you. I think if it's obviously the same, and if that would have been the offense in the swamp, what we saw in Miami last weekend, you would have heard boos up the wazoo.
Yeah, man. I mean, I just, I'm a Dade County Gator fan here, so that hurt me extra hard last Saturday. I just went into the game with just this hopeless feeling, man. I mean, I didn't watch College Game Day, but I heard we just got railed, man. They were killing us all over the broadcast. The national writers, the podcasters, they're killing us. So, man, it's bad right now. And like I said, if people don't think it can get worse, it can, man. And like I said, man, he better do something different, and they better get off to a strong start next Saturday because, like I said, the tide's going to turn real quick, and it could get ugly Saturday.
Well, here's the good news. Hopefully they will not be talking about Florida on game day this week since they aren't playing.
Yeah.
So that is the best thing that I think that we can – I didn't watch game day except the very end last week, but – I know. I told you they were going to hammer Florida. I said that.
They didn't really hammer Florida.
He just said they did.
Well, I mean, they just said Miami was a much better team.
Well, dude, yeah, duh.
So, all right, D, good stuff, man.
Yeah,
appreciate
you.
Sorry, you got to live down there with the with everything going on.
It's hard, man. It is hard.
I wouldn't want to be
my
down
daughter
there.
was down there for that game, and she was not happy. I can tell you.
Did not go well. Rit, what's up, man? Welcome.
Hey, man, the Gator fan fiction is getting heavy. Let's get Shane Matthews out there to start calling plays.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you know who was a good quarterback at Florida? Rex Grossman. Let's hire him. He could be the guy.
Yeah, and this just shows the huge disconnect between fans and how hard and how involved the actual job is.
Yes.
It's not like you're in the pregame meeting and then and this is Shane. He'll be calling the plays tonight. Like he's your waiter or something.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, would you like some more pepper with that?
Yeah, it's and the other thing about the folks, why haven't we fired him already? And please shoot holes in this thought. It's conceivable that Jimmy Sexton already talked to, say, Lane Kiffin, and an agreement has been reached in principle, right? Just hypothetically.
Yes, I would agree with you on
that's
that. Yeah.
Conceivable. So we don't want word of, if I'm Jimmy Sexton, I don't want word of that getting out because it's my reputation to hold these conversations with my clients private.
And it cripples two teams
because he's undefeated.
Yeah,
he's undefeated, and he's still got a shot for a playoff.
He doesn't want anybody to know that he would be talking to him. But again, whether he is or not is irrelevant at this point for us in the mortal world. But the bottom line is they're also going to let him play this out. And certainly, this is say they come back and they have something and they look good against Texas. And you're like, oh, my gosh, they beat Texas. Texas is supposed to be in the national champ. They were preseason number 1. Then they go to A&M and they win. Now you're all going to back off on that. But you've got to let that part of it play out, I think.
All right. Well, it sounds like you're into Gator fan fiction too, Pat.
Gator fan fiction is my favorite thing in the world.
My point being, there's so many things that go on behind the scene and so many players.
Sure.
That it's not as simple as letting somebody go. There's pieces in play, no doubt. There's money being moved around and discussed about. That's for sure going on. It's not one of those drop of the hat. Hey, it's not like Little League where Billy's dad's a surgeon and he's got surgery on Friday, so Mike the plumber's going to step in and coach the team.
Yeah.
You mean like Jeff when Jeff's coaching?
Thanks.
Yeah. They bring Jeff the plumber in to coach.
I could do it. Plumb that stuff up. Let's get Mike next. Hey, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I disagree with that first caller. Coaches don't always know what's best. We had McElwain and Muschamp that had, hundreds and hundreds in offense and refused to change. They knew best. Nobody was going to tell them. They weren't going to make a change. And a lot of coaches are that way. And we've seen if he's so smart, he's had 4 years to change the offense. And if anything, it's gotten worse. So, and the caller said something about how good he's done in the NIL. He doesn't have any control of the NIL. That's somebody else that does that. So I don't. Why are you giving?
Yeah,
him
but no, all that
no
structure
idea.
is his and put in place, and how they're going about and what they're paying, and all that stuff is coming from him.
Decides what everybody's getting. Yeah.
And you still have to convince the families and stuff to come here. And Mike, in listening to you call for the last however many years, I don't know. Have you ever met Billy Napier?
No.
Okay. If you had a 5-minute conversation with Billy Napier, you would absolutely adore the guy, and you wouldn't have one bad thing to say about him from that standpoint.
Jeff, I've been his biggest supporter.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So I thought what he's doing, it kind of pushed back with the stuff that happened before LSU and the spitting and all that stuff. But I've said, as a person, this is what we needed. We needed somebody that could clean this program up, and he's done that. But he can't. I don't see how in the world he can do anything different.
There's a ton of flaws that he has on the coaching or offensive side. There's no doubt. And they're starting to. It's starting to get to the point now in year 4 where that's becoming and starting to outweigh everything else that's good.
Yep.
I would agree with that. And, again, I think that's the very fine line, even for Scott Strickland, because Strickland has given him all these resources and everything imaginable to
everything he's asked
get
for.
it to this point. And, I think even Strickland, really appreciates that and what he's done and made Florida football relevant again and all these other things. But, you think it would finally get to the point where it's like, okay, it's now time to win.
I mean,
we're in year 4.
You talk about 14 straight sellouts. I mean, that is a lot to do with
people are behind
what
it.
they've done. Yeah, but Mike, who would you hire? Who would bring it as the next?
Kiffin would have us in the playoffs in 1 year.
Okay, we hadn't had LSU. He hadn't had Ole Miss in the playoffs during he's been there.
Yeah, but Ole Miss and Florida and the resources we have here and the.
I don't know that the resources, the physical resources for Florida are any better than Ole
I just
Miss.
know what he's done. Now, he didn't get to the playoff, but I think with Florida you have a better chance of getting to the playoff, especially now that we're going to be playing South Carolina and Kentucky in our other 2 games. But
and Mike, I agree because of the offensive prowess and everything he's done. But what happened last year? He didn't coach well and he blew it. Like his team was in the playoff and he didn't coach well enough to have those guys get in it. So how good of a coach is he really?
I would think it'd be interesting to watch how this happens, and because I would think that whoever comes in here is going to inherit a perfect system in terms of all the obviously the Hevener Center, the practice facility, all that. However, you're going to have to be dealing with a whole new roster because a lot of guys.
How many
leave.
players are not going to be?
You're going to probably have to bring in 60 transfer portal guys.
I don't know that you lose that many players if Kiffin comes in.
I think you do. I think you do. I think you'd be surprised how many guys came here because they love Billy Napier.
I understand, but they don't love losing. And
so they'll go somewhere else.
We have players right now that I think are just sitting out. Instead, especially in the defense, they see we're not going anywhere, and they're just not going to play the rest of the year.
Who's that? Who you mentioned?
I'm not going to name any names.
No, do you name them? If you're going to, you can't accuse people of sitting out on because
I got that from ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio said that, so that's all I can go on. But about the quarterback, we're going to have 2 more weeks where Lagway's not going to be able to practice. And I think to continue.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Again, where are you getting this from?
Right now. He's in a boot right now.
He's in a boot. You know what? I need to be in a boot right now.
He's not practicing in a boot, Pat.
No, nobody's practicing right now.
The boot is just to walk around and
they're not
and
practicing.
help.
I understand.
It's
he's not practicing
like he could not be in a boot if he didn't want to. It's just precautionary.
So you think he's still practicing and 100% full go?
Yes.
I think next week he'll be practicing. He'll be 100% full go. Yeah.
Well, what is full go? A guy that hasn't been able to do anything since he's been here, and has injury after injury, and is back in a boot again, and you're going to hitch your wagon to that?
Yeah, but they put people in boots all the time.
Yeah.
Dallas
Wilson may be getting out of his boot.
That are still fine.
Hopefully he gets out of
his boot. They do it with every sport.
And how many weeks has he missed, Dallas Wilson, in a boot? So,
he had a broken foot, though.
Yeah, but I don't know how long. And plus, you said it, Jeff. There's politics that go on with this. That Lagway is his boy, and he's going to back him, even if it means losing his job. And I think he is to that point. I think he's not going to.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but
he wouldn't be the first coach that's happened to.
No, he would not be. But
all right, Mike. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Did you hear that dismissal? Yeah. He didn't want to talk to you anymore. He was done with you.
Well, we got to hit this break.
I know, but he just...
AJ's getting more mad than Mike is, so we got to that.
There is no way that's true.
We'll be back to wrap up the first hour right after this.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Mackenzie Davis. Florida's sixth man, Thomas Houck, said that the team is ready to move on to the upcoming season as they open up fall practice. Last season, Houck appeared in every game while averaging almost 10 points, 6 rebounds, 86 assists, 31 steals, and 30 block shots.
I think obviously that's going to be in the back of our minds, but I think this team's mature enough and confident enough to move on to the next year. Gators
junior defensive back DeJon Johnson suffered a right knee injury during the Miami game on Saturday. The surgery took place on Monday, and it's unsure if he will be out for the remainder of the season. Before leaving the game on Saturday, Johnson had 4 tackles and a pass breakup. As things can't get much worse for the Gators, quarterback DJ Lagway is seen walking around in a boot yet again. You can read more about this on the WRUF website. The Gators are set to host the Texas Longhorns next Saturday at 3:30 p.m.
I'm a man. I'm 40. And even though Pat is about double that, and we don't agree on lots of things, we both can appreciate the impact of something special on the Gainesville community. For more than 40 years now, Quality Plumbing has been proudly supporting countless local organizations and, of course, the Florida Gators year in and year out. And, by the way, they're pretty good at plumbing, too, setting the standard in the industry with reliable service and the results you can count on. So when your next plumbing problem pops up, don't stress. It's never a problem to pick up the phone and call Quality Plumbing 24/7, day or night. Quality Plumbing, where service, trust, and community come together. License number CFC 043073. So, it's summer. No major holidays, no big gift-giving pressure, but hey, love does not take a vacation. If you're thinking about popping the question or just upgrading from that high school promise ring energy to something a bit more grown up, Oaks Jewelry has you covered. With decades of distinction, Oaks is where you'll find hundreds of one-of-a-kind styles you won't see at all those cookie-cutter chain stores. And the best part, you'll actually save money, which means you can still afford a honeymoon that isn't your buddy's couch by the beach somewhere. Diamond solitaire engagement rings start at under $1,000. Whether it's vintage charm, modern sparkle, or something totally unique, Oaks Jewelry has the perfect ring for your once-in-a-lifetime moment. So, if it's time to lock it down for the summer, make it unforgettable without going broke. Swing by Oaks Jewelry, where summer love meets unmatched value, and find the one, beside your partner. Oaks Jewelry, distinct, unique, yours.
Hey, it's Adam with Adam's Rib Company. 20 years ago, my wife Michelle and I sought out to offer the best barbecue at a fair price to you, our loyal customers. We feel like we've been doing that, and to continue the great brand that we started many years ago, we've expanded to offer our new mobile kitchen, the Little Rib. Give us a check out on Facebook to see where you can find it at next. In addition, we can provide any barbecue catering needs. Dine in with us at our main location or give us a call at 352-373-8882 or visit us online at adamsribco.com.
So many of us have been looking for Waldo ever since we were kids, and when we finally found that red and white sweater, we were ecstatic. So many of us now are looking for a great deal on a vehicle, and guess what? When you find Waldo this time, you'll find a used car lot full of deals. Right Price Auto is right in the heart of Waldo, and they've got pretty much anything you'll be looking for in a used vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and even RVs. And you'll get the lowest fees, a lot less than those big dealers around. In business for more than a decade, they've got quick and easy financing, a simple process of buying with no waiting around. Just find what you want and drive away that day. It's a quick and easy drive, too. Just 10 minutes from the Gainesville Airport, right off of 301. Check them out online at Right Price Auto FL, and then stop by and tell them the Tailgate sent you for a no-hassle way that'll surely make your day. Joint pain slowing you down? Well, not anymore. At PRP Regeneration Specialists, they help you get back to what you love without surgery or even those long wait times. Knees, hips, shoulders, back, their regenerative treatments work with your body to heal naturally so you can move easier and faster. So why wait months for surgery? Heal smarter, not harder. Call 352-260-4061 or visit prpregen.com to book your consultation. Relief is closer than you think.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
I'm not going to rule out a stray shower for late this afternoon into the early evening. Temperatures around 90 degrees will fall into the 80s as we move into tonight. Overnight, though, low of 70 with patchy fog towards morning. And then as we head into tomorrow, hot, 95 the high, the heat index near 105 with a few late day afternoon showers and thunderstorms for your Wednesday. From the WFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell, Saturdays after Gator football, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
All right, we're back here on the Tailgate. We're having a good time today. Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Hopefully you're having a good time wherever you are. It's been another brutally hot day in Gainesville. It's unbelievable. I've heard a rumor, Jeff, that there are places in Florida where there has been rain coming down the last month.
Weird.
I don't know where it is, but it's not here. That's all I know.
All right, we will have Team Doc, Dr. Kevin Farmer, joining us at 5 o'clock. I know some of you are on hold, so if we don't get to you by 5, then if you could call back in the second hour, you can hang on, and we'll try to get to you as quickly as possible after that. But we'll finish a few calls here and get Roger next. Hey, Roger.
I guess I just had a question. I was talking football with some friends this weekend, and one of them brought up that Lagway's NIL money or contract has a clause that says he can't be benched for performance. And I said, I don't believe that. I said, how sure are you about that? They said 100%. Do you have any way to know that?
Well, here's the thing. There have been a lot of rumors about that, and it could be true. I don't know that it's true. I don't know that it's not true. Here's what I know. They have invested so much money in him, it's hard for them to walk away from it, whether it's a clause in his contract or not. But is it a possibility that it's in there? Yes. He wouldn't be the only quarterback in college football to have that.
I understand. Yeah. I understand that. But let's be fair here. Now, who signs or who makes the NIL deal? Is that the coach or the school?
It's a little bit of both. You know,
Okay.
I mean, the coach has got to sign. Don't you think Jeff has to sign off on things like that? But yeah, it's still the.
So I mean, if we watch him throw 5 interceptions, he doesn't get yanked. We saw him struggle in Miami, and nobody comes in off the bench to spark the team. And both of those were winnable games. I mean, to play like that on defense and hold the 3 and 4 school to that, and then we're just going to sit there and beat up the coach over, it's all Napier. Well, maybe his hands are tied.
To a point, but I will say this.
I got a lot of context to everything that's been going on, and I just think, man, the NIL has messed up college football.
Well,
I would agree with that
there's
part.
no doubt about that, Roger, and there's no question that
and I think that's something we want to even talk to Dr. Farmer about here in just a few minutes,
Yeah.
just from a medical standpoint,
Yeah.
what's going on with NIL. I think there's a lot involved with that, too. It'll be fascinating.
But that's the thing that I think drives a lot of fans crazy is that they don't know all the things that are going on behind the scenes, and some of them are not unsavory. But that goes on everywhere, though. It's everywhere. It's not. Do you think Arch Manning doesn't have a clause in his contract that says if I get benched during my junior year or sophomore year that I'm, I get to get more money or whatever? I don't know. I mean, I think there are other players that have that in their deals, but. Certainly, you got to
not even using the NIL, and look, it's not doing him very good now either, is it?
Not at all.
But he's making a lot of money.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. Well, anyway, I didn't know if y'all could have confirmed that or not, but it sounds like it could be.
I've not seen the contract, so I cannot confirm anything.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, Roger. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Is that the right answer?
It's a very good answer.
Okay.
All right, we got to snag this break, and we'll come back. We'll get Dr. Farmer on. Again, if you're on hold and you want to keep holding, we'll keep you in line and then get to you after that. If not, call back, and AJ will get you through. All right, we'll start our second hour right after this.
There's so many reasons to love living in North Central Florida. The trees and the breeze are certainly a part of that, but as we have all realized from another round of storms, those things may not be the best for our residents and our roofs. But what is the best is a company that's been fixing things the right way for more than 40 years. That's the locally owned and operated Gainesville McFall Builders and McFall Residential Roofing. They offer the longest warranties in town, a 10-year instead of 5, and all of their workers are employees, no subcontractors that are going to give a subpar effort. There are a lot of people going door to door trying to do things the wrong way with no care about what it does to you. So why don't you go with the crew that uses premium products that are certified by the manufacturers to install? At McFall, you'll get state licensed building contractors for all your home renovation needs. With extra care, protect that pool, lawn, RV, or fancy fire pit during the process. And their process? Well, it's as easy as watching Florida State football stink. You get a detailed walkthrough before anything is even started. Call them today at 352-415-9098. I'm telling you, it'll be great. It's known as a small place with a big taste. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're really missing out. The place that's been voted best cheesesteaks in Gainesville, it's called Big Mills. Serving 100% top butt sirloin, 100% chicken breast on their cheesesteak sandwiches, Big Mills has a big taste. They also offer sausages, hot dogs, burgers, and salads with a baseball theme inside that every diehard is going to want to see. They've also got ice cream and milkshakes to wash it all down, so come on down to 2111 13th Street, right next to Adam's Ribs, and see why Big Mills is a small place with a big taste.
The world-famous Bud Light beer was introduced in 1982. Just think of all the great Gators moments since. And Bud Light was there for all of them. It was there at the tailgate, glowing on a neon sign at your favorite spot to watch the games. It was in the stadiums, arenas, ballparks too. Bud Light and Gators fans have shared decades of great moments together. Cheers to many more. Always 4 simple ingredients for a crisp, clean taste. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party. No, you see, you get $150 in bonus bets after your first $5 bet hits.
Did somebody say hit?
Whoa, Ray Lewis? We were just saying if your bet hits.
Huh? You know I love a good form tackle.
We know, Ray. We know.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collett. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
You know where Gator Nation goes for fine jewelry and engagement rings? Only one place, International Diamond Center. IDC is the premier jeweler, the only jeweler ever to be named official jeweler of the Gators. It's a Florida family-owned company with an impeccable reputation for quality, value, and integrity. Did you know that IDC is one of only a handful of jewelers around the country that refuses to sell lab-grown diamonds? At IDC, they only sell real, rare, precious, and natural diamonds made by Mother Earth, and they stand behind them with an amazing 110% upgrade guarantee, so you can trade your diamond in later on and get more than what you paid for it when you upgrade to a larger stone. Who else does this? If you're getting engaged or celebrating a special occasion, let the non-commissioned experts at International Diamond Center guide you every step of the way. You will get the value you want, the quality you can have confidence in, and the expertise you deserve. Get all the details at shopidc.com. International Diamond Center, official jeweler of the Gators.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
You know, if I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
Hey, baby. There ain't no easy way out. It is the second hour of the tailgate. Jeff and Pat here with you on our second hour, which is brought to you by Meldon Law. They won't back down. We appreciate them as always. And we got full phone lines, so let's go ahead and get right to them, Jeff. I'm going to, actually, we got to talk to Dr. Farmer.
I got to keep you in line, Dools.
I'm trying to do the best I can. We had full phone lines before.
Sometimes it's not good enough.
Go ahead, Jeff. You take it over.
All right, let's bring in the doc to start off our second hour. Dr. Kevin Farmer, of course, team doc, team physician for the Gators, UF Health, sports, orthopedics, all that good stuff. Doc, you've been busy, obviously. It's a couple games now where I look down from the booth and I see you having to walk into the tunnel, and I'm like, oh gosh, that's never a good thing. It's been busy times last few weeks.
Yeah, unfortunately it has, and it's never a good thing for me to get camera time, but it has been busy, unfortunately.
You know, in a game like that, even rain-wise, do you see more injuries? Like, are there things that maybe the equipment staff can do as far as cleats? Like, do you guys have conversations with them on wet turf or things like that, or is that just part of what may happen?
It's part of what happened. I mean, they certainly have different cleats for different surfaces. I didn't remember anybody changing cleats during this game, and the injuries we had weren't related to the turf. And so, but yeah, they try to plan for that ahead of time for sure.
Yeah, it certainly has been interesting in the NFL too, with all these guys, different guys getting hurt. Quarterbacks going down. I think there were 5 out last week. Wide receivers now going down. Running backs going down. Do you think there's any trend to this, or is it just the way it is in football? I mean, guys are going to get hurt, but it feels like this year a lot of guys have been hurt.
I'm sure it's multifactorial. I mean, certainly just the nature of the game. Everyone's bigger, faster, stronger. The collisions are more violent. They're trying to. They've changed the way hitting is with some of the head protection rules, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but now, athletes are scared to hit high, so they hit differently. And so I don't know if that's part of it. I don't know if the Achilles injuries we're seeing is related to we've talked in the past about could be related to some of the volume things of how sports have changed through youth and everything, and now what used to be an older athlete injury, we're seeing younger and younger. So I think it's multifactorial. But at the end of the day, football is a violent sport, and there's going to be injuries.
Yeah, and obviously they pile up, and we've been talking certainly as you can imagine these last few weeks about just the team in general. And I know you can't get into a ton of specifics, but NIL has certainly changed. I mean, back when you played college baseball, when I played, you didn't have to deal with any of this other stuff. But I guess I wonder, even from your guys' standpoint, when you're out there and something might happen, is like. I think in the past it might have been, okay, we're going to go see the team doc and this is how it's going to happen. But I would assume now, because of agents and contracts and all these other weird things going on, that it seems like people might be looking for outside of, maybe what your normal job is. Is that the case?
Yeah, it's made it exceedingly more difficult. We've dealt with this for years with baseball because they had quote unquote advisors, which were basically agents, because most of them had gotten drafted out of high school. They weren't called agents because that wasn't copacetic back then. But now they have agents, and agents have a job, and I get it, and their job is to look out for their future and their earning potential, which effectively boils down to look out for their draft status. And so, as much as we all, the team and fans and team docs have want to have a thought process that looks into getting an athlete back safely, the agents, unfortunately, for the most part, don't really probably care about the SEC or care about these games. They care about the next step, and so they want to get an NFL team doctor's input on something, or it adds layers to what it is now that we used to not have. And so when you see an athlete that has an injury and maybe we can't give you a definitive answer right away, it could be because their agent wants 3 different inputs from different people, and you're having to wait for that. And that's just the nature of the beast. And sometimes the decisions that are being made are not necessarily made by the team doctors. They're made by what the agent or the athlete prefer. And that, again, that's their choice. But I think fan base probably doesn't realize exactly how this is working now. It's much, much different than the way that it used to be.
Absolutely. No, I'm just saying, I was going to say, Jeff, that everybody's got a camp now, and everybody's got, like, we used to know about the camps in tennis and golf and everything because they had multiple people advising them and helping them. Now it's college athletics, and there's no question about it.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Doc, I think even, when it comes to, not after you get hurt part, it does seem like, at least I know some baseball guys, and I'm sure it's true in football and basketball and all these other sports, but, you have people growing up, and then, we have all of our, I guess in Orlando, they have these big travel complexes where you've got the hitting coach and the pitching coach and the fielding coach and all these other things, and the kids might have been around this guy since he was 10 years old, or a quarterback coach he's always been a part of. it's sometimes hard to let those people go, and they might be almost doing something different than maybe what they're trying to preach here at UF. Like, is that part of an issue too? Maybe even before they're getting hurt, is trying to stay within what you guys might feel is good for the athlete.
It certainly can be. Yeah, I mean, many of them have some private, private coaching or private people they've worked with, and maybe on the sides they're still working with them. And so then same adage about volume. It's hard to track volume when you're playing. Like in travel ball, you're playing on multiple sports. That's where you get into trouble because the volume of all the different things you can't keep track of. That same thing can happen with this. If you've got practice here, and then on weekends you're doing something else or what have you, and off season you're doing different programs. It's very hard to keep track of all that, and that can add to the injury risk we just talked about with volume and wear and tear and all these things. And so it's an entirely different world from a sports medicine perspective in the last 3 years than it was before that, and very, very difficult for the entire group to manage.
Kevin, let me ask you about athletes, and again, I don't want to get into deets because I know there's HIPAA things here, but athletes that you have performed surgery on of some kind or rehabbed and got them going, and now they've become successful in the pros. And I'm thinking of specifically about one guy, but I'm not going to name his name, but who had an arm injury. But what is that like for you when you see them go up to the NFL or the NBA or Major League Baseball, and you say, hey, he's up there because
or the Olympics.
Or the Olympics, yeah. I did a good surgery. I did well on that situation.
Well, certainly you have a lot of pride in that. I mean, you look at a lot of these kids like your own kids, you get emotionally invested, and so to see, Grant Holloway have his success in the Olympics, and to see some of these kids, make it. We know. Jason Marshall made the Dolphins this year. He had a terrible injury last year. To come back from that and to see that, you certainly have a lot of pride. When Anthony got, I've known Anthony since he was at Eastside, and so when he had a bad knee injury and him to get drafted that high and get life-changing money, I mean, you feel like. That's part of your family that's had that success. And so there's a lot of personal pride. One thing that we don't do that these big places do, we don't market that and advertise it. And then that's because that's just not been our approach. But I think on a personal level, you feel really good to see that happen. And certainly when Anthony's mom would come and see me afterwards and always just, thank for all we did. To hear those kind of things, it really does make the job worthwhile.
We're talking with Dr. Kevin Farmer here on the Tailgate, the team
By the
physician.
way, Dr. Pete stuff is still all over there.
Yeah, in Osme, lots of good stuff.
But eventually, the Michael Gilmore thing needs, it's going to be nobody's going to remember who he is.
Doc's got a lot of signed stuff over there too, so it's good.
But he's not advertising.
That's right. But I think for maybe the people that don't know, like you're watching the Miami game last week, or you're watching on television back here in Gainesville, LSU a couple of weeks ago, and somebody gets hurt. What are the relationships that you guys have with the other team physicians? Like, and obviously because you want to be a part of having that UF athlete there too. But are they there? Are they helping with the X-rays or different things at the stadium? Like what that process is like?
Yeah, it's all very collegial. It's a small community, so I know most of the team doctors at this point, and we have the SEC mandates a pregame meeting, just like the NFL, so a pregame timeout, so to speak. So we meet with the other team and we discuss where everything is, where's X-ray, where's EMT, what's the protocol, all those things. We all kind of know everything. We had a couple injuries. I think we had to take a kid for an X-ray in LSU, and they have their athletic trainers on the sidelines that will direct us to the X-ray. Unfortunately, LSU's X-ray is like in the some cavern somewhere. It takes like 20 minutes to get there. It was a nightmare.
No, everything's a nightmare at LSU. Believe me, I've been there many times.
Yeah, so you're stuck in some old dorm somewhere. So, anyways, but yeah, they help you get to it and get all that done. Miami, they were great. Obviously, had Hard Rocks. NFL stadiums have all the stuff you need, so it's easy to do. But yeah, it's all very collegial. And then the SEC does mandate a pregame timeout, so we all make sure we're all on the same page in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. It is hard though. I mean, when you get to these different places, and again, you may eventually go to Notre Dame. You may eventually go to some other places that you're going to have to find out what the H is going on here. I've been to Notre Dame. I don't know if you ever have, Kevin. You probably have, but it's not the most modern ballpark.
Yeah, I'm looking. Hopefully they stay on our schedule because that's the one in the future I'm really looking forward to. So hopefully they don't drop it off like the rest of them.
Do you get to jump on that Cameron Indoor trip this year?
Oh yeah.
I may go up there. Obviously I went to Duke, so
Sure.
I may try to go up there and see it. I'm not on the official trip, but that one I may have to try to check out.
You got to make that one work.
We went there in what was it, '99 when Florida played there, and they every time they would cut it to 10, Duke would make it 30, and they would cut it to 10, they make it 30 again, and again that was a team that Florida eventually would be really good, but that was a great Duke team. But just being in Cameron was going through Krzyzewskiville was such a cool thing, and I'm glad I got to do it once in my life. There's a lot of things I'm glad I got to do once in my life, and I'm sure you go through a lot of those too, Kevin, because you get to experience things that not everybody gets to experience.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I've been to Cameron as a student, and then went to Kansas with the basketball team a while ago. That was a cool venue. I tried to get an experience of that. Obviously, Rupp Arena. One of my great memories when I was doing a lot of the basketball stuff was hearing Rupp go from deafening loud to completely silent when the game ended.
It's my favorite thing in the world, by the way. Yeah, favorite thing in the world.
It's great. So yeah, I mean, being a sports fan and a college athletics fan, to have those opportunities, I'm certainly very thankful.
Just real quick, jumping back to the NFL, I think when Pat was running through that, and I'm sitting here, gosh, I lost James Conner now for the year.
Mm-hmm.
I had CeeDee Lamb on my fantasy team.
I don't know if you know it or not, but you don't own those players.
All these guys are just going down. Even from like a concussion standpoint and everything else. But it seems like the high ankle stuff is still like a pretty nasty deal. Is there anything that can be done, or are you just seeing maybe? I mean, these guys, for those that haven't been down there, like you understand how big and fast they really are, and how easy it is to bum up an ankle on a tackle and trying to get. Has that changed at all in trying to get these guys to recover any quicker with ankles?
Yeah, I mean, NFL, yes, two parts. The NFL changed the rules where the hip drop tackle is now illegal. So where you grab somebody from behind and just fall down. I mean, that's what, when Florida State quarterback broke his ankle, I'm blanking on his name, but that was a hip drop. So that's banned in the NFL. That has not been banned in college, but there is definitive evidence that particular tackle is associated with ankle fractures. The high ankle sprain, the evolution of that is now deciding which of those you can speed up with surgery. So that's the Tua tightrope injury, where you get a bad high ankle sprain. If you can recognize that now and figure out the ones that are going to take a long time, and then do a surgery where you place a device between the two bones, the tibia and the fibula, to basically kind of compress them together to take the tension off the ligaments so that they heal quicker, that speeds things up tremendously. And so now whenever we get a high ankle sprain, they all get MRIs so we can assess the severity, which in the past you just say, all right, you got a high ankle sprain, we'll give it 6 to 8 weeks. Now they get MRIs, and if it's more severe, if it involves more than 2 or 3 of the ligaments, then we'll often do a tightrope surgery just to get them back sooner. We had a couple in the preseason about 4 to 6 weeks before the season started that had that we did tightropes, and you guys probably didn't hear about it because they made it back for the start of the season, whereas they probably wouldn't have been ready had we not done the tightropes.
I was just going to say, we hear about the tightrope all the time from Alabama, and we've heard. There was somebody else that got hurt recently that they were talking about whether it would be tightrope, but I never heard it from Florida, and I was wondering if Florida ever was doing it. And now we know the answer.
Yeah, we got 2 or 3 before the season that had it that made it back, and no one even realized it. So you just kind of get them done and get them back.
Yeah, no, it's great, the technology. And something else is great that I want to hit you up on, but before you guys head out, and I get the opportunity to do these high school games on Friday, and every time I look down, there's the UF Health tents down there on the sidelines, and I see the UF Health athletic trainers and all these kids and the high school athlete of the week program. I know this week there was a kid from Williston that won, and he plays both ways, and a lot of these small towns do that. But what's the relationship that you have with all these athletic trainers throughout the high schools, and obviously I think you oversee them, but they do such a great job with these kids. It's kind of fun to watch. And every game that we've done this year, there's been at least 2 or 3 injuries, and those guys are like Johnny on the spot out there making things happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're so fortunate to have all the schools in our area to have athletic, and not every school that has that, and that's something we've been fighting for years. But Alachua County and Levy County and Gilchrist County and Columbia all have athletic trainers that work with us that cover the school, and it's such a benefit to the health of the athletes. Williston, you're speaking of, Andy Clark is the athletic trainer there. Andy used to be, he was for the longest time with UF Track, and he has 9 national championships with UF Track, and then decided at a point in his life he wanted to not travel as much and whatnot, and so he works with us now with Williston. So to have that school have that level of healthcare, I think is really an amazing thing for them to have. And so you see a kid like this who would 140 snaps or something. I mean, there's an unbelievable amount of volume that the kid plays, and that wouldn't be possible without having somebody like Andy and the rest of the athletic trainers out there with them every day.
Well, Jeff said he didn't play 140 snaps his senior year, but they finally got him out there. By the way, my heel is bothering me. You got any suggestions? Should I?
A little cortisone. Is it like a plantar fascia or something? Or
no, I don't know what it is.
He thinks it's Achilles because he walks to the couch too fast from the fridge.
Oh yeah.
It's more that I think I was working out with something that wasn't right. Okay. I'll go see you, Kevin, because you will. No, I would rather you do this personally than on the air.
No problem.
Kevin's going, it's probably because you're too fat, but it's okay.
But that is the neat part. I mean, Pat, you saying that, like, to me, that's what's so cool is, like, Dr. Farmer's going to work on a UF football player, and he's doing tightrope surgeries, and then he's going to also go take care of you. So that's what we have here in the community with
I'm
UF
undefeated
Health.
this year. I will say that.
Yeah,
I haven't lost a game yet.
So you get the same treatment from the college guys as just us normal Joe Schmoes.
That's what's great about living in Gainesville.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Dr. Farmer, thank you. I know you can't get into a ton of specifics, but hopefully you don't get any TV time in a couple of weeks, but maybe enjoy the bye week and get everybody healthy for a big one coming up against Texas.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate you.
Right. Dr. Bye-bye. Kevin Farmer joining us here on the Tailgate. All right, we'll take a break.
He thinks cortisone would be the answer. It might be.
A little shot.
It's better. I iced it.
Maybe get some Botox in there.
I need Botox in a lot of places.
Yeah, your forehead's getting wrinkly, Duels. No saving it. No saving it.
What are you talking about?
We'll get a break and come back with more right after this.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Riley Terrell. With just under 2 months until basketball season, the Gators are preparing for their return to the court. Anticipation is high for another championship-caliber team, this time with some new faces entering the rotation. In his Monday presser, head coach Todd Golden shared his expectations for this year's squad.
With this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep in the March.
Elsewhere, following the loss at Miami over the weekend, quarterback DJ Lagway is back to walking in a boot. With soreness in his left foot, this recent flare-up adds to his stretch of injuries dating back to last season. Read about this and more on our website. Lastly, former Gator Hunter Barco is set to make his MLB debut with the Pittsburgh Pirates. After his call-up from the minors, he joins the team for their last regular season series against the Cincinnati Reds.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
It's always a good time at the tailgate. Weekdays beginning at 4, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
You can say that you didn't name my team, but you did name my team.
It automatically gives it to you if you don't put in a team name.
Well, I put in a team name.
Well, you didn't do it right. All right, we're talking about Survivor picks. Pat got his first strike in our Titan MRI
I will
contest.
say this. If I had lost that game 30-29, I'd be mad.
Yeah.
But now I'm just disappointed in myself.
Pat picked Atlanta last week. And
did that go well?
They got shut out. Wonder if they would be, and we're sitting here talking about making moves and quarterbacks and all that. You know, they went to their young stud, Michael Penix. You got to be careful how you say that.
Yeah.
And they still got Kirk Cousins hanging out. Do you go back to Kirk Cousins at some point if Penix continues to struggle?
Yeah, I don't know. They were just bad last week. I didn't watch any of the game. I don't have Red Zone, so I couldn't watch any of the game, but it didn't sound very good.
So don't forget to get your WRUF survival picks in for
I'm
for
still
all of you.
into it, Jeff.
Yeah, you're still into it. Plenty of people still are 2-0 or 3-0. They have all their stuff left. They don't have any strikes, but Pat is one of them for his stupid pick.
All right, so I'm going to pick this week. Who's Jacksonville playing? I want to go down hard. I want to either pick somebody that has no chance to win and they win, and everybody else is going to go, oh, you got rid of that one.
Jacksonville is at San Francisco.
No.
You can't pick that.
No,
There's no way.
I'm not. I'm staying away from that
you
game.
know, and
again, they got a backup quarterback too.
An interesting one could be the Chargers going to New York to face the Giants, and that'll be Jackson Dart for the first time. They make the move to go to Jackson Dart today, so he will now be the starter out there, and we'll see how he does.
It's amazing. This is a league where, and again, we talk about Florida needs to get a new quarterback. 1 week, a guy throws for 450. The next week, he doesn't do good. The next week, he's benched.
Done. But he's also like 47 years old.
But he threw for 450.
He did.
How many times have you thrown for 450?
In a video game or real life?
In a video game.
I've given up 450 hits in my life, probably.
But have you ever thrown for 450 in a video game? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a good day. Against a crappy defense.
Okay, but
Cowboys, and that's going to be fun this weekend. It's Cowboys in Green Bay. So
I know.
Micah Parsons going back. You know that Jordan Love's going to want to throw
CeeDee Lamb won't be there
all
though.
over.
Yeah, because He's out for 3 to 4 weeks, they're saying now, with a high ankle sprain.
And that's why we talked to Dr.
A
Farmer
lot
about
of injuries out there.
All right, back to the phones. They're back open for you, and we'll get Blake to join us next. Hey, Blake, thanks for holding, man.
Hey Jeff, how are you? So I just wanted to ask, like, how does it feel that Bruce Pearl's retired, and how did Bruce Pearl, in your mind, influence the sport of college basketball?
I think he was great for it. I know a lot of people probably didn't like him, but I mean, when he's at Tennessee and he's sitting in the stands with his shirt off amongst the students, like, coaches need to relate to that stuff, and I thought he did a good job probably before everybody else doing that. Of course, there was cheating and doing things differently, but as far as his mind of being a coach and everything that he did, I thought he was great for college basketball.
I think he was great for the teams he coached, and I think he was great for ESPN.
Yeah.
Personally, I didn't care for some of his antics, as you didn't, but that's the way he built his fan base.
He did.
It's not like anybody else has to like him other than his fans at Auburn and his fans at Tennessee.
Blake, I hear you're allowed to go have a frosty beverage now. Have you had one of those yet?
Not yet, honestly. I'm going to have one soon. It's my time to shine, finally. It's finally time to shine, honestly.
Heck yeah, man. The big 2-1 now for Blake.
Oh,
big time.
Wow, old man.
But, yeah, also another question I wanted to ask is, do you think, like, it's an honorable achievement for Bruce Pearl to rebuild two programs from the ground up? I mean, I think it's honorable to say.
Yeah, I don't think he really built Tennessee from the ground up. He made Tennessee better than it was, but it wasn't a bad program. I mean,
but it was also dominated by the women at that time.
Yeah, but Jerry Green did a good job there, and I mean, I know that the guy right before him was Patterson.
But I think he made the men.
But he definitely built Auburn
more relevant than the women over that time when it was really the other way around. People cared way more about.
But do you think anybody outside of the Tennessee community cared more about the women than the men? I think when he made the men as relevant, and then obviously what he did at Auburn, which was, you had the Charles Barkley era, you had the Chris Porter era, which somebody sent me an email and I couldn't think of his name, but Chris Porter was suspended the following year for the entire year, wore black socks. Drove me crazy. I couldn't believe it. But, they had some runs, Sonny Smith runs, but they were kind of like Florida. They would have runs, but they never really did anything, and he at least got them to 2 Final Fours. So I think the job he did at Auburn was way better than the job he did at Tennessee.
Yeah,
right. I totally agree. I mean, I think Bruce Pearl did better at Auburn, but I think, in my opinion, Bruce Pearl kind of set up for what is now at Tennessee under Coach Rick Barnes.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that's the thing is you have to have, and again, when they let him go, and they had to let him go, there was no choice. The NCAA was coming down hard on him, but. They struggled for a while there, and then they got Rick Barnes in there, and he's done really good. Has he done exceptional? No. But he has been set up with a good program. So, yeah, he's done a good job of building programs, and no doubt about it.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Blake. Thanks for calling,
Blake.
buddy. Take care.
All right.
If you ever believed or not believed that your computer listens to you or things are happening, I have never – I use this computer every day that we do the show.
Yes.
And I have never mentioned the word Botox before. And now there is a big ad on the front page of Botox.
For Botox?
That is the weirdest thing.
And then you said it to me, the one guy who doesn't need Botox.
Yeah.
You don't know that many people that don't need it.
So
I don't need it. I need a lot of things, Jeff. You know that. But Botox is not one of them. And then you say that, and now all of a sudden, I'm going to get Botox too.
It's very
questions.
Very strange.
Well, when I get home and go on my computer, I'll probably have Botox on there too.
There you go. All right. Get a quick call before we get another break. It's John ready to join us. Hey, John.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Let me ask you something. These pro teams, basketball, I mean, well, not basketball, I say, but football and baseball, when they go on losing streaks, horrific losing streaks, do those fans still come to the games and pack the stands week after week, even when they're losing?
Some do, some don't. Some do, some don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think
where it is.
I think if you're like New Orleans or Carolina or Tennessee, and people wearing paper bags over their heads for many years, that. But I think there's the NFL. There's only 60,000 seats normally, so I think a lot of people show up and just want the experience of an NFL Sunday. But at NBA, some of those lowly teams people aren't showing up for.
These fickle fans, I tell you, I was asking Steve Russell earlier, and he had no answer for it. But they beat it all. Like Andy Griffith tells Barney and Gomer all the time, those guys beat it all. Well, these Gator fans, they beat it all. I mean, they complain about Napier all the time, but yet they pack it. They get season tickets at the beginning of the year. Nobody's going to put a mediocre product out there every year. And they buy up all the tickets they can for the whole year, $1,500 and some change to get 7 tickets to the games all year. And then you go out and go complain about the games. I mean,
well, you're missing the point. John, you're missing the point. If you're paying that kind of money, you expect a return on it. You're not expecting mediocrity. But how did you think? Why nobody thought Florida was going to be mediocre?
Yeah, this year.
Nobody thought that.
Oh, come on, Pat. I mean, we've been going through this for 4 years now. 4 years, it's the same thing. And they buy these tickets up way ahead of time. They could buy them the same price if they wanted to, probably throughout the year.
Why was Florida ranked 15th in the country,
John,
in the preseason poll?
And I'll go rewind the tape. I'll find a show from this summer where you were praising Florida and thought Florida was going to have a great year.
Oh, God. Okay, I can't.
By the way,
I just can't win.
The best Andy Griffith episode was on last night. Just so you know, it was the Fun Girls, which is still my favorite episode, where the girls come in from Mount Pilot and they're trying to get Andy and Bernie.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Helen and Helen Crump and wait, what a name! Can you imagine being named Helen Crump? How do you even meet a guy?
Couldn't do it. All right, John. Anything else?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we'll talk to you later.
I don't get the point of that, but the point is the point that people don't show up for games when you start losing. Yes, absolutely, that happens. But Florida fans have been showing up for 20 and 22 coach, 14 straight sellouts.
Yeah, it's the experience, and they've been there supporting it.
And to say that people and look, Robbie Andrew and his wife bought season tickets before the season. Everybody was excited. We thought it was going to be different. It hadn't been so far.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll do that, come back, and continue with more of your phone calls next here on the Tailgate.
Your home for Sunday Night Football all season long. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Every morning I get up, start the trek into town for a busy day ahead, and every morning, I kid you not, I pass an ugly green van or truck along the way, heading to work as well. But the best part of that sight is I know someone is about to be wowed with the craftsmanship and work ethic from days gone by with the technology of today, because that vehicle has Vintage Electric written across the side. And that quality is evident all over North Central Florida. And with more than 24 licensed journeyman technicians, you can be assured that a call to Vintage Electric is a call you won't forget. Now, I'm sure there's tons of you out there with honeydews up the wazoo, and if any of those have to do with electricity, call Vintage Electric today. No job's too small, they do it all, from service upgrades to rewiring, appliance and AC circuits, and how about an entire smart home installation? That way you can just ask Alexa to turn on the tailgate. So have them put their tailgate down, grab their tools, and sit back and know your electric job is going to be done right. Call up Vintage Electric today at 371-8021 or visit them online at vintageelectric.net.
Hey y'all, it's Kyle from Leonardo's Pizza, Gainesville's iconic restaurant. You know, time zooms by and our town is changing all around us, but for 50 years, Leonardo's is still the calm in the storm. At Leonardo's, of course, we make delicious deep dish pizza and our famous garlic knots, but we sell memories. Come in to relive old ones, make new ones, and let us know that you heard me on the tailgate for 10% off your order. Hey Jeff, did you hear the new Starship song?
No, I don't think so.
We built this city on sauce and dough.
So, it's summer. No major holidays, no big gift-giving pressure, but hey, love does not take a vacation. If you're thinking about popping the question or just upgrading from that high school promise ring energy to something a bit more grown up, Oaks Jewelry has you covered. With decades of distinction, Oaks is where you'll find hundreds of one-of-a-kind styles you won't see at all those cookie-cutter chain stores. And the best part, you'll actually save money, which means you can still afford a honeymoon that isn't your buddy's couch by the beach somewhere. Diamond solitaire engagement rings start at under $1,000. Whether it's vintage charm, modern sparkle, or something totally unique, Oaks Jewelry has the perfect ring for your once-in-a-lifetime moment. So, if it's time to lock it down for the summer, make it unforgettable without growing broke. Swing by Oaks Jewelry, where summer love meets unmatched value, and find the one, beside your partner. Oaks Jewelry, distinct, unique, yours.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Riley Terrell. The basketball season is creeping up, with the reigning national champs traveling to Las Vegas to play Arizona on November 3rd. The 2025 Gators are full of experience, with several returnees suiting up. Head coach Todd Golden acknowledged junior Tommy Howe as a notable standout.
Incredible length and athleticism out on the floor, great rebounding, the ability to cover up a lot of mistakes, having a lot of those guys back there. And then offensively, I think Tommy has proven the ability to be a good wing. He knows how to shake up and get a catch and shoot. He knows how to get downhill going right.
Elsewhere, quarterback TJ Lagway is wearing a boot after the loss at Miami over the weekend. Read about his injury and more on our website. Lastly, following his injury on Saturday, Gators defensive back Bijan Johnson underwent right knee surgery on Monday. With him sidelined for the foreseeable future, this is a huge setback for Florida's secondary.
When the Florida heat kicks in, your home should be a place to cool down, not sweat it out. That's where Crystal Air and Water comes in, North Central Florida's trusted HVAC team for more than 20 years. Whether it's a quick repair or a full AC upgrade, Crystal Air makes it easy to keep your family comfortable with flexible financing options, including 0% interest for 12 months for qualified buyers. With simple monthly payments, getting a new AC system is easier and smarter than ever. So you can now focus on what really matters, keeping your home cool and your family happy. Call 352-333-0460 or visit acpenguin.com. Check out all your options and to apply online. Again, that's acpenguin.com, because every Florida family deserves cool comfort that they can count on. Crystal Air and Water, the area's #1 rated HVAC company for more than 20 years, where your family's comfort is their family's business. License number CMC 1249384. All right, it's summer, sun's out, motivation's up, and yeah, abs are still in there somewhere. So you lace up the sneakers, hit the gym, maybe try a few crunches, a jog, a 500-pound squat, casual. Next thing you know, bam, your back is filing a formal complaint. But hey, don't panic. I've got a guy. Dr. Paul Gardner at Gardner Chiropractic and Injury. He's not just some guy with a fancy table. He's a coach, an athlete, and the go-to fix-it guy when your body goes, yeah, nope. From general adjustments to full rehab and therapy, he'll get you feeling like yourself again, minus the hobbling. And with access to MRIs, ultrasounds, x-rays, and even blood work, he cuts out the guesswork and gets it straight to the let's fix this part. You can find him right next to Gainesville Health and Fitness on University Avenue. The number, 352-727-4438. Gardner Chiropractic and Injury, the place to go when summer hits you back.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
I'm not going to rule out a stray shower for late this afternoon into the early evening. Temperatures around 90 degrees will fall into the 80s as we move into tonight. Overnight, though, low of 70 with patchy fog towards morning. And then as we head into tomorrow, hot, 95 the high, the heat index near 105 with a few late-day afternoon showers and thunderstorms for your Wednesday. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Back it up, back it in. Let me begin.
That is the
I'll go all day, man.
Dulcet sounds of Patrick Dooley as we welcome you back into the tailgate. About 20 minutes left, and then it is time for the Ryan Theis Show. So make sure you stay here right after we get off, because
Talk a little volleyball.
Coach Theis is here, Tom Collett's here, and they'll be ready to get after it. Talk Florida
a little volleyball in my life.
And then a big day Wednesday is it's the final week of the regular season for baseball, which is crazy. We got the Red Sox Blue Jays on Wednesday night.
Could be a huge game.
First pitch is at 7, and then we'll have a lot of postseason baseball here on WRUF.
And postseason, or not postseason, but regular season football this weekend too. So there'll be a lot of games on there as well.
That there will be. And we'll have the Thursday night game, too.
That's right.
Which is Seahawks-Cardinals at 8 o'clock.
I thought you were going to say Army, East Carolina.
Nope. Don't care about that one.
Army lost to Tarleton State earlier this year. I'm not watching that game. I'm sorry. That's as far as I go.
Not a good thing. All right. Good thing when we take your calls. Let's get back to them as Daryl joins us next. Hey, Daryl.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
Hey, so yesterday you guys had a few callers that called in and were talking about changes that need to happen, and got off on a little side note about songs about changes. And both you guys started singing a little song, but hey, one came to mind. I actually called in yesterday and never got through. I was on hold for a little while. And so how about Little River Band, Cool Change?
Time for a cool change.
I knew Pat would know it.
It's time. I was a big Little River Band fan, and my first job in Fort Lauderdale, so that would have been '77, and I used to listen to them all. I love that album. Yeah.
Yeah. I grew up on them. I love it. But on another side note, while I was on hold, I heard the cattleman call in, and he was talking smack about Bruce Pearl's son. I think he's a little poochy lip because, he's a Tennessee fan, and, Bruce Pearl had the departure of Tennessee, and then when he came back to basketball, he went to Auburn and took them to 2 Final Fours in 4 years. So I think he's still a little sore about that.
I want to know what the definition of poochy lip is, though. That's...
Well, and Daryl, you're right, because, obviously Todd Golden is friends with Steven, his son, but, he came out with just glowing accolades about him today. And just say it's a great hire and how it's, he was a big part of that success, and obviously Todd was a part of that tree too. So, I don't think there was nepotism at all. I'm sure he's happy that he got his job, but, Auburn wouldn't just let him put somebody in there, so...
There is some irony here, though, because Bruce Pearl was complaining about nepotism when Bronny James got drafted.
Yeah.
So you can't have it both ways, buddy. But look, I'm sure that I think that this has been in the works not only for a long time. I think this goes back to when Bruce Pearl got that lifetime contract. Remember that, Jeff?
Yep.
Under Green was the AD then. And he gave him the lifetime contract, and maybe this was part of the deal, and it was in the works. Now, Bruce Pearl's going to probably do a fine job. He's a good coach. He's been around a long time. But I will say this. It's not going to be easy to succeed in your dad's footsteps in this case.
Right. Yep. Especially now that he's the winningest coach that Auburn's had in basketball. So.
Very true.
2 Final Fours, man, including the one where they lost to the Gators.
That's right. Yep. Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, Daryl.
Have a good afternoon.
Appreciate you tuning in.
And Florida only went 2-0 against them this year. I think that's it.
And
they could have won 3 if they
that game in
3.
Auburn was game day. Everything was there. And they just smoked them.
I remember sitting there watching the game. I go, wait, what dream am I in that I got to wake up from?
Right now.
And it happened again at Alabama. Same thing where Florida. That's a great Florida basketball team, as we know.
On our YouTube feed, Greg chimes in and says, Reminiscing and Lady are also very good ones from the Little River Band.
When I'm with you, I'm smiling.
I do know that song.
Okay.
Going, whoa, whoa, whoa. Right?
It's right.
Yeah, see?
That's good.
I knew that song.
And reminiscing. Oh,
reminiscing. I get it now. Yeah, that's actually pretty
Little
good.
River Band was a good band. I don't know what happened to them, but they were good.
Good songs for sure.
Very
Sandy
yacht rock.
is next. Hey,
Very
Sandy, welcome.
Rock.
Sandy.
Hey, guys. Yeah,
Hey.
man. Kudos to the Little River Band. And And
not kudos to me
also
singing
kudos.
Little River Band songs, though, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I could do it. And I could go with the Fun Girls, but the best Andy Griffith was Loaded Goats.
That was pretty good, too. That one and the one where they decided to have the band concert and they couldn't figure out how to get. Yeah, that was a good one. But
that was a good one.
The Fun Girls, man, come on. That when they go into they're asleep in the jail cell because they arrested them, and Otis comes in, and he's like, "You're in my room." That is still going to be my all-time favorite, The Fun Girls.
Yeah, it ranks up there, but I still like all those dogs coming in and Loaded Goats.
The dogs make the Loaded Goats a great episode. It is one of the 3 best sitcoms of all time.
Okay.
Yeah, I've watched every episode of Andy Griffith probably
100 times,
a dozen or more times.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
All right.
Good.
Yep, Sandy.
Go Vols.
Thank you.
Go Vols. Go Vols.
Who they
We
play
got
this
you.
week? They play this week?
Yeah, they play somebody.
Tennessee? Austin P? Is that who they play?
No.
Austin Cardozo? Is that who they play?
No. You would dominate, though. Speaking of that, I did beat my son in fantasy this week, so that was a good thing. Tennessee has Mississippi State in Stark, Vegas.
Right. Yes, that is not a bad game. That's the 4:15 game.
Yeah, and obviously that's a big test for Mississippi State.
That'll be on one of my TVs this weekend.
But you're still not convinced, even though they're undefeated, playing well. Like Tennessee's offense has been awesome.
Yeah.
So you would think that they could go in there and
it'll be an
put up
interesting
a bunch.
game.
Spread's only 7.5 though.
I know. I'm looking forward to that game. To be
So,
honest, I'm
could
sorry.
be,
Sorry to say Austin P. It was Mississippi State, which if they played each other, could be a close game.
But definitely more ranked on ranked this week than last week.
Yes, much more. And there's
you've got
there's some great games.
Illinois dropped all the way from 9 to 23 after getting throttled. So I don't know how good they are. They've got USC.
I thought they were good, but we'll see. And then you have the night games are going to be awesome.
Yeah. Ole Miss, LSU. Well, speaking of that, did you know we've been talking about Lane Kiffin a bunch because so many people want Lane Kiffin to be the head coach here. Do you know that Landry Kiffin, Lane's daughter, is dating Whit Weeks?
I did not know that, and my amount of care is 0.0.
So she is trolling dad, and this is what's great about the Kiffin family, like when they do all that, because she's in makeup videos with him sitting there and they're having conversations. So she posted on her page about just sitting there hugging Whit Weeks, basically telling her dad, "Hey."
So she's rooting for LSU, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, the
you're
way
saying
she,
that all
the way
the
she put it
is,
in the picture,
yes,
she was pretty smitten with Whit Weeks on the couch.
How did she feel about when he got kicked out of the Florida game?
She was probably mad.
Yeah. Well, good for her.
So that's interesting.
It's not interesting.
Yes, it is interesting.
It has nothing to do with the game. I'm looking forward to watching football.
But again,
you're all obsessed with social media.
Yeah, but this day and age, Pat, that's what did you ever imagine the coach of a daughter, the daughter of a coach for one team?
Yes.
You would think you'd be loyal to dad, right?
Yes.
Posting something saying that because her boyfriend's on the other team, that she's now more loyal to this guy.
I would not have
dad.
seen that because I would not have seen what is happening with social media. But
okay. Well, but that's part of your problem.
No, 15 years ago I wouldn't have seen that. Yeah, but now, I wouldn't. I'm not surprised.
Right. So that's just the
time
that we're in.
You've got to go with the guy who's putting his tongue down your mouth, not with the guy who
is paying all your bills.
Paying all your bills. And he's back with Layla, right? I saw a picture today.
Yes, I believe they are back together.
They're back together.
All right, let's get JB to finish up the day today. Hey, JB.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, man.
Good. Yeah, so I heard you say about the fantasy thing, and I'm part of y'all's league there. And I really appreciate the league and all three of them. It's fun.
Good. Yeah, no, it's it's good, and that league's great. And again, it's so interesting that the person I was playing last night, I was winning the entire time, and then Mark Andrews ends up scoring 2 touchdowns, and I had
losing cause.
I had and got 27 points, and the person ended up coming back all the way and beating me by a couple points. So you just you never know.
That game was fun to watch last night. Did you watch it?
You did?
Yeah. I needed 75 points to win last night, and I got 75 points. I got a little bit more than that. But
wow,
yeah, it
big
was
time.
awesome. Yeah. So let me ask you though, on the pick'ems, we're picking the spread, correct?
Correct, against the spread.
Against the spread, okay, because I ain't doing so hot in that one. But the other ones in the pickle, just a single one pickle, I'm doing great. But the other ones, yeah.
Yeah, you got a chance to win $500 if you win the Survivor Pool thanks to Titan MRI. So keep it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't like my chances anymore.
No, you're out.
Yeah. Well, I only got one wrong. You said you get 2, right?
Yeah, you get one more, but you got a long road to come back from.
Chance, Pat.
I have a chance, like Lloyd Christmas.
Yeah, with Sidney Swanson.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, JB. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about who I'm picking this week. That's something I need to do tonight. Do my pick'ems for the quarterback club and for the Survivor Pool. I was really thought I was outsmarting everybody early, and that clearly has not happened.
Yes, it did not happen. All right. Well, a lot happened today. If you missed Dr. Farmer early on in the hour, then go back and listen to it. We'll have the replay for you, talking about different injuries and stuff going on. But the fascinating part again in this NIL world, not only is it players getting money, but there's now issues sometimes with agents and advisors and all these other people that are swaying you away from certain types of treatment because they want to go to somebody else who thinks their kid's going to be in the NFL or some other sport. So it's all messed up and in so many different ways, but that's the way it is. So we have to sit here and deal with it.
Right? And to me, a lot of us are just kind of in a moment where we just say, hey, look, whatever's happening, I don't even want to know about it anymore. I just want to know when I watch the game on the field. It hasn't ruined my love for college football yet.
All right, well, we love Ryan Theis. He is here. We got his show next with Tom Collett, so make sure you keep listening here to WRUF where there's local shows all the way from noon to 6, and then you get these extra add-ons. We'll do that every Tuesday without this week. Appreciate AJ for producing and everybody for being a part of things.
We will be back tomorrow with another show. Until then, I am Pat Dooley for the great Jeff Cardozo. We are deep, we are way back, and we are out of here.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. At Gatorland Toyota, we give you the easiest car buying experience ever. With Express Shopping, you can shop and buy your vehicle entirely from home. We'll even deliver your car to you. Want a customized Toyota? With our pre-order program, you can get the exact Toyota you want. And if you have a vehicle you'd like to trade or sell, we'll buy it whether you buy from us or not. Come experience how Gators got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I love coming here. I love everybody here. Other practices that I went to made me feel like I was on an assembly line. The procedures affected my life by just making me want to smile now. I don't mind smiling. I don't hide, my smile. I don't smile with my mouth closed. I don't talk with, covering my mouth. I don't think about it anymore. And to me, I think that's the biggest thing. That's all I thought about in the past was they're looking at my teeth, and now I just talk to people. I don't think about it at all.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Hi, I'm the one they call James Bates, but my real name is Batesy.
When I was your age, we never worried about being lit or glowing up or steez or anything like that. Only thing we ever cared about was being freaking radical. I mean, high-key rad AF. And TBH, that's what I look for when I need t-shirts, pens, cups, and koozies, and the like. I go to radwaredesigns.com. If you're not using Radware Designs for your t-shirts, pens, cups, and koozies, then your stuff is probably sus, like basic, and that's no cap. All lowercase. Radwaredesigns.com.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collett. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party.
How'd you get your money so quick?
Hard Rock Bet's got lightning fast withdrawals.
Almost as fast as Dale Jr. valeting cars at this party.
Man, he's fast.
Hard Rock Bet's fast withdrawals have given me new motivation. Tips are appreciated.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
You know International Diamond Center is the best place to buy diamonds and fine jewelry. But did you also know IDC will buy from you? Diamonds, heirloom jewelry, estate jewelry, Swiss watches, coins.
Don't be afraid to come in and get a price on something that maybe it's an heirloom that you want to sell, or you're just checking to see the price.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire has a vast network of collectors and buyers around the world, so IDC can always find a market for your jewelry.
We always pay a very strong price to buy. There's a resale market that's there, and we pay top dollar for top merchandise. We have people all over the world that we sell to. So some collectors are going to pay way more than any consumer's going to pay. We'll give you the best possible price, no games played, and you'll get the check or the cash, whatever one you want.
Let IDC appraise what's in your jewelry box. You might get a pleasant surprise.
Sometimes they come in, they have no idea what's there, and then all of a sudden they walk out with a $28,000 check.
International Diamond Center. Online at shopidc.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. This program is paid for by Weeby Marketing. It's time for the Ryan Theis Show.
A service ace, and the Gators win it in 4.
No stranger to being a head coach, Theis has 14 NCAA tournament appearances on his resume, including 3 trips to the national semifinals.
Parks sets the middle. August got it down for the kill.
Now, the former UF assistant returns to Gainesville for his first year as head coach of the Florida Gators.
What a comeback for the Gators.
The Ryan Theis Show on WRUF is presented by International Diamond Center and the Gator Attack Club, and brought to you in part by Meldon Law, Alma Mater, Ruse Ogra State Farm, Quality Plumbing, UF Bookstore, Doreen Wiebe, Miapa Latin Cafe, Titan MRI, Campus USA Credit Union, Fairlife Milk, and the head beer coach.
Alongside Ryan Theis, here's the voice of Gator Volleyball, Tom Collett.
Good evening and welcome to the show from the studios of WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, powered by ESPN. Welcome. For the next hour, we talk Florida volleyball with the head man, Ryan Theis, back from a trip to his home state, and looking forward to Southeastern Conference play as we get 2 teams from the SEC coming into the O'Connell Center this weekend, that being Mississippi State on Friday and Alabama on Sunday on the back end of the weekend. If you'd like to be part of the show, let's get that out of the way right now. We'd like for you to join the show. You can send us pictures. Actually, you can send us questions on YouTube, or you can call us on the Meldon Law fan phone line. Meldon Law is the official accident law partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law, we won't back down. That number is 352-392-8255. And Ryan just highlighted that you had a trip to your home state. You're a Wisconsin guy. You had 2 matches in the state, and your initial takeaway from the volleyball on the court over the past weekend.
Yeah, I thought there was some really good stuff going on the court.
I thought timely mistakes and some errors. Were the best way to describe it would be like one set serving went bad, one set attacking went bad, one set something different went bad, and so the pieces are there, and that's what we talked about after the match. I mean, our whole goal, and we might dive into this more later with the non-conference. Mm-hmm. I thought if we ended at 6-3, we would be in position to have a shot, based on SEC play for a top 16 seed. We ended 5-4. So in my opinion, we're one set behind after a lot of road and a lot of travel and a really tough schedule. I think we're one behind, and we have those opportunities to make it up with an SEC schedule in front of us.
That Friday night match at Marquette, I looked at some of the numbers. I didn't get to watch any of the match, but 14 blocks in a three-match set. Three-set match has got to be putting a smile on your face.
Yeah,
from a defensive standpoint.
Yeah, I mean that might be the highest I've seen. Maybe a 15 or an 18 randomly happen, but 14-3 is great. And that match side out percentage was the factor that hurt us. But again, some highlights and some good play against a really experienced team. I mean, I think Marquette's top 3 point scorers were a fifth year, and a fourth year redshirt junior. And so some experience against us that we're still battling the age thing, but we're growing week by week.
And then on the back end of the weekend, Sunday afternoon, a match I got to watch quite a bit of, as number 7 Wisconsin hosts you at their big house in the Kohl Center, not in the field house, which they normally call home. And what a volleyball atmosphere. We saw a lot of matches this past weekend as we roll to the end of the pre-conference slate for all the teams across the country. But you've got 12,000 fans in there. Quite the great atmosphere. You battle to the end, 36-34 in the fourth. And you had a couple opportunities to try to force it to a fifth. But I thought, especially in that fourth set, the volleyball enthusiasm, the volleyball excitement was at its peak as the Gators just gut-wrenching down the stretch trying to get that fourth set to force a fifth.
Yeah, absolutely missed some opportunities to get to that, what was it, 6-3 goal that we were hoping for and or putting us in position to be successful. But it's really interesting that 12,000 screaming fans at a volleyball game and TV seem normal now. And that's just a credit to our sport and what's going on out there. We thought maybe 15, 16, 17,000. And we had that the first weekend. And so I think if anything, it just displays how big volleyball's become and the excitement around it. I mean, that was during a Packer game. In the state of Wisconsin, where I am from, for 12,000 people to not watch the Packer game is probably
that's an accomplishment.
Some type of state record. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We're going to have to check that one against the stats, but definitely a big and great volleyball atmosphere as number 15 Florida, a 4-set loss to Wisconsin in the big building, the Kohl Center in Madison. And you have to be happy with the way the offense was spread out as you had 4 Gators with double-digit kills in that match, led by Anaya Madkin, a new season high this year with 18. Roth hit 500 with 13 kills. I know you'd love to be able to get the ball in the middle even more to her, and Jayla Auguste, who also had double-digit kills with 11. And Jordan Bird had 10 kills as well to round out the offense in that match.
Yeah, I think that, Mary Wise actually asked me, in an ESPN interview before the AVCA showcase, what are the Gators going to be known for? What are you going to hold your hat on? And I said, the versatility of hopefully anybody can beat you. And whether it's 4 or 5 or 6 offensive options, who are you going to try and stop and everybody else can capitalize? So I think we're working towards that direction. I mean, our offense is a production, continuing to work towards improvement. And when that happens, we'll be in good shape.
Watch out for your hands there. I thought you turned off the microphone for a moment with your elbow.
There's a button. I'm new to this.
You were talking,
Tom.
And it was there was nothing coming out of the headphones here. I hope everyone caught that answer. Anyway.
Versatility.
Yeah. Exactly. We're going to do a first feature of the show here tonight, and we're changing it up a little bit because we talked about it in our pre-production meeting before the show. that we want to take a look at your thoughts. You mentioned you thought you'd be 6-3 coming out of the pre-conference slate heading into Southeastern Conference play this coming weekend. We're going to say Ryan Theis's pre-conference schedule grades for this 2025 Florida volleyball team, and that is brought to you by Titan MRI and Imaging. They have the same-day scheduling available with easy self-pay, now with 2 locations here in Gainesville and 1 in Lake City. Start feeling better today. That's TitanMRI.com. It is your choice. So let's look at the grades and what you see can be improved upon as you head into conference play. Let's start with what we have talked about from the beginning of this season, and that is how the Gators serve it.
Yeah.
What is a grade, and where would you say we can move to as a team?
Yeah, just to correct and point out one thing, you said thought we'd be 6-3. I thought there was the opportunity to be 6-3.
Okay, all right.
right. So, it was that first weekend, Pitt and Stanford. Can we, 1, right? 1 out of 2
Split.
is. I always say I'm not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm a realist. Now, you approach every single match to win it, right? But where are you in position to be successful? So that's what we're 1 game behind. And serving, I think that's a factor. You ask me for the grade. I think we have 4 losses. In 3 of them, I would say our grade was well below average.
Okay.
But in 5 of our wins or 4 of our wins, I'd give it above. So I'm going to go with a C for serving, just based on, every night you want greatness and you realize as a coach that's not going to happen. But 9 out of 10 would be better than, 6 out of 8. So I'll go C.
Okay, a C for serving. Next, we've always talked through this through the years as me covering the volleyball program for as long as I have. And that's then it's first contact. So we have serve, then serve, receive.
Yeah, pass.
Passing.
A or B. Let's go. I'll go A-. I think in our 9 matchups, we've won 8 of the 9 serve and pass, and I think our passers have done a great job with that. Just really battling. We don't give up a lot of aces. We're relatively good in medium situations, which means the serve was really good, but we still have an opportunity to score. So serve receive, I've been really pleased with. In fact, I've complimented our team multiple times on that.
For years, we've talked about with the coaching staff here in the program that the passes are graded based on how many options the setter has, and anything 2 and above, when you have the setter has hitter options that are 2 or more, that's a good thing. Do you rate basically the same way? And if you did, how many? Where would that rating be roughly?
Yeah, I literally looked at our last 3 matches, which would have been our last 12 sets. And in fact, in those 12 sets, we're under 500, and we're still outpassing our opponents just under a 2-2 to just under a 2-0. So 2.2 for our non-con against really tough opponents. Again, really pleased with our passers. A- for sure.
All right, then setting the offense. In terms of you've got 2 talented setters, and it seems like from what I've seen, the eyeball test, that Alexis Stuckey is back to, I guess, pre-injury form or getting close to it. How would you grade the setters and the choices they've made when they've set up their hitters?
Yeah, I think both setters are doing a great job. I think we just need to continue to work on angles, relationship to body, things like that. When they talk about setter-hitter chemistry, that's a real thing. There's gray areas if Stuckey or Taylor is 9 feet off the net and 7 feet from you versus 10 feet off the net and 6 feet from you. Those are very different balls coming at different angles. And right now we're playing 2 left sides who have played very little time with Stuckey or Taylor. So we're learning that. So in terms of setting, I'll give us a B, but there's without question the ability for that to be an AA+. We continue to learn that weekly.
Let's look at the pin hitters, starting with the left sides.
We start with Kira on the left. She transitioned to the right. Anaya and Jordan, I think I looked recently. Jordan's, just under 4 kills a game, I think, or Anaya, in that 3 to 4 range. hitting 260, hitting 180. I think there's some room for growth there, but they're scoring a lot of points. If we could tweak one or two of their swings, if you look at the grander scheme of things, and sorry if I ramble, but we're trying to get to 14.5 kills a game, right? And so we're at 13.4, 13.5 through our last 3 matches. So, we could use one more kill. So how do we transition, in 35 attempts a game, one of those swings from an error to a kill, right? And then you hit every number you achieve of. And with our current left sides, it's, can we avoid the 6 zone? Can we avoid the top of the block that's dug in the 6? Can we change that to the top of the block that scores in the 1? Can it be the edge of the block to the 5? And so again, I'd love for us to be 9-0 and give every one of these scores an A, an A plus. But we have not achieved that. So I'll give our left sides a B and think that there's room for those guys to grow to an A.
Okay, right sides. And you just mentioned Kira has transitioned to the right side. You had Melitza playing some right side. Where are you with the grades on the right side? And we'll take a break after your answer and resume when we get back.
Yeah, Melitza, Kira, and Alec Roth. Actually, Amaya Thomas is now back from injury.
Okay.
She has slid into the middle. We only used it one opportunity with Wisconsin just because of timing and sub numbers and her return. But can we slide her into the middle and Alec do some right side kills? And so we definitely need some more points out of the right. But overall, playing really good volleyball in that position.
We'll get back to some more analysis of what the Gators have done in their pre-conference schedule with Ryan Theis here on the Ryan Theis Show after this brief timeout.
WRUF,
where Gator Nation comes alive.
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
WRUF, your home for Gator sports.
The commitment from IDC to first responders is really extraordinary.
Veteran firefighter Johnny Hinton talks about International Diamond Center's ongoing support for our heroes in uniform.
IDC has helped us raise just massive amounts of money.
Johnny says in addition to corporate gifts to support charity fundraisers, IDC is there every day, helping first responders with an extra 15% discount on any purchase.
Again, thank you guys so much.
International Diamond Center at Celebration Point.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for core power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
It's the Ryan Theis Show, right here on WRUF.
Don't settle for a knockoff diamond when you can get the best diamonds at the best price. International Diamond Center in Celebration Point. For quality, selection, and value, International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. It's the Ryan Theis Show here on a Tuesday night. If you'd like to be part of the action, Meldon Law fan phone line is how you can do so. Meldon Law is the official accident law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law, we won't back down. The number to call, as AJ will field your calls tonight, is 352-392-8255. And AJ's getting into the song from the late 80s, Tone Loc's Wild Thing.
Tom, I'm pretty sure you played that at my wedding in
Madison.
Yeah.
What year was that now?
Oh, 6.
Oh, my word. I hope Jenny's not listening. You don't remember the year.
Well, I'm working on that.
You're working on that. We're getting back to our grades, brought to you by Titan MRI and Imaging for the Gators in their pre-conference slate. And we're at the right sides. We talked about the right sides. Alec Roth, of course, played right side a lot last year when a certain All-American was out. The middles, you've got 2 talented, now with Amaya back in the mix, 3 talented middles that you can plug in.
A.
How have they done so far?
I'm interrupting you immediately with an A. Our middles have been amazing.
Okay.
They work their butts off and score a ton of points. I'm thrilled with Alec and Jayla's performance and really excited to get Amaya back.
Okay. Now we transition to defense. Blocking. I mentioned the blocking numbers you had in the match against Marquette, doubling them, 14 blocks in a 3-set match. Those are big numbers.
Yeah, 2.7 is pretty impressive, and we're above that in our last 3 matches. I mean, I got to give our block an A. I mean, there's balls that we miss that, but everybody does, right? You're not going to be perfect, but really pleased. I think block, defense, and pass. People asked me at the beginning, what are your strengths? I said, I think we can block, I think we can defend, I think we can pass, and then serving is to be determined. So I'll give block an A.
Back row defense. You've got a talented freshman in the libero position. First freshman to start the season at that libero position since at least Cusack. That's pretty heady company to be included with. And then Vogel, Kanan, you've got a plethora of defensive specialists. What's your grade there?
Yeah, I'll stick with A on this one simply because the ability to stop, really good teams from being efficient offensively. Ella Vogel in middle back is really impressive. I haven't, 17 years as a head coach and 25 years in it, I haven't seen a lot of middle back defenders that can do what Ella does back there. Lily, obviously a great player. Emily and Bella doing a great job as well. Our littles are really good.
That is your pre-conference schedule grades from Ryan Theis, the head coach. You heard him right here. Let's go next to what we have as the save of the week, and it's brought to you by Fairlife Milk. Discover protein shakes by Fairlife Milk. Explore our 26-gram and 42-gram high-protein drinks, perfect for workout recovery and nutrition. Save of the week.
Jordan Bird had a secondary set tight. Jordan Bird had a secondary set tight, which we do on purpose, and it was every bit about to be Wisconsin's point. She got it right before the antenna, hit it off the blocker, and got us the point. Wisconsin blew a challenge trying to get that call. And so usually saves can be defensive. They can be some ridiculous touch. But in this case, it was a phenomenal effort to get to the ball before the antenna.
Our next weekly accolade is the Offensive Player of the Week, brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Put some star power to work in your financial life with Campus USA Credit Union.
Yeah, I'm going Jayla on offensive. Almost 3 kills out of the middle per set, hitting almost 300. And just the defense needs to adjust and try and keep up with her. I think it's a lot of the Chipotle she eats. I don't know if they're an official sponsor, but I think she's powered by that and a pretty strong offensive option for us.
On that note, we've seen and we've talked about it. This is the first collegiate action for Jordan Bird, the physical specimen that patrols the outside for you. She hits just an amazing number on Friday night, 321, and then it's just 64 against Wisconsin. What was Wisconsin doing to try to limit her activity, or was it maybe some of that inconsistency? You've said she's a streaky hitter. When she's on a streak, you don't want to be on the other side of the net trying to block it or play it up in the back row. What is that? What have you worked on to make her consistency even improve?
Yeah, I think it's just her range of attack. Every hitter has comfort zones, right? And with Jordan, it's always about the edges. She's so physical and high above the net. Can you attack the edges in each zone? And so I think that, first and second touches have a lot to do with her ability to get at edges. And then I thought Wisconsin defended the edge as well to limit her efficiency. But we rewatch, she looks at it, we continue to work on it, and she'll continue to get better and better.
And Anaya Madkin getting many, many, many more looks as she's been inserted into that outside hitter role with the squad. I said a season-high 18 kills in the Sunday match against Wisconsin. Of course, she had a match where she blew up last year for 27 kills when she was at Arkansas against Georgia. What do you see in her and her upside? Yeah,
the ability to point score. I just don't know if regular fans or people in the stands realize how hard it is to score a point. Against tough serving, physical blocking, good defenders. And so scoring a point either has to be a block, a kill, or an ace. Mm-hmm. And those are the only three ways to do it, right? So what is your team's ability to produce versus how many errors you make? And so Anaya has the ability to score points both from a blocking perspective and attack perspective. She actually had a pretty good serve. It's just not used a lot right now for us, but she can score. And so how efficient can you score becomes the next part.
And back to serving for a moment. I know in the early matches that we had to call the opportunity between Sky and myself that you were using the libero to serve for Alec, and Jayla was serving in that spot in the rotation. Continue with that? Is that a good thing? You might use it differently.
Yeah, I think Jayla is over the last 3 to 4 weeks is an incredibly improved performer from the service line. Much higher point scoring percentage than opening weekend. It was ace or error, at the beginning, and she's learned to control speeds and better. And she continues to work on her defense. And so I don't think that'll change much. I think Jayla's a pretty good serving middle, and we'll serve sub 4 sometimes in situations. We have 2 really good servers coming in off the bench right now. And so, but she's improving weekly.
352-392-8255 is the number to call if you'd like to be part of the program tonight. It is the Ryan Theis Show, everything Florida volleyball, from 6 until 7. Tom Collett alongside the head coach, Ryan Theis, so inviting you to join us. Defensive Player of the Week is brought to us by Ruse Ogra State Farm Insurance. State Farm agent Ruse Ogra is your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Defensive Player of the Week.
Yeah, I'll go Lily this week. Sometimes those outstanding blocking performances can lead you to a middle, but I thought Lily is really learning the libero position well at this level. She's taking balls off shoulder, face, foot, knee, shin, just about everything in the course of her. I think she took an elbow from Anaya after a swing. She's getting beat up back there, but she's battling and getting digs.
For the casual fan who might not delve into strategy as much as some of us who live volleyball for a living here, how does your blocking scheme channel balls in the right way if they can't block them to your back row defenders?
Well, you have options defensively. Do you want to let's just pretend you're talking about against a left side attack. Do you want to take away the line and channel balls towards a cross court digger? Do you want against a middle attack to jump into the one zone to channel balls to your libero? So you can do that. There's also the effect of just blocking the ball, which is saying to your right side blocker, your middle, go get the ball. right, and go from there, and then ask your defensive players to play around it. So there's no doubt in out-of-system situations, many teams channel balls to the libero and left back. We do that at times, or are you just blocking the ball? But the fact that teams are avoiding you, and Lily Still's pulling up a lot of digs, means she's doing a great job.
Mm-hmm. We often hear that if a ball is sent at your setter and she's got to make first contact, who on this team do you want to handle that second ball if Stuckey has to play the first?
Yeah, Lily right now is doing that, and she's doing a great job. Our secondary set, I looked up every time we got blocked on the weekend, for example, totaling, 29 times or something. We every team has some different. We looked at are you getting blocked more? Are you hitting out more? What's happening? We get blocked a little bit more than we hit out. None of those getting blocked swings were off of a secondary set from Lily. So I think she's doing a great job.
Gators wrapped up their pre-conference slate this past weekend in the state of Wisconsin. They begin their SEC slate this weekend at home, Exact Arena, at the Stephen C. O'Connell Center against Mississippi State on Friday night, and then Sunday on the back end of the weekend against the Alabama Crimson Tide. We'll take a look at what's ahead for Florida within the conference and what's going on in the conference here on the Ryan Theis Show. We'll be back after this brief timeout.
If it happens in Gator Nation,
you hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator champions play here.
WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department, with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parrish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
The Gator Attack Club is the official booster club of Florida Volleyball. Would you like to learn more about the game? Meet the players and coaches to get the inside scoop? Join the Gator Attack Club. Once you join, you'll be invited to pre-match chalk talks featuring head coach Ryan Theis and his assistant coaches, post-match socials, end-of-the-season gatherings, lunches at the spring tournaments, and so much more. The Gator Attack Club is one of the largest booster clubs in women's collegiate volleyball. So what are you waiting for? Join now. For more information, visit GatorAttackClub.org.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
The Ryan Theis Show continues here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
It's time to join the Gator Attack Club, the official booster club of Florida Volleyball. To join the fun, visit us at GatorAttackClub.org. The Gator Attack Club, ready to cheer on the Gators to victory.
Thumbs up from our executive producer of the show out there, Kevin Winter. Thank you, Kevin. We want you to be part of our show. That's what it's all about. We want fans to participate here. If you're clad in orange and blue and you bleed orange and blue, all those things, we need you to call in and talk to Ryan Theis. 352-392-8255 is the number. It's the Meldon Law fan phone line. Meldon Law, the official accident law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law, we won't back down. One more time, 352-392-8255. You can also submit your questions on YouTube because we are live on YouTube. Or I know our producer, Freddie Wiebe, out there is also checking out Facebook Live. We're also on that platform as well. SEC begins tomorrow night for teams across the league, and the Gators open up on Friday night against Mississippi State. Wednesday, tomorrow night, league gets underway. Georgia at Tennessee, South Carolina at Kentucky. South Carolina receiving votes in the latest AVCA poll. This one would be a good one. Missouri at Texas A&M to watch that. And then Vanderbilt, first year. Where do they open? At Texas. Wow. What a harsh introduction to the SEC. What are your initial impressions of this SEC, gathering of teams that have 6 teams in the AVCA Top 25, Brian?
Yeah, what's really going to be interesting is playing everybody once, and what that means. I mean, a tough road weekend or a 2-week ankle sprain from a best player, very little time to make up, versus, 20 match, conference schedules. It's 15, one against everybody. So, here's to being healthy, right? I mean, for your best opportunity to compete for a league championship, it might be the team that stays the healthiest, the longest.
Your thoughts on now the SEC tournament coming back, and you just said you play a team once. Used to be the regular season champion was the automatic berth into the NCAA tournament. The body of work, so to speak, versus a one weekend run where a team can get hot and get into the tournament. Of course, there are a lot of at-large bids that go to the league, but your thought in terms of going back to the tournament?
I think it's going to be amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most watched television shows that week. It is perfectly placed when college football is on a downswing. I don't think there are NFL games scheduled. And I think people have a little break in sports where volleyball is going to be on TV. And I think the other Power Threes of the Power Four are going to jump in and try and do this as well. I mean, I think in general we should move our season up a couple of weeks to shift the schedule and put our NCAA tournament and conference tournaments in a better TV window. But not everybody listens to my opinion.
Well, soccer in the fall starts earlier than volleyball, usually a week or two before. So
and
taking
ends
advantage
earlier.
of that, right?
Soccer
ends earlier, right?
Very, very short season.
SEC preseason coaches poll. Kentucky was the pick of the coaches, followed by Texas, Texas A&M, Missouri, Florida at 5. And as I mentioned, 6 teams currently in the poll. Texas at number 2, still undefeated. They've got a week of Vanderbilt Wednesday, Missouri on Friday. Missouri ranked at, we'll get to them in a moment. Kentucky tied for 3rd with Stanford. Texas A&M at 13. Florida at 19. The 555th week in a row Florida's been in the AVCA poll. Then Missouri at 21 and Tennessee at 22. And you open, as I mentioned, with 2 teams that were picked at the bottom of the league. Mississippi State at 15 and Alabama at 16. So you've got a easier, I guess, well, nothing's easy, but when you look at it on paper, not as drastic introduction to league play.
I don't know if, again, you play everybody once.
Right.
So, I don't know that any of it's relevant in terms of where you're picked. It's how many wins can you knock off out of 15.
Right.
So 8 and 7 right now is NCAA tournament team. What did we get? 9 teams in the league last year in. You talked about automatic berth. Who cares? I mean, it's not relevant. Our
You're
league,
in it if you want to try to win.
Yeah, our league is realistically 1 or 2 in the country. So that part I'm not concerned about at all. But it's how can you stack up in 15 contests?
Let's go to our next award of the week. It's the sub of the week, and it's brought to you by Miapa Latin Cafe, serving the best Cuban food north of Miami. Now with 6 locations in Alachua County, including their new drive-through location in the city of Alachua. Visit Miapa Latin Cafe today. Sub of the week.
I thought Bella and Taylor both played well off the bench, but I'm going to go this week with Amaya Thomas, who got her first action since pulling her cap. To be honest, I don't think she registered a point, but just to have her back, I think, is relevant. And the team erupted when she got to go into a match. I thought that was, a big step for us in the direction. She got hurt right before we started even practicing. So to have her back in the lineup, or just even the ability to make appearances, is uplifting for our group.
And on that line of questioning as well, you've got quite a few players who will not be seen this season at all, including a Florida legacy and Maddie Gravely, who her mom played here at the University of Florida, Julie Stanhope, back in the 90s. Emerson Hoyle, who was going to be counted on for back row duty as well. And I'm trying to scan the roster. I mean, I know Amaya was day-to-day.
D is
McMillan, the incoming freshman.
She has hope of coming in.
Really? Okay.
In coming weeks. Would prefer to come back in than redshirt. But yeah, no question, of a 17-person roster, 4 people have not really touched it. Amaya just did, dropping us down to 3. But no question, in practice and matches, we've been limited. And as our fans have seen, I've played the whole roster, in crucial situations, because I think they all add value to our team.
Well, and they've got to be ready, next man or next woman up, if you're called on in a clutch situation. You got to be ready.
Absolutely. We talk about that constantly. Are we staying warm during matches? Are we on the bike? Are we peppering between sets? Because I will not hesitate to put somebody in. And if you struggle multiple times coming in off the bench, well, that's going to limit my trust and my ability to do that. But I'm going to give it a shot.
The culture you have cultivated here, in all the years I've been calling the matches and looking over at the bench, it seems like this is the most active in terms of enthusiasm, in between points, choreographed maneuvers, maybe some might say, but they look more engaged and more, like I said, enthusiastic might be a word I'd like to look up in my thesaurus to get another word to describe that, but they're really engaged and really at a high level of energy during the matches.
Yeah, this team has a lot of personality, and if you say the team is a reflection of the head coach, that would be the opposite. Is I don't have much personality, but where we differ is I allow for the freedom to have yours, and so that actually is the reflection of them being extremely energetic on the sideline, as I allow it and encourage it, and think they're just being themselves. And this group's a lot of fun. Who's
the ringleader of that group?
Oh boy, so many. That would be tough. It varies from game to game, from position to position. It's pretty loud. Like if I wander back towards the end of it, I'll hear, if Jayla's rotated out, I'll hear her yelling something. If out of a timeout, I'll hear Emerson saying something. You can hear anybody at any point with that group.
A lot of fans hear about this in another sport, in football, about the different rooms. There's the quarterback room. There's the linebacker room. There's the defensive line room. There's the offensive line room. Do you have separation and, I guess, more intense scouting, more intense coaching with, say, the middle blocker room or the outside hitter room? How do you separate the team when they're not in the full group?
Yeah, everybody has the opportunity. So, what's amazing about technology in our program and our resources is you can practice for 2 hours and 15 minutes on a Tuesday, and that night you can watch every single time you touch the volleyball on your own, right? You can request a coach. Can I come in and watch this? Can we watch our last match on this? And so every player has the opportunity to watch themselves and or pull in a coach. From a team scouting perspective, we do 3 different video sessions ranging from 10 to 18 minutes on an opponent. Some of them might be on court. Some of them might be in a classroom setting before we start practice. But 3 short sessions to try and hammer points across. And then we'll do, Abby runs a offensive video session for the passers and setters. Hey, when this person serves, this is their serving tendency. When that person is serving, these are the 3 blockers. This is their block tendency. In the past, you would do things like the last time they played us, but that doesn't exist anymore in the SEC. It's 15 one-time deals. So it might be this is how this team defended us well. So we do a little bit of an offensive breakout, 3 defensive sessions, and then any individual video a player wants.
Okay. Our final one this segment is the Ace of the Week. Ace of the Week is brought to you by Quality Plumbing. When you need a quality plumber, rely on the same company that Gainesville has trusted for over 40 years, Quality Plumbing. The name says it all.
Yeah, this might be the first back-to-back winner. I don't know. Ella Vogel, I think we gave it to her last week. She had a 4-point service run in set 1 against Wisconsin, and I think the 3rd point put us up 10-9.
So you were trailing. You got a great run from Ella.
Yep, absolutely. And in that match, neither team started serving well. So for her to take the reins and kind of serve it and get us that first set, I thought her 4-point run was crucial.
It's the Ryan Theis Show right here. We'll be back after a short break.
WRUF, your home of the NFL.
The Gator Attack Club is the official booster club of Florida Volleyball. Would you like to learn more about the game? Meet the players and coaches to get the inside scoop? Join the Gator Attack Club. Once you join, you'll be invited to pre-match chalk talks featuring head coach Ryan Theis and his assistant coaches, post-match socials, end-of-the-season gatherings, lunches at the spring tournaments, and so much more. The Gator Attack Club is one of the largest booster clubs in women's collegiate volleyball. So what are you waiting for? Join now. For more information, visit GatorAttackClub.org.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning. The value was extraordinary.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger, and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
It's the Ryan Theis Show, right here on WRUF.
Don't settle for knockoff diamond when you can get the best diamonds at the best price. International Diamond Center, located in Celebration Point, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators.
Let's go to YouTube. We have a question from one of our YouTube watchers tonight, and it's Gator Sam. Gator Sam asks, Coach Theis, will you try to use Melitza more as the season progresses, or is it all dependent on matchups match to match? Thank you, Gator Sam.
Yeah, I think, you're absolutely right. Depending on match to match, matchups, her serve, her health, all of those things. If we can find the opportunities, one of the tricky parts is just subs. We get a certain number and we don't have a lot of pin hitters with 6 rotation experience. Mm-hmm. So every time you're using a serve sub or a DS, that can knock off 1, 2 serves. So, everybody can't just play only front row or only back row. So we're working on those best combinations all the time and when we have opportunities.
We saw an example of that in the 4th set, which went to 36-34 at Wisconsin. I'm saying Jordan Bird's not coming out. Ryan must be out of subs.
Yeah, Jordan came out, and our 15th sub, we actually used Lauren Harden because she's a really nice 6 rotation piece. So Lauren and Jordan were playing all the way around at the end. And that becomes pretty normal when matches pass, sets past 25, 26, 27 points for team using multiple DSs. And it just kind of shows why we can't just necessarily sub in and out all the time.
I've had folks ask me through the years, why don't they go to unlimited subs? They talk about at the NCAA level and the Coaches Association giving playing opportunities to players across the board. Do you ever think we might see unlimited subs?
Well, NAIA, collegiately does that. And I think you get entire wave changes, like almost hockey style. You get 3 people go in.
Line changes.
Yeah, 3 people go out for front row block or your biggest blockers. And I think they want to avoid that and the stoppages involved with substitutions. Somebody has to note it and do that. Mm-hmm. So I think they're trying to find a balance of, like, how do we increase participation while at the same time not having stoppages constantly. 15 is extremely high. I remember when we went from 12 to 15, it instantly jumped our world into more 6-2s. Setters that play back row only. Size became less important. And so, I don't know how that'll evolve. It'll be interesting. In international volleyball and professional volleyball, it's 100 times less. So we'll see where we go collegiately.
And you brought up the 6-2. Explain that to the fans at home who see one setter Stuckey play all the way around most of the time currently in this season.
Yeah, so a 6-2 would mean you have 6 attackers and 2 setters. Normally meaning 3 setters in the front row and a setter coming out of the back row, which gets you your 6. A 5-1 would mean you have 5 hitters and 1 setter, which means the setter stays in the front row. So to have a 6-2, you need 2 6 rotation, either outside hitters, right sides, middle, some combination of that, and then sub your setters out, or a setter who sets and hits. So there's all kinds of different combinations that can equate to a 5-1 or a 6-2 based on the personnel you have.
And then final on this tact of questioning, if you will. During Florida's run to their last championship match in 2017, and we saw it shortly thereafter, we saw what some people call a 5-2, some people call a 4-2, where you had Husky in the front row setting and could dump it and play it, and then you had Montserrat in the back row. Yeah,
and again, realistic.
Another nuance, right?
Yeah, nuances and realistic with sub patterns. Right now we don't have the subs to do that. If Jordan Bird and Kira Hudson played all the way around, you actually could use that sub a little bit more, but it just depends on the personnel you have.
Let's go to our next weekly accolade or award. Let's look at the top 4 SEC quality wins heading into the SEC slate, but looking back on the week that the teams had out of conference in the pre-conference slate. And the SEC quality wins is brought to you by Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride at 34th and University behind PDQ.
Okay. I'd have to go back over the last 4 to 5 weeks on memory banks, but the first and foremost win would be Florida over Pitt.
Okay.
Significant win.
I can live with that.
Number one. Texas had a win over Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. Kentucky had a big one over Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
And then help me with number 4. Where would I want to go with that? Texas, I think, has had at least one more.
I'm looking at my chart here to see.
Yeah.
I didn't have another one
We
noted
could go
in my
Florida
notes.
over Baylor.
That's another
as
ranked win.
Number 4. You bet.
We'll stick with that.
You bet.
Libero Play of the Week brought to you by University of Florida Bookstores. We don't sell diplomas, just everything you need to get one. UF Bookstores, your one-stop shop for all things Gators.
I think it was 0-0 Wisconsin match. Lily got blown up in the shoulder by their middle and just, I think it was a 3-hitter phase, and our middle dove into the one, and their middle just drilled one right at Lily. She turned, shoulder dig. I think we transition killed it. Either that or she dug another one and we transition killed it. But 1-0 us based on a huge Lily dig.
As we head into conference schedules across the country, we're going to look now at matches we should watch. They can be in the SEC or outside the SEC. We'll take a quick look back, but first let's give credit to our sponsor for sponsoring this one. Are you in the market to buy or sell your home? Doreen Wiebe, a realtor with Coldwell Banker MM Parrish, will provide you with fast, friendly, and reliable service. Call Doreen Wiebe today at 352-562-1411 to help your dreams come home. And we look back a week. We looked at these big matchups from last week, and we highlighted those. Nebraska goes into Creighton and earns a hard 5-set win. And Nebraska, 4 players with double-digit kills in front of a crowd of almost 18,000 in Omaha. Wow.
Yeah, great environment. Watched it on TV. And that record's, as long as facilities can hold it, is going to keep getting broken.
Kentucky, number 6 at Louisville, number 3 in the big Yum Yum Center. They come back from trailing 0-1 and 1-2 to represent the SEC.
Yeah, great match. Got to watch some of that as well. Kentucky really strong. Louisville, great team. Both teams extremely well coached. Excited to see Kentucky get that win.
Pitt at Penn State. Babcock still got some firepower for those Panthers.
Yeah, absolutely. Pitt's a good squad. I mean, that win later is going to translate for us big time in seeding in December.
TCU number 9 at Texas. Texas has been rolling. 25-12, 25-17, 25-18 as they get a big sweep.
Yeah, TCU has been really good this non-con and is really fun to watch. For Texas to handle those guys is just really impressive, and I just think it shows the strength of the SEC.
Gators get back on the home court this weekend, Friday night against Mississippi State and Sunday against Alabama. What do the fans listening and watching need to look for this weekend?
Yeah, I just think we're hoping for consistency in all phases. I think that's some sets have been lost by, this set we served poorly, this set we attacked poorly. I think consistency in all phases is key.
Our thanks go out to Freddie Wiebe, the executive producer of our program, our engineer for the broadcast tonight, with all the knobs, with all the controls, that is AJ, and Kevin Winter, he and his staff here at WRUF for making the show happen tonight from the studios here. We feel at home now in this wonderful studio. You're listening on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, powered by ESPN. We're back for another edition of the Ryan Theis Show next Tuesday night.
Swamps don't scare us.
In fact, it's our home.
Your home for Gator football. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
WRUF.
Powered by ESPN.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with